Hello everyone and welcome to the New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championship. I'm Josh Wong and I'm joined by Becky Liddell.
We're here at our Kairangi Park and we've got Victoria University of Wellington and University of Otago playing today.
The conditions here are really good in old windy Wellington. Not a breath of wind. Should be great throwing conditions for the two teams here.
Otago is taking the light shirt and Vic is taking the dark green shirts.
Should be getting underway in just a minute. We've got the teams having their final preparations, the last strategies, that last drink of water, ready to head out onto the line and play a great game of Ultimate.
Can't wait.
We've got Otago starting out on offense, just heard from their captains, which means Vic will be pulling from left to right.
So taking the line on Vic looks like, is that Sabrina, Jess, Max, Rory. Looks like Jackson and Hazel.
And
one more.
they're going to send Mackenzie.
Yep, that's Mackenzie going on.
And with Otago, we've got Callum, Bridget, Hugo, Josh, Graydon, Abby, and Helena taking the first line. As the last of the players clear the field, we should have a pull coming up in just a second. We've got Otago on the right of your screen in their lights, and Vic on the left of your screen in green.
Cool. So hands up signaling that they're ready, and it's Jackson coming down with the pull.
Big pull here from Jackson. Nice floater, giving his team plenty of time to come down on D. We've got Hugo and Helena in the handler set.
Looks like a match defense from Vic.
Hugo with a huge huck to Abby. Abby
Taken
brings
down
it down.
by Liddell 18.
Is she gonna? Hugo looking for birthday boy Josh. Oh, hits Helena first. They're right on that end zone. And Otago come down with the first point. Liddell with the score. So now Otago will be on defense coming down, pulling to Vic from left to right. Looks like Otago set their line. We've got Sam, Thomas, Lilyville, Amelia, Zoe, Josh, and Bridget. Rose. And Rose on the line.
Cool. And on the Vic side, we have Jackson, Max, Faith, Jess, Mackenzie. Is that Sabrina and Gus? So Victoria University will be coming down on offense with Otago with the pull.
We've got Rose with the disc here, ready to pull. Hands are up. And the pull's off. Got Mackenzie picking up working the handler set with Jackson this point around.
Cool, Jackson's just...
We appear to have Otago in a force middle. Gus with the disc. Oh, Rose with
Lovely intercept.
Rose with the intercept.
Yeah.
Benton to Lynch with the disc. Looking big. Amelia to Sam. Sam's looking deep. Oh, and a bit of a miscommunication there between Amelia Mance and Sam Middleton. Turns the disc over to Victoria. We got Mackenzie walking over to pick up the disc here. Mackenzie to Sabrina. Oh, Faith, sorry. Faith,
yeah.
sorry.
It's all
My
right.
apologies.
Couldn't quite get it to Aisha there, who's number 8.
Oh. We got Sam coming, big undercut. He's looking big. He's looking big to Rose. Not there, not there. We got the Twin Towers hit back here handling. At least 12 foot of height on those two. Max with big swing to Zoe. Thomas with the disc here. A beautiful undercut. Looking around. Sam to Max. On.
Oh, not quite.
Thomas is taking a bit of a slip. The grass is very dewy.
Oh, big fake by Jackson to Mackenzie.
Oh, it's gone.
Oh, not quite.
And Zoe with the intercept.
Lovely takedown.
And a bit immediate huck. Can Lilyville get there?
Oh,
Oh, not quite. Jackson and Mackenzie there to shut that one down.
but of course, a layup from Lilybell. So Jackson picking up again, and he's staying with Mackenzie on the handler line. And it looks like we're going to a horo now, so... There's our third handler, Jess is coming back.
Big strike cut. Oh, and that's a Callahan.
And that's a Callahan by Amelia. Lovely.
So for those at home, what is a Callahan?
A Callahan's when the opposing team intercepts the disc in their end zone, so they've just scored a point there from Victoria's throw.
Thanks for that. The score is currently 2-0 to the University of Otago, Toroa.
Yep. And a Callahan's a big celebration, unfortunately, for Victoria.
And seeing as Otago scored, we will be seeing them pull to Vic once again. It's not like some other sports such as netball where they alternate turns starting. Once you score the disc, you will be pulling to the other team.
I would comment on the wind direction for this pull, but there isn't really any wind to comment on.
That's some beautiful throwing conditions. We've got Hugo, Kazuki, Josh, Amelia, Abby, Bridget, and Helena on this line for Otago.
And on the Victoria side, we've got Mackenzie, Sabrina, Faith, Hazel, Eddie, Gus, and Paul.
Hands are up. Abby is ready to pull. And it's up.
Big pull from Liddell 18.
Got birthday boy Josh Cooper running down a big chase. Hazel with the disc, looking Savan downfield.
Sabrina's got the disc here.
Finds Gus. Oh, looks for a hammer. Not quite there though. Puts that one away. He's looking, finds Paul. And Eddie in space. He's looking big. Back to Hazel. Really working these short throws. Faith with the disc. Oh, big pump fake. Gets a defender off balance. Disc is in the air.
Can she get on? Oh.
Abby with the intercept.
So now Victoria University are on defense.
Oh,
With a lovely scoop.
Cats looking at the end zone. Josh Cooper to Hugo. To Helena for a score.
So that brings the score to 4. Sorry, 3-0 to Otago University.
I think we're seeing a timeout here from Victoria. They've just got to take a second, talk about their strategy. They've come in at 9 o'clock in the morning and been a bit shell-shocked early. This will give them a good chance to catch their breath, have a drink of water, you know, just calm themselves down, let their captains have a bit of an extended time to talk to their team. A bit dehydrated. All right, we've got the teams just retaking the field now. Otago have set their line. We've got Sam, Max, Callum, Rose, Bridget, Zoe, and Graydon out there. Graydon with the disc, looking ready to pull. He's one of the more experienced players on this Otago lineup. Been on many New Zealand campaigns.
Looks like we've got a line walking over for Vic. That's Rory, Eddie, Jackson, Aisha, Max, Jess, and Mackenzie. And Hazel. Not Hazel. That was 7 I called.
Alright.
So we've got Otago coming down with the pool to Vic.
Really excited to see what adjustments Vic will make coming out of this timeout. What they're going to try change up to try wrestle back some of the momentum. Or even if Otago drew up something special out of their timeout. Because both teams have a chance to talk.
We saw Vic doing a vertical stack and then change to a horror at some point, so it'll be interesting to see what they decide to take.
Hands are up. Great, and ready to throw the pull. This one's big. Jackson catching the pull. Looks like you're right, they've come out in a horizontal stack. Mackenzie, Jackson, and Eddie out the back, looking to work it round.
Some lovely movement there in the handler space.
Eddie getting open for Jackson
cheeky.
there. Rory getting it in the middle. And they work it up.
Seeing some tight defense from Otago.
Beautiful catch there from Jess. Jess to Max. Oh, no.
Unfortunate.
Drop. Otago calling for chill, looking to set up their offense. I've got Callum Shimon walking over to pick up the disc, working it in the back with Bridget Legg. Straight to Zoe off the front of the stack. Graydon coming under to get the disc.
Lovely. Oh,
Oh, must have been a bit of a miscommunication there with Bridget and her downfield receivers.
now we've got Jackson coming to get the disc, handling with Eddie. And Mackenzie as well, again in the horror stack.
Got Max on the mark with this long wingspan. Tough to
Disc
throw
goes
around.
up. Fortunately doesn't meet Max in the deeper space.
Otago will be picking up the disc from where it went out of bounds, about halfway. We've got Bridget walking back there to pick it up with Callum Shimon helping her out in the handler space. First cut's coming down here with Max Benter Lynch. Picks it, looking up for Gray in the deep space.
Ooh.
It-
Oh!
Oh, that was an amazing attempt at a Gradus there by Graydon. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get enough of the throw.
The lovely bid by Zoe as well. And it's Jackson picking it up again with Eddie and Mackenzie in his handling space with the horror stack downfield to hopefully get some deep movement.
Beautiful
Lovely.
take there.
That's by Max. Max looking for his handler, nice.
Jackson looking downfield, goes big. Unfortunately, it's going to reach the turf. We'll be having Callum Shimon and Bridget Legg going back again to pick up the disc. It's from quite a long point. These players will be getting tired. Big throws up, looking for Sam Middleton.
Oh, big reach.
Max Benter Lynch with Shimon. Shimon and Max working it beautifully between the two of them around the back. Graydon joins the action. Zoe with the disc. Looking for the end zone. Looking for Sam. Graydon with a big jump cut. Looking for Shimon. And to Bridge, and that's a score, bringing us to 4-0 to Otago University.
Some lovely movement around the end zone there. And you see the hand signals that Abby's doing there on the end zone line. That's just signaling the gender for the point.
Yeah. Here, in Ultimate, with a mixed sport, we alternate between 4 male matching players and 4 female matching players every 2 points. So teams will need to have strength in both their ladies and men.
So arms on their head, like what they're doing, that means it's a male matchup, and then arms out is a female matchup.
We've got a line for Otago with Hugo taking the pull with Kazuki, Josh Cooper, Thomas Chappell, Lily Bill, Helena, and Abby.
And on the Vic side, we've got Jackson, Rory, Sabrina, Liam, Jess, and Hazel, and Gus there on the end.
Vic with their coach just giving them some last second words of wisdom, trying to motivate her team. Hands are up. Hugo with the pull. It's a big pull.
Huge pull.
Looks like it's going to land in the end zone, giving his team plenty of time to chase it down.
It's quite a stress. Oh, disc goes up.
Kazuki and Gus looking to contest it.
Ooh.
Oh, the disc finds the grass before either of them are able to catch it. Otago will be coming back on offense now. We've got Hugo and Helena working it around the back in their handler set. Hugo to pick up the disc here. Looking for Kazuki, looking big for Abby. Jackson and
Big one
Jess to
for
contest
Abby.
it. Jackson with the D, shutting down Abby there. We see Vic return to their horror set that they've been trying to work these last few points with 3 handlers at the back, with Jackson, Rory, and Hazel.
Looks like they've been trying to get some
Hazel
longer
looking big.
puts. Lovely throw by Hazel.
To Gus, to Jackson.
Gaining a bit more momentum.
Jackson with the pump fake, signaling he wanted his team to go big.
Ooh.
Thomas Chappell with the D there. Hugo walking over to pick up the disc, being guarded by Augusta. Lilyville for beautiful cut, gets really free. Looking for Josh. Josh with the disc. Finds Hugo. Back to Josh. They're working it around the width of the field. Josh to Helena. Oh, looks like
Unfortunate throwaway.
the disc has just slipped out of Helena's hands there.
So now it's Vic's disc again.
Once again, we see them returning to this horizontal set that worked out quite well for them last point. And Hazel looks big. Oh,
The lovely grab. It's time to chill out.
oh, Rory not quite able to reel that one in.
Lovely bid for the disc there. Very exciting play. So it's Otaga's disc again down on the end zone line.
Right in the corner. Hugo probably looking to get it straight off this corner. Gets it up. Gets it up to Josh. Popping it to Helena. Helena slowing it down. Working it with Hugo on the back. Lilyville wide open it once again. Another beautiful cut. Straight back to Josh. Hugo with the disc. It's looking big. Finds Kazuki. Kazuki puts it big. And that's
Huge.
huge score by Thomas Chappell. It's bringing us up to 5-0 to the University of Otago Toro.
It's quite a long point there. Both teams put up quite the fight, but Otago were lucky enough to get it back down to the end zone there.
It'll be interesting to see if we get any other offensive looks out of Victoria. They're horizontal, starting to take some shape, starting to get those deep connections, but still
Yeah,
no points to show for it, unfortunately, for them.
definitely threatening the end zone a bit more there in that last point.
We've got a line for Otago. We have Sam, Amelia, Rose, Bridget, Josh, Graydon, and Abby.
And on the Victoria side, we have Hazel, Max, Faith, Paul, Mackenzie, Sabrina, and Eddie.
Oh, my apologies. That's Max Ventelich, not Josh Cooper, the birthday boy. Abby Liddell with a pull. Floats it down all the way to Hazel. Pick up
Huge chase down there.
Mackenzie with the disc.
There's a pick being called.
A pick is when a player is obstructed from chasing the defender, whether it be by their own team or the other team. The players just reset back to, or the defender's allowed to catch up, and the play will resume from the throw. Got Mackenzie looking for Hazel in the handler space. Another big
Disc
look.
goes up.
Or Max Bentelinch ready with the intercept.
Been a call. Another pick called.
Looks like Mackenzie was obstructed from chasing Bridget. Now they're just discussing to see whether it affected play, whether she thinks she might have had a bit on the disc. And it appears that she thinks she would have. So she's able to catch up and the disc goes back to the last point, which is with Max Bentelinch.
Touching the disc to resume play.
Graydon with the under. He's looking to work it with Max. Gets it back. He's looking big. No one's there for him, unfortunately. Gets it break side to Abby. Abby puts it up.
Ah,
And Rose with a huge bid to score.
lovely layout by Rose.
That brings our score to 6-0 to University of Otago Tora. We're approaching halftime quickly. Halftime in Ultimate is as soon as the team reaches 8 points, we will be taking a quick break. We've got a line here for Otago. We've got Hugo, Josh, the birthday boy, Zoe, Lilyville, Amelia, Max Bentelinch, and Helena. Helena with the disc, looking ready to pull.
And on the Vic side, we've got Faith, Aisha, Jess, Eddie, Paul, Mackenzie, and Max. So we've taken a bit of the experience from our Jackson and Hazel connection off the line here, so it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, we'll see if they remain in their horizontal set with 3 handlers or if they'll switch back to a 2-handler set with that little bit less experience on the line. Disc is about to come up. Helena with the pull. Is it going to land in bounds?
No, so Eddie takes the brick, which is that middle point on the field there. You can call that when the pull goes out of the field.
On the full. They're staying in that horizontal set, looking to work it through the middle to Mackenzie. Faith with a great grab. Back to Mackenzie.
Seeing a bit more movement here on the Vic offense. Very nice to see.
Max with the disc here on the sideline. Hugo on the mark, looking to deny any option Max has.
Very tight defense from Otago.
Finds it.
Oh, and there has been a stall count called, and it's accepted. So a stall, like you would in netball or in other sports, is it's placed by the players on defense, and Hugo got to a stall count of 10, and therefore the possession changes to Otago.
We've got Hugo and Helena in a handler set. Looking for Max Bentelinch.
Lovely bid.
He puts it big.
Wide.
Oh, just bounced out of Amelia's hands there.
She was wide open in the end zone though.
Vic will be picking it up and they'll be able to walk it up to the front of their end zone. Will they be able to walk it all the way up the field? We'll see.
So it's Jess picking the disc up here, and we've got Eddie and Mackenzie being her supporting handlers. We're also in the horizontal stack.
Finds Max in the middle quickly. It's a great cut. Looks back to Jess.
Ooh,
Took a deflection there from Hugo, but still able to complete. Big bid by Josh there.
really trying to bid the Callahan. So Vic struggles to get it to anyone, and now it's Otago's disc again.
Hugo looking at his other handler, Helena. Amelia with the disc. Back to Hugo. Hugo working it from the center of the field. Out to Lilyville. Lilyville looking at the end zone. Finds the inside forehand to Helena.
Ooh, not quite.
Out of the tips of the fingers. We'll see Vic with once another chance to set up their horizontal offense and try to earn themselves their first point.
So it's Eddie coming to pick up the disc with the same two handlers as previously. Lots of initiating movement in the horo.
Max with the disc, looks big.
Goes up.
Max Bentelinch coming down with the disc there on D. Straight to Josh, to Hugo, working it up the field quickly. Hugo looking for Lilyville. And that's another score, bringing us to 7-0 to Otago University. Hoi ho. Oh, Toro.
It's Turoa.
Toro.
Yeah. So it's 7 points, which means it's half time, as I've been informed.
This will be another chance for the teams to grab a drink, have another talk with their captains, try to change up some strategies, make their adjustments, and come back out halftime hiring.
Now that they know it's your birthday, it's all coming your way. Just change whose birthday it is. You can bring us back and welcome back to all those like watching from home or international. Do something like that.
When we get back live on air, can you do me a huge favour and say hello to Paisley watching in Manchester? My granddaughters are watching in Manchester, so it's very cool.
Alright, and welcome back to the second half of the New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championships. We come back with Otago University Toro at 7-0 up against the Victoria University Royals.
We'd like to give a shout out to our international watchers. We've got Paisley and Pagan in Manchester watching. And also a big shout out to our friends Nicole and Hillary who are also watching somewhere overseas. So on the Victoria side, we've got Jackson, Liam, Gus, Sabrina, Hazel, Rory, and Mackenzie.
And on the Otago side, we've got Thomas with the big chase, Graydon, Sam, Abby, Amelia, and Rose. A big throw straight off the pull from Hazel. Looking down.
Oh, lovely. Way to read that.
Pulls it down. Graydon on the mark. Looking to work with Hazel.
Got a very excited sideline from Vic.
Gus making a cut. Jackson looking to work it to the end zone.
Ooh.
Oh, Max with the intercept. Abby going deep. Max sees her.
Liddell shrieking deep.
Jackson in pursuit. Jackson with a D. Oh, but he can't quite get it to the ground.
Doing the salmon.
Massive throw there from Max Benter Lynch. Unfortunate there for Jackson, not quite able to catch the disc or push it to the ground before Abby could get it.
Yeah, lovely defense attempt by Jackson.
Absolutely love the celebration there, taking a photo of their fish they've caught. I'll give that one at least a 6 out of 10.
Vic was looking a lot more threatening up on that end zone there. It'd be great to see them score this half.
Yeah, Vic have really started to get those deep connections going as the
Mm.
game has progressed. They just need to punch one in.
Yeah,
But they'll come.
almost there.
This brings our score to 8-0 to Otago University.
On our line on Vic, we've got Jackson, Max, Gus, Aisha, Liam, and Jess.
And with Otago, we have Helena, Lilybill, Zoe, Josh, Callum, Graydon, and somebody hiding behind Josh. Somebody's still hiding behind Josh.
It's Hugo.
It's Hugo. Graydon warming up his pull. We see hands up from Victoria, hand up from Graydon, and the pull is coming up. It's nice. It's floating.
Huge pull.
It's going to reach the end zone. Jackson getting it up quickly, getting it out of that end zone.
Getting a bit stuck there with our connections downfield.
Oh, Hazel looking deep. And Callum Shimon with the D. Otago will be picking up the disc from approximately halfway, looking to work it down the field to score. We've got Hugo and Helena back in the handler set together. Looking to work it to Graydon. Graydon looking under. Looking at Hugo. Hugo finds Josh. Josh back to Hugo, looking to use the whole width of the field.
Oh,
Helena with a great second effort there, right on the fringe of the end zone. Just looking to punch it in. Graydon to Hugo for the score. No, it's come back.
it's been a call. Foul called.
So they're just getting back into the positions. Gus to tap the disc in. The disc is back in. Graydon surveying the end zone. Finds Hugo once again. And Hugo with a big
Lovely.
layout.
Oh,
And it's coming back again. Graydon's looking at Hugo once again.
will he do it again? Oh,
And the greatest attempt, not quite there. Unfortunate. throw went a little bit far, drifting out off over the sideline. Hugo needing to catch it with a foot in bounds. Jackson with the disc, surveying deep. Finds Hazel. Very dangerous area of the field to play in. They'll be looking to get out of here fast. Finds Max. Oh.
Unfortunate. Just having a bit of trouble connecting with our downfield players.
Hugo looking to orchestrate the offense, looking to drop the end zone play to score. Finds Helena. Helena finds Zoe.
Lovely score by Zoe.
And that brings us to 9-0 to Otago University Toro. Otago University, one of the favourites to win it all here, seeing as they reached the finals last year and have a lot of returning players and a lot of experience coming back to join them. They'll be looking to take out some top teams such as Auckland, Flood and the Christchurch Honey Badgers.
Miscommunication with genders by the looks of things. I think it's a female point, judging by the hand signals. So on the Vic side, we got Jackson, Paul, Jess, Sabrina, Max, Mackenzie, and Aisha.
And with the Otago line, we have Thomas, Helena, Amelia, Max, Bridget, Rose, and Kazuki. Amelia with her hand up, signaling she's ready to pull. This comes up, floating down towards the near sideline.
And it's Mackenzie with the pickup.
Looks forward, finds Max. Max looking backwards for his reset. Finds Jackson.
Nice read by Jackson.
Jackson looking deep. Looking for Paul. Looking for Max even. And Kazuki gets under it.
Lovely read.
Pulls it down. Helena and Max working it in the handler space. Max finding Kazuki. Kazuki looks big. Looking for Thomas. Not quite in.
Not quite in. A
Thomas
lovely pop.
Thomas to Bridget. That's another point to Otago, bringing their tally to 10. Just 3 more to go, and they'll take this opening game at the New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championships.
Vic seems to be favouring that long shot. Haven't really seen it be that successful this game. Be nice to see them maybe work it up a little bit.
Yeah, could see them look to get some of those quick connections moving, move the defense around, and then look for that
The
long
momentum,
shot.
Yep.
Look to catch the disc moving forward. Use their momentum to.
I'd love to see them put a
Yeah.
point on the board.
On the Otago line here. We've got them holding hands,
That's cute.
doing a wave. We've got Callum, Lilyville, Rose, Max, Amelia, Sam, and Abby. Abby with the disc looking to pull.
On the Vic side, Rory, Mackenzie, Jess, Eddie, Liam, and Aisha. So that's Eddie to Jess, Jess to Aisha.
Back to Jess, looking for Eddie in the middle. Still staying in that horizontal, and Callum Shimon with a run through D.
It's lovely anticipation and getting in the way of the Vic's offense there.
Got Abby walking over to pick up the disc. Looks for the inside shot to Amelia. Amelia looks off Callum. She's looking back to the handlers. Looking back to Abby. Abby to Sam.
And it's a honey point. Woo! So that brings the score to what, 11-0 to Otago University.
Looks like Otago set their line. They've got Thomas, Hugo, Max, Josh, Zoe, Helena and Abby looking to take this point.
And on the Vic side, we've got Jackson, Rory, Jess, Gus, Eddie, Mackenzie, and Hazel. We've got a bit more experience on this line here. Be interesting to see this point.
Yeah, absolutely. The disc is coming up from Josh. It's a huge pull, has a ton of float, giving this team plenty of time. Hazel has to catch it in the corner. Centers the disc nice and quick.
Big chase down by Otago there.
Finds Rory and
Ooh.
Thomas with the read. We can hear Otago calling their end zone set.
It's been a pick called. That'll be from a defensive player.
It appears to have not affected the play, so Max Benton-Lynch will retain the disc. With Eddie putting the mark on him, looking to deny all of his options at the end zone. Helena with the strike cut, gets the disc, she's inches from the line. Finds Abby, back to the middle.
Cheeky little point there.
And that's Josh. Oh, I think he's blown out the candles on his birthday cake. I love that celebration. That's a 10 out of 10 from me. This brings us to game point here in our first game of the New Zealand Ultimate Tertiary Championships.
Come on, Vic. So we've got heading to the sideline there. We've got Max, Sabrina, Paul, Aisha. We've got the same point line going on as before. So that's Jackson, Eddie, Hazel, Rory, Jess, Gus, and Mackenzie.
And with Otago, we have Bridget, Kazuki, Max, Graydon, Rose, Lilybill, and somebody behind Rose. Hugo. Kazuki with the disc. He'll be looking to continue a trend of beautiful pulls, giving his team plenty of time to get down there and set up their defense. Disc is coming up. Oh, it's got some beautiful float. Is it going to land in? Unfortunately not, and we see Eddie calling a brick and taking the disc to the center of the field. Got Hazel signaling the troops there, telling them to move down the field, give them space. Gus to Jackson.
There's been a pick called. Oh, was that Hugo who called that one?
It was called way back. I've taken the disc all the way back to Eddie at the point when the pick was called. We have Max here on the mark, ready to tap the disc in. Now the disc is back in play. Eddie looking at Gus. Gus to Jackson.
There we
Jackson
go.
looking deep.
Once again, looking for those long shots up there. Lovely cut by Mackenzie there.
Finds Mackenzie. These are some of those beautiful short throws we would have loved to seen earlier.
Vic won it.
Gus looking at his, looking for the end zone. And Hugo with a
Lovely
hand to
grab.
it, but Rory still able to reel it in.
He's got lots of handlers there back for him. No calls. Oh.
Just having a quick discussion here about what's happened. Disc is back in. Jackson with the disc, looking with a hammer, looking for the back of the end zone. Jess unable to connect with him there.
Love the look though. Cheeky little hammer.
We've got Hugo bringing the disc up to the front of the end zone. He'll be joined by Bridget in the handler space. Graydon with the under. He's looking big. He's looking big. It's up. Looking for Rose. Mackenzie's
Oh,
there.
lovely grab by Rose.
Rose is able to bring it in. Rose looking for
And
Max. That's it. That brings us to the end of the first game of the New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championship. We have the Otago University Toro taking the game 13-0 over the University of Victoria Royals.
It's a great game. Thank you very much for watching.
The next game on here will be at 10:30, I believe. 10:30.
Unconfirmed.
Yeah, it'll be back here at 10:30 for our next game, which will be between the University of Otago Hoiho and the Massey Chargers. We hope to see you there.
Thank you.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back. I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me. And this is my chapter.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events. connecting with peers, and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made like some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals, and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team.
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
Dunedin, the city, is just so friendly.
It's a big city, it's a big student city.
I love that you can walk everywhere and that everything's accessible.
The campus is just pretty much in the heart of the city as well.
What the students offer to the city is something that you don't get too many other places.
That's the great thing about this university, you will find your people.
It feels like a university with a city attached to it.
It's exceeded my expectations in every way. It's unbelievable.
Belief, the emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide, focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse.
Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me. And this is my chapter.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals, and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team!
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
Needing the city is just so friendly.
It's a big city, it's a big student city.
I love that you can walk everywhere and that everything's accessible.
The campus is just pretty much in the heart of the city as well.
What the students offer to the city is something that you don't get too many other places.
That's the great thing about this university, you will find your people.
It feels like a university with a city attached to it.
It's exceeded my expectations in every way. It's unbelievable.
Belief. The emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championship. Once again, I'm Josh Wong and I'm joined by Becky Liddell here today.
Hello. We've got Otago University, Team Hoi Ho, playing against Massey
Chargers. We've got Otago Hoi Ho coming off a tough loss to the Auckland University Flood. Do we have any word on the Massey result?
Not that I'm aware of.
Either way, both teams will be looking to go into the lunch break strong. Alright, looks like the teams are getting ready. They're in their final huddle, looking to make their final preparations. Their last chance for the coaches to get a little bit of input in before the first point. We also appear to have had a pitch side haircut. An Otago classic, really. Looks like he's got himself a nice mullet.
Cheeky little mullet, yeah.
I think he's going to be more aerodynamic cutting down the field now. We'll be looking out for number 15 on Otago.
I know, I think we're just going to have to...
ditch the calling the lines.
Yeah. Yeah, I reckon.
Massey here with the disc first. They will be pulling, so they will be starting on defense, throwing the discs down to the Otago University Hoi Ho. The Hoi Ho are a species of penguin found down south. Otago with their line highlighted by Matthew Whitaker, coming fresh off the New Zealand Under-24s Kia Tour. Ronnie Redding's up with a big pull, floating it down all the way into the Otago end zone. Pierre Lilly with the disc in the middle of the field.
Looks like Massey's doing his own here. Looks like a 3-3-1.
Yeah. Finds Nathan behind her. Pierre Lilly with the disc in the middle. Ball finds Matthew Whitaker.
Some lovely movement to the zone there.
Matthew Whitaker with the disc on the sideline.
Gemma Grant.
Finds Nathan. Nathan.
Oh, what a layout.
Big bid by Asher on the first point. Here to show his intent.
So now it's Massey with the disc on the sideline.
Got Aaron coming to pick it up with Pierre on the mark. Aaron will be looking to get that disc off the sideline as quickly as he can. Matthew Whitaker with a huge
Lovely intercept.
That finds Nathan, looking
From
to
the
punch
edge
it into
of
the
end zone.
Just inches away. Pierre with the disc. Looking at Asher, not there. Puts
Disc
it
goes up.
Puts it up for Matt.
Oh,
Huge
lovely
bid there.
layout. Gorgeous.
Huge score there from Christian Roxborough. Otago with the first punch.
What a way to start the game.
Otago team was very excited there. Taking the lead 1-0 over the Massey Chargers.
Looks like the next point will be a female point.
Yeah, some good hand signs there with Otago.
Love to see it.
Making sure it's nice and clear. This line here, we see the return of Andrew Wilson. There's a player on this Otago Hoiho side last year in 2020 when they finished 8th place. Some good returning experience, as well as some new players.
We've got Katrin here with the disc, likely doing the pull for this point.
Be interesting to see what offense Massey comes down in. Or if Otago want to come down in a zone. We'll see if they're playing match defense. We'll see what they've called. Hands are up on both sides. The pull's coming up. It's floating just down, a bit past halfway for Massey to start. Oh, up.
Huge disc up.
Ronnie Rudings to pull
way
it
to
down.
pop that in.
And Ronnie with a great assist there to Abigail to score Massey's first point. Otago punched first, but Massey punched back straight away.
That makes the score 1-1 to both teams. Looks like another female point.
We've got Massey coming down on defense. And Otago will be receiving the disc. They'll be looking to regain their lead. Massey's playing with not a whole ton of subs. We'll have to see how that affects them throughout the game and throughout a whole 2-day tournament. Pulls come up.
Ooh, and it's just in field.
Looks like Otago will be starting it at about halfway down the field from the near sideline. Pierre to pick up. Finds Asher. Asher looking big.
Got a lot of movement in the handle space there.
There to find Kristen.
Lovely.
Straight to Andrew. Another stalwart of Otago Hoiho returning from the 2022 side. Katrin with the disc. Finds Pierre. They're working it lovely around the back. Finds Asher.
Ooh.
Paige reels it in though. It's alright.
Ooh, quick reflexes there with that catch.
Kristen surveying the field.
Just looking for that swing again.
Katrin's there to provide. Just working hard to try move her mark with pump fakes.
Ooh, it goes up, it goes up.
Oh.
Not quite.
Finds the deck.
So now it's Massey taking it up to the end zone line.
Josh Cook to pick up the disc. timeout called by Massey. Be interesting to see what they saw, what they didn't like, maybe what they liked, or what they want to draw up. Maybe the coach wasn't too happy with their first few points and wants to get in another word. We'll have to see. Interestingly enough, this also gives Otago a chance to set up their defense. Try to trap them in that corner. Massey will be working it out from right in front of their own end zone.
The score is currently 1-1 to both teams.
Yeah.
Timeout should be ending in just a moment.
We'll see which team can break the deadlock first. Out of a timeout, the offense gets a chance to set their positions first, and then the defense is given a chance to adjust how they wish, and then the disc will be taken into play. Looks like Massey's coming out with 3 back, 2 behind the disc.
Potentially a horror setup. Just pushing forward a bit.
It'll be interesting to see what their coach has called for them.
Looks like Otago setting up in a match defense.
We see Asher on the disc. This nice long arms trying to trap them there on the sideline. And Andrew also with the immediate intercept. Finds Pierre. Pierre will pass into the end zone.
Lovely.
Lovely. They're finding Paige Cooper-Smith for the score. Otago take the lead once again, 2-1. Interesting to see. We see Rory Liston, their coach, out there giving them some words of advice. An absolute staple of Otago Ultimate. Been there for years. Always knowledgeable.
Been a victim of the haircuts.
Yeah.
Got whiskers in his beard.
Yeah, you may see some great haircuts on the Otago line. Just tradition, really.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
We see Matthew Whitaker with the disc, drying it off a little, trying to get as much grip as he can before it looks like he will be pulling. He'll be trying to put that disc as deep into the end zone, as far down the field as he can, while keeping it in the field of play, giving his team lots of time to chase the disc down and set up their defense. Each line just getting in the last few words.
Signalling he's ready with his arm up.
Matthew Whitaker with the pull. It's
Lots
floating.
of float.
It's coming down towards the near sideline and it stays in bounds. Massey will be picking it up from just behind their own halfway. Jordan finds Ronnie.
Huge cut up the sideline there by number 7.
Simon with the disc here. Looking at the end zone.
Oh, lovely D by Gemma Grant.
She gets it off the sideline, finding Matthew Whitaker.
Looking a bit lonely there in the end zone.
Finding Aiden. Finds Soha down the line. Looking back towards Gemma.
Nice, Gemma.
Big grab there. Otago
Looking
using the
for
real,
it.
using the whole width of the field there, swinging it side to side. Matt finds Aiden there, back to Matt. We're working a two-man game here a little.
Got number 77 there wearing their lucky shorts. With a lovely cut.
Got Nick Warrington on the disc. Looks for Matt. Big
Aw.
grab there by Matthew Whitaker.
Lovely read.
And he puts it deep. He's looking for Aiden. And he finds him. It's the first break of the game. That bringing the score to 3-1 to Otago. It's a beautiful put there from Matthew Whitaker. And an equally great grab there from Aiden.
So we can hear on the sideline it's now a male point. So we'll have four males on the field, 3 females.
And as the coach gets their last final words, then the line's clear. And we once we've got Nathan looking to send up a big pull. Massey just getting in the last few words about what they want to do on offense. Hands are up.
And the disc goes up for the pull.
Big pull, floating will past the brick mark. Caught there from Massey. Ronnie with the disc in the center of the field. Surveys his options. He's looking big.
Big throw up there.
Andrew Wilson with the D.
Lovely D. Very well read.
Now Otago to set up on offense, trying to get back-to-back breaks. Pierre Lilly walking over to the disc, trying to initiate the offense for Otago. Paige Cooper-Smith with the first cut. Finds Nathan, cutting up the line. Pierre Lilly looking to swing the
Lovely
disc.
swing there.
Finds Andrew Wilson.
Puts the disc up.
Finding Asher.
Straight up the line to 98. Puts it up, puts it up. Ooh. Ooh. Bit of contact on the way down.
Kristen and Asher not quite able to bring it down. No fouls called here.
So it's Massey with the disc again on the near corner.
Pierre for lovely handler reset mark, shutting down the first option. Massey able to work it out of their own end zone though. Oh,
Lovely receiving. And the disc goes up.
Ronnie with the throw. Oh, his receiver can't quite track it over his shoulder.
What a huge run though. And Otago takes it quickly.
Nathan with the side bend. Big pump fake. Finds Asher in the middle. Looking for Katrin.
Nice read by 98.
Christian with this. Looking towards the end zone.
Ooh, can't quite get there.
Great bid there from Asher, though. His effort's not rewarded, unfortunately. Massey once again camped out on their front corner of the end zone. Looking to work their way out. Ronnie on the disc in the center of the field.
Lovely cut by 69 there. It's been a pick called by a defensive player. Retracted pick.
The disc is back in play.
Disc
Big
goes
shot
up.
looking
Huge.
for Ronnie. And Ronnie able to bring it in for the score.
Lovely point by Massey there.
With that score, it brings us to 3-2 to Otago. Be interested to see what Otago comes down on their offensive point here. Who they choose to send out for this critical O-line. Teams just getting a few last words in on the line here. Setting their game plan for the point. Making sure everyone knows the key details. Massey talking over their defense. Making sure they'll have no gaps. We've got Jackie with the disc here for Massey. Looks like they've just exchanged the disc. The disc is a little bit damaged. It doesn't quite fly the same way. Jackie with a hand up, looking ready to pull. Disc goes up. It lands right in the center of the field. Otago to pick up at about halfway. Solha picks up.
Looks to Gemma.
Gemma working with Matt in the handless space. Kavisha with the
Lovely.
disc.
Nice through the middle there.
Finds Matt.
Handler reset.
Or Matt unable to connect with his receivers there. Massey to take over from about halfway. Aaron walking over to pick up the disc. Disc is up. Aaron gets a quick 1-2, gets it back, works it up the field. He's looking at his options. Aaron really pivotal in this point.
Lovely cut up the sideline there. There has been a call. It's a call a few passes back down the field. It looks like a travel call.
So unfortunately that point will not stand for Massey. Travel called.
Like netball, if you travel with the disc, take a couple steps with disc, it's called a travel, and play stops.
Jackie with the disc, surveying her downfield options. Finds Aaron behind her. Looking at Simon. He's not there for him though. Finds Jackie. They're just slowly moving backwards. Otago able to generate a turn. Gemma to pick up. Looking big. Nick unable to bring it in. Aaron picks up. He's looking big. He wants it. Unfortunately, the disc appears to have slipped out of his hands, and Matt gets the D stat. Matt working the handle space with Gemma. Finds Solha. Matt finding Gemma.
Nice grab by Gemma there.
Now they're moving up the field. Matt finds the disc.
Some lovely handler movement.
Way to find Jordan with his fresh new haircut.
Most aerodynamic on the field.
Matt touching the disc on every second throw almost. He's key. Oh.
It's a lovely D.
And Aaron able to knock that disc out of bounds. Massey will pick up from the sideline. Jordan with a bit on the D.
Fortunately, the disc is just too high for him there. It's quite hard to stop when you're in momentum.
So hard to pick up. Finds Kavisha. Gemma making a strike cut up the line. Looks back to a reset and Matt.
Plays a bit static.
Matt looking just to reset play. Looks for the hammer to Gemma. And it's a
lovely. And the spike.
Oh, that one was beautiful.
What a point.
Love a good spike from Gemma there. I reckon that's a good 7 or 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Could have been a bit harder, but it's all right. It's still early times.
Yeah,
she
has time. She's a whole tournament.
It's only game 2. She could always spike it harder later. And that brings our score to 4-2 to the Otago Hoi-Ho.
They'll be happy with that point, as it's put them just above Massey. Got Massey setting a line here. We're struggling a bit because we can't see their numbers, but looks like a strong line of people.
Let's see Ronnie and Aaron. Let's see.
We've got one more coming on too. This is a female point, and we've got Katrin doing the pull again.
And as the teams get their last words in, Katrin puts her hand up, signaling that she is ready. Massey just getting their last words in. And Massey also with a hand up. Katrin with the pull.
Big pull by Katrin.
Will come down just behind the brick mark. Massey will have a whole field ahead of them to work up if they want to score this point. Ronnie with the first cut. Straight onwards to 58. Aaron down the line. Finding Abigail. Back to Aaron. Aaron looking for Ronnie in the end zone.
What a jump.
And he comes down with it. Massey with a clinical point, able to bring the score back to 4-3 to the Otago University Hoi-Ho over the Massey Chargers.
What a point.
We've got Josh with the pull. He's going to fall on the far sideline, deep into Otago territory. We have Pierre and Nathan back, handling.
Big cut from back of stack.
Pierre looking for Andrew, finds him. Andrew looking big,
Oh.
looking for Aiden. Or Aiden not quite able to run it down there.
Nicely sitting up in a vertical stack.
Ronnie walking back there to grab the disc. He'll be joined in the handler space by Josh Cook. Jackie with the disc, looking at options downfield. Finds a striking
Ooh.
Josh, but unfortunately just over his head.
Disc goes up.
Nathan.
Oh. Lovely bid there.
Aiden not quite able to get his arms out there to bring that one in.
Love the backup. So now it's Massey with the disc again, starting on the end zone line.
Once again, we've got Josh and Ronnie back there in the handler space for Massey.
Unlucky.
Got a turnover here at midfield. Pierre signaling the troops, asking them to walk over the disc. He's back there with Nathan. We're at about 30 minutes go by here so far.
And there's been a call further up the field. Fortunately, not sure entirely what that call was.
Nathan looking downfield.
Ooh.
Just over the outstretched arms of a couple of the Otago receivers. Massey looking to work it up the field with Josh and Ronnie back there in the handler space. He's looking big. Big shots up.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, did not quite have the arm on the throw to get it all the way there. Got Nathan with the disc with Pierre. Pierre looking around. Finds Andrew Wilson. Andrew finds Aiden on the sideline. Page with the disc. Meters away from the end zone. Finding Pierre. Otago really using the full width of the field here. Aiden in the middle.
Disc goes up. Oh.
Aiden finds Nathan in the end zone for the
What
score.
a catch.
That brings us to 5-3 to Otago. We see Otago here signaling that they are unsure on the gender ratios for this point.
It's like the second men point. Second, first?
Would be the second. We're on evens right now. 5-3. Otago are confused again. See Matthew Whitaker with the disc, visualizing that pull, putting it all the way down there in the end zone. Matthew Whitaker taking some steps back, giving him some space to give himself a best chance of putting the pull all the way down there in the end zone. With a hand up, he's ready to pull, and it's up.
Big pull. Lovely pull.
It's floating right down there.
And
Right
a
in the
huge
front
chase
cone.
down to try and trap Massey on this side.
Nick with the chase. Ronnie.
Oh.
Jackie there with the backup for Ronnie.
Yeah, lovely backup.
Simon in the middle of the field with the disc.
Is this some sort of zone that Otago's
Finds Josh.
pulling?
Asher there for Big Bird. We see Simon here once again in the middle of the field. Finding Ronnie. Ronnie looking big. Finds Josh.
This momentum's a really great way to break a zone.
Absolutely.
Huge.
Oh.
Unfortunate drop in the end zone there. Massey worked it all the way up and unfortunately couldn't get that converted.
Yeah, that's some beautiful offense up until the final, most important part. That's alright. Otago's gonna have to work it all the way up the field if they want to score their 6th point. Matthew Whitaker on his own end zone, looking for options.
Looking quite trapped down there.
Just puts it up. Pierre with the bid. Oh.
Huge bid. A bit unlucky there. So now it's Massey's disc again.
Otago appear to be setting the same zone that they were running just earlier in this point. Looking to trap them here on the sideline.
Huge over the top.
Ronnie moving it quickly to Josh and back to Ronnie. Working a nice 2-man game here. Josh with a big hammer.
Huge hammer. Oh, what a lovely point by Massey. Way to break that zone.
There to Jordan Hoffman. Bringing them back to within 1. The score is currently 5-4 to Otago University. One of the awesome things about Otago is that they always come, all of their players to each line, really supporting each other, making sure that they all know the game plan. They're all there listening to the coach every single point. They're all there to celebrate and help each other out.
Looks like a female point, so it will be a female pull.
I believe we have Jackie here with the disc. Got a hand from Otago. And a hand from Massey. Got the disc coming up here. Just landing just past halfway on the near sideline.
Huge fake.
Nathan there finding Aiden. Aiden looking big. Just gets it back to Nathan. Gets it off the sideline. Looking back to Aiden.
Oh, lovely cut there.
Kavisha finds Nathan moving forward at speed. Looks back to Aiden. Oh, that appears to be down. Jordan unable to get underneath that disc.
Loving the swing movement from Otago though. It's Massey with the disc.
Ronnie looking to Aaron. Aaron with the disc in the center of the field. Looking, finds Ronnie. Ronnie looking big. Looking big. Appears we got Lily underneath it.
Just gets there in time for the D.
Nathan picks it up, taps it in quick, looks big.
And a huge throw.
He's looking for Aiden. Aiden trying to get a read. And a huge defensive effort there from Seol.
Quite passionate.
Aaron once again finding himself in the center of the field with the disc. Finds Jackie. Looking for Aaron again.
It's a lovely D by 24, Lara.
Nathan once again walking over to pick up the disc. He'll be bringing it in from the sideline.
Lovely cut from Kavisha. Just unable to grab that one.
Just a touch out of her reach.
So it's Massey with the disc again.
Ronnie to pick up. Joined by Jackie in the handler space. Aaron to get the disc underneath. Finds Ronnie. Looking back for Jackie.
Oh.
Gets some cheeky scuba over to Aaron.
Unlucky. That was a gorgeous cut. Loved it into the space there. Just couldn't keep hold of it though.
We've got Nathan. Calling a timeout there. Veteran move. Since the point was getting a little bit messy and just wanted to have a chat. Draw up a bit of a place to see if Otago can really punch this last little 20, 30 meters in. All right, we got the teams coming back out onto the field. We'll have Otago setting up their offensive structure first, and then Massey will be given a chance to set their defense before play resumes. We have Nathan and Kristen back with a bit of a side stack here from Otago. This is exciting. A side stack to open up all of the space on the opposite side of the field. Massey setting with Jackie just a bit out, trying to help with whoever cuts into that big lot of open space. With Aiden moving first. Aiden receiving the disc. Looking back to Kristen. Can't find her. Kavisha, unfortunate with the drop. Ronnie with the disc, looking at his options. Opts for the reset to Jackie. Big throw up there to Aaron. Jackie getting it back on the strike cut. Looking at the line, but it's not there. Shut down. Back to Ronnie. Ronnie with a big hammer.
Huge hammer. Oh, what a
and
D.
Aiden able to bring that one down on D. And
Love
Otago.
this fast play using the momentum.
Kavisha to Aiden. Aiden looking big.
Miles of space.
Big forehand. Looking up.
Lovely point by Otago there. Way
Lara
to capitalize on that
off.
D. Love to see it.
Way to turn defense into offense there. That brings our score to 6-4 to Otago. Just one more point and they'll take half.
Looks like another female point judging by their signals. So it will be a female pool also.
Looks like we've got Gemma here with the disc. She'll be looking to set her team up in a great position to play defense from with her pull.
Ginormous pull.
Otago will be looking to get a quick turn and punch it home. Get into the half time with momentum coming off that last point. Disc is up. It's floating down just on the far sideline. Around the brick mark. Got Pierre down there chasing first. Josh is picking up the disc with Jackie back in the handle space with him.
Looking for the reset. And a lovely.
With the hammer over the top. Great way to move the disc from side to side. Especially when there's no winds. Oh, Paige almost with the D. Small deflection.
Oh, what a catch even when it's coming at your face. Nice little pop.
Disc is up.
Huge throw. It's caught in bounds.
Oh, Matt with a touch of it there, but not quite enough to disrupt the offense. Massey right on the end zone. Just need to make it a couple more meters. Jackie with the disc, looking at Simon with a second bid, but Matthew Whitaker able to knock it away.
Yeah, Otago really shutting them down.
Pierre picking up that disc
and
quick.
A huge put long.
Pierre trying to connect with Matt.
Oh,
Matt able to bring it down. And finds Paige Cooper-Smith to bring us into halftime.
What a lovely point.
All right, everyone. We'll be right back with you when these teams resume after halftime. All right, everyone, welcome back to the New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championship. Here we have the Otago University Hoi Ho versus the Massey Chargers. Score is currently 7-4 to Otago. Otago will be coming out on defense first, with Aiden looking to pull.
We have a score currently 7-4 to Otago.
Be interesting to see what adjustments each team tries to make coming out of this halftime break. They've had a time to have a little reflection, have some words from their coach, words from the captain. We'll see how they come out of this break. Aiden with a hand up, he is ready to pull. Massey's offensive line has returned the hands. The pull goes up.
It's a big pull.
It's coming down on the near sideline. Ronnie to pick it up. Joined at the back there with Josh. Josh is looking big. Finds Ronnie on a reset. Ronnie flicking it on just to Jackie. Ronnie in the middle, center of the field, putting it big.
Huge throw. Oh, unlucky.
Connie with the second effort, but not quite able to bring it in.
That was a lovely cut.
Pierre Lilly picking up the disc and walking it to the front of the end zone. He'll look to initiate Otago's offense. Oh, and a little bit of miscommunication there with between Pierre and Aiden, leading to a turnover. We see Josh signaling his players on where he wants them. He's got Ronnie in the handler space with him.
What a hammer.
Goes up, but unfortunately they're not able to get underneath it and bring it in for a score. We'll once again see Pierre picking up the disc, joined in the backfield with Kristen.
We can see Massey poaching off in the stack a bit. Oh,
great.
Lovely
Great
way to
hands.
read the disc.
Gets it off quickly to Andrew, finding Kavisha. Oh. Not quite able to turn her body around in time.
So it's Massey's down this end of the field,
Andrew,
and it turns again.
Pierre
Back to
looking to pick it up
Dunedin.
quick.
Fortunately, another miscommunication.
Massey will get another chance to look to score this point. Ronnie
Disc
looking
is
big.
up. What a grab. And they're calling it in.
Players having a discussion here about if he caught that disc with a foot on or behind the line. It appears it's been called not in. Massey right on the line, inches away. Looks to the overhead.
What a point.
Massey able to come out and hit first after the break. The score is currently 7-5 to the Otago University Hoi Ho. See the Otago University Tora warming up, ready to take the field for their next game. While also cheering on their fellow Otago University students.
So we see Massey with the pull here.
Ronnie Reddings with the disc, giving his team some last instructions before he sets himself up ready to pull. Disc is up.
What a lovely pull. That is big.
One's floating down nicely into the end zone. Nathan to receive with Katrin.
Love the 1-2 movement.
Yeah, gotta move it up the
And
field.
see a zone from Massey. Ooh.
Matthew Whitaker finding it up the line quickly. It's Otago just running through the zone. Now they're slowing it down. And
What a
huge
D. That's lovely.
Aaron coming through there. Stifle the offense that Otago
Way to
made.
read the play. We see Otago coming back with man, and it goes up.
Ronnie looking.
Huge D from Otago.
Jordan there with the pressure. We've just had 60 minutes go by. Got Aaron walking over to pick up the disc. And they're able to punch it in. That's a break for Massey. The score's now 7-6.
Massive creeping their way back on the board. Some lovely points.
Wonder if Hoiho is starting to feel a bit nervous. I still hold a 1-point lead, however. Here on that Massey line, we see Josh giving his team instructions on where he wants them.
So it's a female point, and we have a female puller again.
See Jackie here with the disc.
Otago just readjusting their line. Looks like there was a bit of a miscomm on what gender it was.
And it looks like the pull is about to come up. Jackie lets it go. It's floating down here right into the middle of the field. Just past halfway. Pierre to pick up.
See a zone by Massey here.
Able to find Aiden in the middle.
Looks like a 2-3-2. So they're trying to force players to throw into the middle for that middle player to do the D.
Gemma here on the sideline with the disc.
It's a nice look by Gemma. That's how you want to break that zone. Unfortunately doesn't come.
Aaron walking over, trying to tie the game up here. If Massey can punch this one in.
Strong defense by Otago here. They're really shutting them down.
Not giving it anywhere to throw.
Oh. There has been a call. Oh, it looks
Call.
retracted.
A stall count. A stall call that was retracted, I believe. PF finding Aiden quickly down the line. Finds Lily. Lily looks big. Nick trying to get under it.
Good effort.
Not
Two
quite.
defenders on.
Not quite able to bring that one in. Jackie to pick up the disc on her own end zone line.
Unfortunate throwaway by Massey there.
Aiden with the disc. Called not in. Paige Cooper Smith with the disc. Aiden looking for the end zone, and he finds Pierre.
Cheeky little point at the front cone there.
That brings us to 8-6 to the Otago University Hoiho. Got a bit of a breeze starting to pick up. Bit of a crosswind coming from this near sideline, pushing the disc towards that far sideline, as you see it on the TV. It's not too strong yet, but it might pick up throughout the day.
Notorious Wellington wind.
We've had some great conditions so far.
Yeah.
Hopefully it will stay.
So we've got a pull coming from Gemma on the Otago team.
And it's up. Looks like it's going to fall just on Otago's side of halfway. Massey in great field position here. Options to either side.
Otago coming down in what looks like a match defense.
Josh finding Simon. Oh, Gemma
Lovely.
with the
Oh,
do we have a discussion here?
looks like it's been retracted or there's no call.
Gemma to pick up. Able to find Kavisha cutting down the line. Looking back for Gemma. Finds Gemma striking up the line. Able to find Kavisha. Working the two.
It's a lovely point by Otago there. Almost all female, I think, up the line. And a bit of a U20s connection. Love to see it.
Finished off by Roxborough.
What a point.
Otago able to build that lead back up. We're at 9-6.
Massey's really going to have to hustle if they want this one. Otago are looking quite hungry at the moment.
Matthew Whitaker with the disc. Looking ready to pull. Massey just getting a few last words in before they take the field. Hand comes up from Matthew. Hand comes up from Massey, and the disc is coming up.
That's a great pull.
Nice and floaty,
Lots
giving
of float.
team plenty of time to get down there and set up their defense.
And it's another match by Otago here. Seems to be working well for them. Ooh. Way to recover that one.
Josh put in it big.
Ooh.
Ronnie trying to get under it, but he can't quite get there in time.
Calling for some assistance in handling there.
Oh, an unfortunate turn there for Otago in their own end zone. Massey will pick up the disc in prime field position.
Really got to fight for this one. Some hard defense from Otago.
Josh to pick up. Looking at Simon. Can't find him. Now he's looking for Ronnie. Finds Simon behind him on a reset.
Ooh.
And Matt, hand block. Otago able to shut down Massey on their own goal line.
Not out of the woods quite yet. There's still time for Massey to
Now we'll see if Otago can work it off their own goal line.
Nice.
Great grab there by Aiden.
Big D by Massey here. They want it. Ooh.
Matthew. Finding Kristen. Back to Matt. Looking to swing it around.
Oh,
just out
of reach.
Aiden not able to grab that.
Massey want to convert this quickly. And there's a timeout called.
Veteran move there by Josh. He wants to make absolute sure that his team know their end zone play and absolutely know how they're going to score this point. The team's retaking the field. Massey setting up their offensive positions first. And Otago will have a chance to answer with their defensive positioning before the disc is back in play.
It's not a hit. I think soft capture sweep.
We'll look to have Massey with 3 back with a player in isolation.
This goes up.
Oh.
Just not quite.
It's just floating away from her at the end. That might be some of the first effects we're seeing from this breeze picking up. Just pushing the disc towards that far sideline.
Massey with a backhand force.
See Matthew Whitaker with the disc in the middle of the end zone. Pick called. Ronnie will get a chance to catch back up to Pierre. And play will resume, still coming in at 3. Pierre finding the disc. Looking to work it out of their own end zone.
Otago's looking a little less confident down this end, near Massey's end zone.
Yeah, they've been unable to work it out the last few possessions.
Just looking a little stressed.
We'll see if their defense can hold out Massey in one more time. Josh looking for Simon, cuts up the line.
Oh.
And finds Ronnie for the score.
Way to thread that through. Lovely point by Massey there.
Bringing the score to 9-7.
From what I believe, soft cap went during that point.
So we'll be going for a game to 10. First one to 10 points will win this game. We'll see if Otago is able to get one more in. They'll be coming down on offense. That'll be their first chance to close this game out. Got Ronnie with the disc. He'll be looking to throw it deep into the Otago territory. Make Otago's life much more challenging. And hands are going up. Ronnie with the pull. The disc is up.
That's a big pull.
Floating down to Nathan.
Just what Massey wanted.
Has Gemma back with him.
Looks like a zone from Massey again.
Ooh.
That's a lovely grab.
Finding Kavisha out on the sideline around the cup. Oh. Unable to connect there a second time though. Massey will pick up the disc just past the brick mark.
It's great news for Massey.
Josh picking up the disc. Has options going out to either side. Finds Aaron backwards. Josh getting it back from Aaron. Looking down the line for Ronnie.
Lovely bid for that. Unfortunately, just not able to get it. So now it's Otago's disc back down on the end zone line.
Nathan with the disc. Taps it in. He'll be looking to get it off that sideline as fast as he can.
What a D from Massey. That's gorgeous.
Hammers up. Plenty of players under it, but Otago able to knock it down. I believe that was Nathan. Lily, not quite able to get it. We see Josh picking up the disc again, finding Aaron for the easy score. The quick fast break, pick up and go. Otago not able to set their defense.
That's a lovely point by Messi.
That brings us to 9-8. Otago will once again get the disc first. Just looking to punch in one more point. Messi, however, looking to get that stop, get that turn, score a point and force Universe.
The game's not over yet. This is when lots of teams seem to think they've got it in the bag, but Messi can always make a recovery. It's only a couple points difference.
Here we really see some of that experience on the Otago line, making sure they want to get this point over and done with. They do not want to go to Universe. However, Messi, they'll do anything in their power to force Universe. Hands are up. Jackie with a pull.
That's unfortunate.
Otago with a prime opportunity gifted to them. They'll be trying to work it off that sideline.
Messi looking to shut Otago down potentially on the sideline, but looks like it's match defense.
Pierre with the disc. Working with Matt. Matt and Pierre working the two-man game. Not in.
No, not in.
Inches away. Looking to use the full width of the field.
Swinging it back and forth. Looking slightly static in the end zone, but they look pretty happy just popping it back and forth.
Pierre looking back at Matt.
Oh,
Matt to Aiden.
What a cheeky point.
That's the game, folks.
That's the score. 10-8 to Otago, Huiho and Messi.
Charges.
Thank you. Thanks very much for watching and thanks for a good game, guys.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse.
Our world.
My world is astrophysics.
It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me. And this is my chapter.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made like some really personal like relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering for University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team!
Join our team!
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
Hello, welcome to our broadcast today of the University Tertiary Ultimate Champs. We're here, sunny day, beautiful weather for Frisbee. We're looking at maybe the biggest game of the day so far. Two pretty hot teams. I think they have won all the games so far. Is that right, Nick?
I think that's right. These are two of the typically stronger universities at the University Champs. And we'll see, hopefully, quite a hotly contested game. Hopefully we go to Universe. And yeah, hope it all goes well.
It is. That's University of Canterbury on the right side over here in the white. And then we have the Auckland University over here on the left. And yeah, this is an interesting matchup because these teams have met each other quite a few times in various finals over the years, often doing battle. This year, it looks like the teams are perhaps not so stacked. In the past years, they've had, you know, some of the best players. I mean, these are some of the best players in New Zealand, but they've had some of the, you know, top 5 players in New Zealand just on the team, ready to play, and often it's kind of made tournaments a bit one-sided. So we're looking to see an exciting mix-up today of players who are quite experienced. We have Lee Yo on the Auckland side, who will be revealing himself once they remove from that huddle. But we also have some kind of younger athletic players looking to make an impact here today. What do you expect to see, Nick, from both teams?
Both teams, I think, obviously, you can tell just by looking at them, very athletic. So I'm expecting a lot of quick movement, a lot of hucks, a lot of big long shots to go up. I would say that Auckland would typically be more structured, more drilled, and Christchurch a bit more free-flowing, Canterbury rather. But we'll see how they go.
We'll see how they go. What about the defensive matchup? Do you think either team has an edge there?
Just looking at them out on the line now, potentially Canterbury. Maybe have a bit of an athletic edge, which is very important on defense. But I would also say Auckland has a bit of an experience edge, however slight. And the pool's gone up. That's Hamish forward with the disc. Quick movement there to Campbell, Jordan.
Auckland looking very strong so far, coming out with a vertical stack, hitting those inside breaks on the far sideline. Looks like they're trying to just hit that break side. And I mean, University of Canterbury is not getting the round. Ooh. We see a pick call here. Did you see that, Nick?
Yeah, so pick call there, which means the defender from Canterbury was obstructed. Their path was obstructed when trying to follow the cutter from Auckland. And they caught a pick. And play goes back to the thrower.
And turnover. So Canterbury getting the first turn of the game, looking to break Auckland's offensive line here. They start with some quick movement on the far sideline. Looking to get off that line now to get to a more central position so they can swing the play around. And here they are, as you said, Nick, free-flowing. Oh, and it goes up.
Oh, huge take from Finn McKenzie.
That is massive.
Over a taller defender, taller, bigger.
Yeah.
But he comes up with it.
And he didn't have to jump that high. You know, he made it look easy. He just read the disc well, waited for it to float over to that left side of the field, and went up and snagged it.
Yeah, he did really well maintaining his position there. He could see that the disc was floating in from the right to the left, set up on the left shoulder of his defender, and just boxed him out, took that position. What was quite interesting with that point, I thought, was Auckland came out with quite a clean structure. They pushed their stack very deep and got a lot of movement with cuts coming from further away under towards the disc, whereas Canterbury looked a little more free-flowing, less of an obvious structure, I would say, but evidently it paid off.
Yeah, it looked like Auckland there didn't really, it didn't look like they'd been beaten by Christchurch on that one. It looked like they had the opportunity to continue rolling, continue scoring that point, but just in an execution error on that swing to the middle. So definitely looking hotly contested so far. Great work by Canterbury to move it freely, though, and then go for that big hug. As the pull goes up now, see Auckland coming down. Looks like they're going for more of a horizontal stack this time. Got some space in the middle. Swung to the middle now, is looking downfield. Hamish Ford puts it up to number 46. Oh, and another hug goes up. Oh, and she's completely open. Ooh, that's tough.
Just another execution error there.
Yeah.
Good shot, good cut, wide open.
Let's see if Christchurch can now capitalize on this and go up 2 breaks. That would be a huge win for them, just in terms of holding their serve. Well, obviously they've broken the other team's serve now. Morgan with the disc now. Morgan O'Hara, very quick player, very clever, very speedy. Looks a little stuck here, but the 4 seems to have come off.
You could see they're setting up Canterbury.
Morgan's gone. Morgan's gone.
Big long cut.
Huge bid, huge bid.
That was interesting, Canterbury setting up there. They clearly isolated Finn McKenzie to make that first cut before they got their movement going. And then as soon as the movement got started, they seemed to devolve into that sort of free flow structure a little more.
Yeah. Looked for that same thing. I mean, Morgan was very free there. It's unfortunate that shot didn't come off Christchurch.
And another
goes
shot
up
straight
again.
away.
She's going to need the wheels here. Unfortunately, does not have them throw a little too far. So we're seeing quite a few hucks today. It is beautiful weather for it, so the throws are much easier than they would be in otherwise bad conditions.
Yeah, very little wind. I'm not sure if you can tell on this stream, but barely a breath. It's lovely out here.
It looks like we've got the same setup. So Morgan starting with the disc. Vert stack looking deep again. Oh, it's a beautiful undershot. Oh, and a huge grab.
Looks like a pick was called there on the defender marking Finn, who received that one. That was an interesting play to start the possession, actually. It looked like a bit of a flood play. So they set up a stack in the middle of the field, and most of the players in the downfield all ran to one side to free up the space in the middle.
Yeah, Christchurch pulling out some, some pre-planned plays to try to get some movement going. Auckland as well. It looks like Christchurch is moving it quite well around the handler set at the moment. It looks like Auckland is having some trouble holding that forehand force. Oh, but there's a D from Auckland. Possibly the wrong option there by Christchurch, but they'll be looking to get that back.
It's gone up again.
Another big shot to the same receiver, number 44. Can she make it this time?
Not quite.
Not quite. So it seems that connection is not quite there yet for Auckland, but clearly something they're looking for.
Something they're looking for. Different throw that time, but same result. Now, what will Christchurch do? Will they run that same flood play again, do we think? Or just hold that vert?
They're starting Morgan with the disc again, so they seem to want him to be the one to pick it up. A lot of movement in the stack.
Nice
Christchurch.
undercut.
But they get the open under.
Looking for that reset now. Just get it, almost out of the grasp. Big undercut from Morgan. Big huck.
Oh, and it's a beautiful shot. It's a beautiful shot.
Right out in front.
Morgan. That's why they want the disc in his hands, clearly. Putting up throws like that.
Yeah, that was nice. That looked a bit cleaner that time from Canterbury. They had, potentially they were setting their cuts up from further away, giving themselves more space to cut into, it looked like.
But interesting to note that it looks like, Christchurch has had more successes, especially, when it comes to the end zone. But the shots that are coming up are pretty similar. And, the margins vary pretty close. I mean, Christchurch had multiple turns at that point, as did Auckland. This could very easily already be 2-0 Auckland, if their shots had come off.
Yeah. No, you are right there. It'll be interesting to see if Auckland can rein those in, because they weren't far off. And I think they were generally pretty good shots. Not always, but I mean that first huck that went up that point, wide open. You always want that one going up. And so hopefully they can just key in on that execution and get some points that way.
It'll be interesting to see if Auckland tried some more horizontal stack at some point, because they're obviously looking for those deep shots. But with that sort of deep vertical stack, the space to throw those deep shots into is somewhat cramped. So they don't always have the space to lead their receiver out there. So their throwers have to throw it further, and then obviously it becomes more difficult. Whereas if they started with a shorter horizontal stack, perhaps they'll open up that deep space they're clearly looking to hit. Lock with the disc now, swings it to Hamish Ford. And we see an interesting defense. Looks somewhat zony here from Christchurch, but Auckland seems to be running through it. They've realized it quickly. Lee Yeo very good against the zone. Look at him go. He's looking to swing now to the middle, get it off that line. Swings it back to Locke. Swung around again to Hamish.
They're doing a really nice job of using the width here to get around this zone look from Canterbury.
Locke puts his arms up in the air to say, where are my people? Who do I throw to? Seems Auckland had a lot of success moving it around the handlers, flooding that shorter space in the field, but they've moved away from it, but they've come back to it now again. Leo coming back into the space. Looking through the middle, lovely. And that's an easy point for Auckland. So Christchurch comes out with 2 breaks. Match defense. Then they put in a zone For those of you who don't know, zone is when you more mark the space than the player you're marking, so you try to, more like a net rather than a magnet clamped to the person. But yeah, I mean, Christchurch put out a zone there, and it seems like, a net with big holes just got sliced through, didn't it?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they put that one away, if they can convert here and go back out on defense next point. I mean, they probably want to figure out what went wrong, give it another run, but that did look very easy for Auckland.
Looked too easy, I mean, I think that plays to Auckland's strengths. We talked about their experience, and Christchurch having that athleticism. That kind of defense, zone defense, is what, it tends towards. Athleticism, of course, is very useful in it, but you do need to have the sense for it and the experience and the know-how. It looked like Auckland just sort of overpowered them with numbers. They got a lot of people around the disc. Christchurch didn't have as many people, and they just couldn't stop those little short passes up the field.
They looked very safe, I thought. Very, very safe.
It didn't look trouble for them at all. So perhaps we'll see Christchurch mix it up. But they're on offense now, of course. First 0 point of the game for them.
Yeah, we'll see what Auckland brings out on defense here. It'll be interesting to see if they throw on a zone of their own. One other thing to know about zone is that it works a lot better in wind. And like we said, there's very little wind. Looks like the pulls roll to the back of the zone there. This could spell trouble.
Ooh!
It's a big bid from the Auckland defender.
But no call.
No call.
Gameplay continues.
That's a lovely undercut there.
So it seems that the force was originally forehand, but maybe has now changed to backhand. Perhaps that was just in the initial passes trying to get a D. Ooh.
That's a big gainer there to Morgan.
Morgan
a big
puts
deep
up
cut developing.
Another one. Oh, ooh. Oh, what a grab. But perhaps it traveled there. It looked like she had been moved into the zone. But did she get moved into the zone by the player coming behind her and pushing her in?
Potentially.
I mean, I don't... Ooh. But doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Massive grab there by number 4 on Christchurch.
Yeah, that was really interesting as well. It was quite similar to, I think it was their first point, that deep shot, where she just got that position and held it. She was under quite a lot of pressure from the defender, but just stayed strong, held her space, and the disc landed right in front of her, or right on top, rather.
Seems like Christchurch has heaps of faith in their receivers. I mean, they just get to halfway and they just want to throw it to the end zone. They want to score. And they don't seem too concerned about, who they're throwing to or like even what kind of throw they're throwing. They're just throwing it.
Yeah, I think they have a lot of confidence. They back themselves, trust each other, and that's important, I think.
Definitely. So, got the full Christchurch team out here kneeling on the line. Auckland's already done with their little chat, so they've organised quickly.
Yeah, I will say that for Auckland, they seem very organised. When they run that vert, looks very clean, very tidy, one cut after the other. But we'll see what they do here. We'll see if there's a zone, might have to adapt. But again, Canterbury might put that zone away because it got torn up a little bit last defensive point.
We'll see, huge pull, but possibly going out. Oof, that's unlucky. So that will be bricked, which means the Auckland team gets to take it about a quarter of the way up the field.
And in the middle of the field.
And in the middle.
It's a big advantage for an offense starting out.
Looks like we're back to match here. Just another deep vertical from Auckland. Probably going to want to exploit that break side again, which they do immediately.
Lovely.
To a poached Campbell Jordan. He dumps it off, number 58. Just looking back middle. Oh, Campbell Jordan. What a cut. Oh, and he puts it up again. Ooh, this is going to be tightly contested.
Oh, lovely.
Great read from number 48. And a great slicing put from Campbell Jordan. I mean, he just
had
gave
a really good edge. Yeah. Really good edge. Good angle.
The Christchurch player was right there, but because of that edge was taken completely out of the play.
Interestingly, they're just going back to the defense right out the gate. The offensive looked very similar. Offensive looked very similar. quite deep in a vertical stack. And it looked like Canterbury tried to exploit that initially by having the defender closest to the disc sit off their player and try and pick up an undercut from some of the cutters coming from further away from the disc, which I like the idea. Didn't work out that time. I think it was potentially the poaching player, the player that they were supposed to have been marking may have got that initial breakside look.
Yeah, it did look like Campbell Jordan was probably too free there. It was a very easy put to the breakside. For the viewers at home, I mean, when we say breakside, Nick, what do we mean by that?
Breakside. So generally what the defense will do is set a force. So that would be generally to one side of the field. You'd either be forcing forehand or backhand. Backhand being a backhand throw, forehand being a forehand throw. And you're trying to stop those throws to the break side, which would be, so if you're forcing forehand, that's a backhand throw. That really helps the defense in the downfield position and know where their player's more likely to get the disc.
So as you can see now, it's a forehand force. Oh, it's changed to a backhand now, sorry. It was initially forehand. Possibly a force middle here. So that's an interesting one because Lee is now forcing forehand back to the camera. Oh, and an insane shot by Morgan. But we see backhand again.
It looks like he's forcing to the sideline there.
Oh, Morgan, he's so fast. He gets those wheels up. Doesn't even give us time to speak. Swings it back to the middle. He's looking to score now. Oh, Christchurch hits that easily. So it looks like that wasn't a force middle. It looks like one of the players in Auckland at one point thought it was a forehand force. But yeah, as Nick was saying, you pick a side and you basically try to force the thrower into throwing the other way via the means of having your body in the way of one direction. So when it's a forehand force, they're forcing us back towards the camera. Backhand force, that's on the point that Auckland was going down towards the car park over there, if you can see that on the stream. And backhand force will be forcing them away to the hills in the distance. And that's really a fundamental part of these defenses because, if you are not taking away enough on the mark, then the thrower just has far too many options and the whole field opens up. And, these are all athletic people. They can't physically stay with other athletic people across the full field unless they're a couple of tiers above in athleticism, it's rare at this level.
Yeah, I'd say they're pretty well matched. I do still think Canterbury potentially has an edge, but I think Auckland's impressed me so far. Their match defense has looked pretty solid. They've had a lot of sniffs on defense, but we'll see what they can do here on offense.
I'd say Christchurch is one of the places most well known for just having very athletic defenders who are ready to bid, and they're ready to just do what it takes to get that turn.
Exactly.
Hit to the middle now for Campbell Jordan. Oh, and he hits it back to the middle for number 1.
Looks like a zoney look again here from Canterbury.
And like before, it doesn't seem Auckland's struggling with it too much initially, but let's see if Canterbury can clamp it down. Holloway with the disc now, swings it back to forward. Over again, back to forward. Auckland just doing a lot of swinging now, but looking to break up the line. Ooh, a big space in the middle there, but no one there. Willock couldn't hit anyone.
That's a nice cut from Topping. She's had really good awareness this point, attacking the line as soon as the disc gets to that side.
Campbell Jordan into the middle for number 1. Forward, in for the goal to number 46. And again, looked easy, didn't it? It just doesn't look like Christchurch's zone is doing perhaps what they want to do.
Yeah, like I said, the weather's not doing them any favours. I do wonder whether they'll put it away. It looks like there is a timeout call on the field, so there'll be a 2-minute break. The teams will discuss strategy. And interestingly, it looked like Auckland was the one to call it, so they might be drawing up a defensive play here.
Yeah, it does feel as if, you know, Christchurch came out of the gates hot with momentum, got those 2 first points, got the breaks, but Auckland's clawed their way back into it, and it seems, honestly, if I didn't know the score, I might even say that Auckland was winning right now. You know, I might think they were in the driver's seat. I mean, they look very comfortable against the zone. Their defense did get a little toasted before, and they weren't always great with the force. But if they tighten down on those things, it seems like everyone on the team can throw very well, can move very well. You know, it's a hard team to beat. And I don't know if Christchurch is, you know, they've had some pretty close shots in the zone. They've all been tightly contested. I'm not sure if those are coming off for the full game.
Yeah, you know, they might get a little more tired later into the game in the second half. Throws might not have the same amount of spin, amount of flick. Execution errors generally do start to rise later in the game. Interestingly, it's easy for a team to get rattled here, or it would have been easy after those first 2 points. But it's very impressive from Auckland to, like you said, claw their way back in. Looking very calm against that zone, very, very calm. Involving a lot of players, using the width. It looks good. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the defense here. What do you think we might expect?
I think they're going to try and match again. You know, I really think they're going to try nail down on that force. Looks like they've got people gassing down there. They want some early pressure on those handlers. But we see a zone, an arrowhead zone. So this is, ooh, well, they were
quick movement.
That's
there
where they
number
wanted
23.
the disc to go, but obviously was not defended well. Ooh, coming in there, huge bid from 71, but not quite getting the disc. So they're looking to sort of make it very tough to get it off that line. You know, they want them to put up big swings and big throws. But Christchurch counter-attacking quite well. Ooh, but Lee Yo with it. Oof, it's a foul. Maybe not a D, but
that's a foul call made by Ty Lawson, I think.
Looked clean to me. I'm gonna say it. I mean, looked like he just got into the space and got the disc first. But potentially the other player was there first and Lee bumped into him and then got the disc. Do you think is that your interpretation?
Really hard to tell from this angle. Couldn't see their hands or anything like that. If Lee, I don't know, created contact before getting the disc, potentially that's a foul. But yeah, difficult to tell.
Yeah, but the contact does have to be, either affect the play or be dangerous in nature. So, you know, if Lee gets the disc but touches him but it doesn't do anything, then, you know, there's a conversation. Anyway, we're back on. Christchurch being forced back. Now, Auckland's zone is building a lot of pressure, and just as I say that, Christchurch has dropped the disc.
Like they say, discs don't lie.
So, Auckland's probably going to look to get it off this line here. It's a difficult line, and they immediately do that to Lee. A low throw, but he goes for it. And they swing it even further around for the big break. And is that going to be a point? It is. Wow, that was clinical by Auckland there. I mean, they knew they didn't want to let that line. There's a bit of wind now, so that far sideline is kind of tough to get it off. You know, you have to fight against the wind a bit. You have to throw into the wind. The wind is a crosswind across the field going to that far sideline. So anything on that sideline is going to be throwing it off the sideline is going to float up. And if you're throwing it downfield towards the end zone from that sideline, there's a chance it's going to drop and be pushed out of the field. So you want to get back to this other sideline so you have the greatest margin for error, which they did perfectly, and then they scored.
Yeah, that was really well done. Very quick, very quick. That's a big key in once you get it to the break side, you just keep it moving, keep it going.
A really unselfish play there. I mean, it looked like the handlers, they didn't even look to score at any point, you know? They were like, swing, swing, swing. Oh, someone's free in the end zone. I suppose we'll score, you know, because we have to.
Yeah.
So really beautifully played by Christchurch, and Auckland. And Christchurch looking in need of something, you know? That zone really came down hard on them.
That was interesting. They did well to get it off the sideline initially, I thought. After Auckland tried to trap them there, they passed the disc back, lost some ground, got it back into the middle of the field. Interestingly, from there, they took it back to the sideline, which I would personally avoid, but we'll see. Looks like we might have another. Ooh. No, looks
Another
like a
zoning
bit of a
look.
junky zone, yeah.
That's slightly different to the
Slightly
last
different.
one. Auckland mixing it up. We'll see if we see a line trap type thing again, but they'll potentially be on the other sideline.
Up.
Or number 15 puts it up to Morgan, but
too far.
Yeah, Morgan's he's a pretty good litmus test for if your throw is too far. I mean, he's incredibly fast. If he's not getting there, it's not likely many people are. So
I'm afraid to say I don't think that's Morgan.
Oh, it's not. In that case, perhaps that throw was not so bad.
Oh, it's a lovely undercut there from Auckland.
Anyway, number 8 now for
they're
Auckland.
trapped here on the sideline. Bit of a bailout throw there, still on the sideline. They're going to want to get it off. Looking for Leo, puts it up, nobody's home.
Perfect D from Christchurch. It looked like Lee possibly came a bit too far behind the handler there and could have pushed further up the field for a bigger swing.
Yeah, give himself some space in behind for that throw.
But they were quite panicked. It was higher on the stall count. So Auckland's going to be setting up that zone again. We'll see how it goes this time. Morgan with the disc. And it is Morgan this time.
It's interesting. It looks like the Auckland zone right now consists of 2 players sort of setting a mark, forcing the disc back into the middle. And then you can see Lee there getting involved, being a nuisance just in that lane they've created with the 2 marks. Big hammer. And that's a nice
Well
receive there.
received. But lost a lot of meters there on that back pass. I don't know if she needed to throw that far back that quickly.
I think they gained a lot of meters though, so I think they're happy for a safe reset. Ooh.
Called up immediately on the field.
Yeah, a bit of a low shot. Big
Another
hammer again.
to the same receiver.
Ooh.
Oh.
That one had a bit more zip on it that time.
Can't hold on to it, unfortunately. So Christchurch will be setting up their defense again on the other sideline this time, though. So let's see if Auckland can work it off this sideline.
Big undercut from number 8 from Auckland.
Although, interesting to note, they've changed to a backhand force, so they're forcing towards the far sideline now instead of towards the close sideline.
Another big huck goes up.
Lots of bodies.
And a big D there.
Defended well. So a bit of a grindy point. Seems like an important one to win, you know. Whoever takes this is going to have a lot of momentum. They're going to feel rewarded for their efforts. And, you know, whoever loses it is probably going to feel pretty bad.
Yep, like most points.
Like most, but particularly, you know,
potentially more than most.
A few mistakes from both teams this time, so we'll see how this emotionally affects them.
And same zone defense there from Auckland, but
Sliced
they've broken
straight
through. They're keeping it moving. Big huck goes up.
Or is that perfect? That's
just slightly beyond her reach. That was good positioning, good awareness of the deepest defender. Noticed that they were a little short and got in position to receive that throw. The throw, just another execution error, I'm afraid.
One thing I wasn't necessarily anticipating was how good Christchurch would be against these zones. I mean, obviously it hasn't come off yet, but the receivers are all in space, confidently waiting for the disc. The throwers are willing to put those throws. And another D for Christchurch. Seems like Auckland just cannot work at this point.
Quick movement there onto the sideline.
Ooh, huge bid.
And that's the score. Now you can see some of the Auckland players look a little shaken up after that one. I think you might be right that was an important point to win.
Yeah, it's always tough. I mean, the winds has picked up slightly, and when you're in those high-pressure scenarios, you know, the defense bearing down on you and you just like, you know, you don't throw it as well as you wanted to, turns over. It can be tough, you know. You can doubt yourself. You can doubt your abilities. So these Auckland players are going to probably have to deal with that and have to fight back to get back into this game. I mean, they're only down 1 point, but these things can quickly get out of hand.
I mean, yeah, if you think about it, if they manage to convert the score is 5-4 to them instead. That's a 2-point swing. and they'd be in a much better position. See how they respond here. I don't think it's a timeout, but both teams look like they're taking a little longer to discuss strategy for this point. Potentially another pivotal point.
Maybe another...
Potentially a zone again
potentially
for
a
Canterbury.
zone. Yeah, it seems as though the side of the field that they'll be doing it on would be maybe even more beneficial for Auckland, though. It seems the downwind is slightly towards the side that Canterbury is on now, so I'm not sure if a zone would be the right look for Christchurch.
We'll see what happens, I suppose.
We will see. We will see. I mean, they played excellent defense last point. A slightly different line on here.
Yeah, we've got some tall timber here from Auckland, and some less tall timber. But we'll see.
All sorts of timber.
All sorts of timber.
Here today.
Big chase here from Canterbury, but the pool's gone out, and they brick the pool there. That's Emma Whitlock with the disc.
So Emma Whitlock picking up the disc now. They've moved her out of the receiver position. They want her with the disc, making some throws. First pop goes up to Hamish Ford.
And you can see you can see a zone here from Canterbury. So they have drawn one up. It's working a bit better so far, I would say.
So it looks like we have Campbell Jordan, Whitlock, Hamish Ford, and Topping all around the disc, trying to outnumber the Christchurch team. They have 3 people around the disc. If Auckland could get 4 people in that space where Christchurch only has 3 defenders.
Oh, lovely shot there from
But
Ford.
they just put it right over the top.
Topping in the right place yet again.
Ooh, that was a close one.
Big bid from Canterbury.
Campbell Jordan unfazed, keeps moving through. Swung back to Ford. Through the middle again. And I hate to say it, but it looks like more of the same from Christchurch zone, you know? It's not an obstacle to Auckland at this point.
I think this one's worked a little more effectively, I would say. There's been some sniffs at defenses, at D, sorry, but I think you are right. This does look quite easy. Right on the goal line, will they stay composed? Yes, they will.
Too easy. Yeah, I mean, you know, more of the same. I mean, they're just moving it well. They can move it up the field. They've shown that, and Christchurch's zone is not doing anything to take away that. You know, they're not making them throw big throws over the top.
No.
You know, deep hugs contested. You know, it's very easy. So,
I mean, they did throw a big scuba over the top.
Yeah, medium scuba, I would say.
Yeah, fair enough. But now, what do we think Auckland will do on defense? Might pull out a zone again. It was quite effective.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I could see anything at this point. I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm going to say it.
Fair enough.
I mean, the zone did work very well before. And it looks like they have Lock Kwok on the line. They have Lee Yo on the line, both of whom like playing in zones. They like going for those bids. Seems like they don't have anyone too tall on the line, though, which is often what you would like in a zone, just to stop any of those deep shots from coming off. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Perhaps, I mean, this does look like a kind of short, quick line, so maybe we'll see some matchy defense trying to force them deeper into the field and just stop all the unders.
Interesting. I was wondering whether they would be trying to force them under, stay on the shoulder, and try run through, get a D.
Possibly.
We'll see.
We'll see.
And looking at Canterbury's line, looks quite strong. Not super tall either. This could be an interesting point. Could be a lot of flow, a lot of small ball, a lot of quick movement. But we'll see. Big chase there from Lock Kwok and Lee Yo.
And we are seeing a matchy defense. Ooh, and it's just as you said. Looks like they're forcing them. Well, on that first one, they forced them under and went for a bid. But Christchurch has moved up the field very quickly in only 2 passes.
Up the line.
And they've scored. Well, I think that's that's not necessarily a bad pull for Auckland. I mean, they nearly got that D. It was a big bid. Looked like you know, what you said. They were trying to force them under, trying to run through, get a D. And they were pretty close on that. So I would say that was, you know, a good pressure building point. But obviously, Christchurch happy to score in 3 passes.
Yeah, like I said before, I think Christchurch has that athletic edge. So I think they'll be happy with Auckland looking to match up with them one-on-one. You could see there that they did quite well to get open, even on the open side where the defense generally would be prioritizing. But yeah, it looked very easy, I would say.
Yeah, I doubt Auckland is fully happy with the defense that happened after the bid. You know, it looked like those next 2 passes were pretty easy. But it's always it's a difficult game because you can play really safe and, you know, make them work, but possibly the options are a little easier, so they, you know, it takes more time and more passes, but they get there in the end. Or you can go high pressure, but of course when you go really high pressure, sometimes you take away something so much that other things become open, you know, so you live with certain shots coming off.
And that's the pull's gone up there from Christchurch. It's Whitlock with the disc. Centre to Ford.
Oh, huge bid. Looks like Hamish Ford got pretty hurt there.
Yeah, big bid from, so I can't make it out, is that Theo McIntosh?
And so a foul called by Hamish, although he's sitting on the ground. And it did look like, I mean, there was a lot of contact there, and it did look like the Christchurch player was bidding into Hamish Ford's space.
Yeah, it looked like Ford was essentially jumping up. Oh, looks maybe the call was retracted. It's hard to tell with these hand signals out there. Auckland setting up a vertical again quite deep, looking to get big unders, big undercuts. Looking to reset it now. That first one's shut off.
Oh,
he's done well there.
And that wind is really starting to pick up here, as you can see the disc floating around. Easy under to Emma Whitlock.
Another big gainer there.
Dime throw there. Now,
I think that was to Holder. It's hard to make out.
Auckland looking to get off that line again.
Big bid and a score.
Ooh, and a fun spike.
Fun spike.
Bounced it off the ground, you know. nice and easy on the disc. That was a great point from both teams. I think. I mean, really high pressure defense. Wind's really picking up now, but Auckland managed to just slice through, keep going, and put up some dime throws. Emma Whitlock, in particular, with that forehand over to that far sideline. I mean, that's a tight angle on a throw. You know, cut it going away from you. That is a difficult throw, and she nailed it.
Made it look easy. Interestingly, there as well, there was a bid just before the score, quite similar to the last point with the Auckland defender bidding, and sort of what you were talking about before, where you're giving up quite a lot by being aggressive sometimes. And I think generally you're happy with that. I think the bid there was close, almost got a D. But you do need to think about sometimes the risk that poses for your teammates. You know, it might leave them a little high and dry. Let's see what Auckland does here. That match defense didn't work. We've just been telling everyone.
Looks like the score now is 6-all, tied up. Half of that's 7, so the next point will take half time. Big pull going up to Christchurch.
Big chase there.
It's in the middle.
There's a free cutter there for Canterbury. They find them. Big undercut there as well.
Another throw up the sideline. Oh, and the Reese's clearing straight out. They're looking for a swing now. Perfectly done.
Centre the disc.
Again, looking for that IO kind of swing. It's round now.
They lose a bit of ground with that one, but
Morgan hits the big
round shot.
Big round from Morgan. Number 15 with the disc now, looking downfield. Directing his cutters. Throws up another dime round backhand.
Puts it straight up.
Ooh. Ooh.
Huge bid there. I think that's Finn McKenzie. Incredible.
That was a great point from Christchurch. I will say, though, it does look like they're losing a lot of ground on their resets. Resets being when, the stall count gets up, you have 10 seconds with the disc, and you start looking for one of your handlers, to dump the throw off to get them the disc, so the stall count resets. It looks like they're really not exploiting the angles they're being given by the force. They're coming all the way back, losing sometimes 5-10 meters, which puts the downfield in not a great position to attack, angles-wise. So I think it would be good if we saw Christchurch maybe getting a little more aggressive and confident with their resets. I mean, you have fast handlers, and confident throwers, and you want them to get into an aggressive position and take as much from the other team as possible.
Interestingly, though, they do look pretty happy breaking the mark.
They do.
2 easy breakthroughs there.
Do we think that's maybe a bit of both of Christchurch having good throws, but also Auckland perhaps not focusing on the mark as much as they should?
Potentially. I think one advantage that giving up those meters when resetting the disc is that they also create more space downfield. I mean, it lets the mark get set, and it's sort of less advantageous for the thrower, but it's potentially gives a bit of an edge for the downfield.
It's a bit of both, isn't it?
Bit of both. Bit of give and take.
Yeah. So Christchurch takes half, 7-6.
And Christchurch started on D, I believe. Started with that break point.
They did. They started with 2 break points.
2 break points.
So good work in Auckland to pull it back, but Christchurch still in the power position. So they'll come out on offense, potentially taking it to 8-6, which will then be a very difficult score for Auckland to crawl back from. So Auckland's going to want to come out of this half-time breaking it, and that may actually be what they're discussing now. It seems like Christchurch is kind of, all chilled out. They're on the sideline. They're eating lollies. Auckland seems a little more stressed. They're really chatting. They want to come out after this half and, change the game.
Interestingly, though, I don't know if they need to make much of an adjustment. I think the wind's picked up a little bit. We might see some more zone be pulled out in the second half. I think I'd quite like to see Canterbury try it again, see what they can do. Obviously, I think it didn't work super well at the start of the game, but there was very little wind, so that might change things.
It does look as though Auckland is overall at quite a high skill level, whereas Christchurch prefers to use, sort of 2 or 3 main players to move their disc around and to do things. So it'll be interesting to see if Auckland can sort of clamp down on those players, such as Morgan, and try to get him into a space where he can't do as much damage and see what the other players can do their defense.
Yeah, I've really liked how Canterbury has just they recognize very quickly when they're open. Sometimes, their defender will go try help out somewhere else, and it seems like they recognize that very quickly. A lot of their women are getting these big undercuts, and Auckland is as well, but I notice it a lot with Christchurch. They're getting a lot of these big, wide open undercuts because they recognize that so early and attack the open space. So hopefully see more of that, although if there's some zone, potentially not. But that is a key part of playing offense against a zone defense, is just finding the space. And sometimes you just stand there for a whole point, 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Happens.
It happens.
But no, I mean, Christchurch is pretty good at holding that space. I mean, they were having those hammers go through forward to receivers, so, I mean, they're certainly in the driver's seat at the moment. But whether they can maintain that, I mean, Auckland has that championship pedigree. They won,
of course,
last Uninats.
Seems like they win most Uninats.
It seems like they do win a lot. But Christchurch has won some as well.
Christchurch has won some.
So, it's not as if they, have
they're no slouches.
They've got the killer instinct.
We'll see. It'd be interesting to see if Canterbury has a bit of a mental edge now. You know, they're up one break. But that kind of came at the start of the game. And that maybe has worn off a little bit. And Auckland, having clawed their way back in, might be feeling pretty comfortable. Be interesting to see. I think they both look relatively happy.
Yeah. I mean, you know, this is a pool game, so both teams, while they want to win, you know, this is not probably the point at which they're going to put necessarily their all. You know, they're not going to sacrifice their bodies for this game. So the pressure is there. It's a high-level game, but still, the players have room to relax. It'll be interesting to see how they respond to being tested. I mean, I don't know if we've seen Christchurch really. You know, Auckland had that one point where they were down in the dumps. I mean, they turned over a few like pretty easy throws, you know, and they bounced back from that pretty well, I would say. But we'll see if Christchurch is able to do the same if they experience such a point.
Yeah, just touching on that point about this just being pool play, I'd probably still argue it's quite important because the tournament structure this weekend, we have 2 pools, and the top 2 teams in each pool go into the semi-final bracket once they've played all of their pool play games. So a win here, assuming these are 2 of the top teams in their pool, a win here would mean an easier semi-final, probably, or potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, you know, it's interesting. Would you rather actually have a semi-final that's easy or hard? You know, because obviously if you have an easy one or an easier one, possibly you beat your opponent by quite a bit and then waltz into the final.
See, that sounds quite nice to me, actually,
but
I would say.
But alternatively, you know, you can kind of ramp up. You know, it's hard to go from an easy semi-final to a very difficult final.
True.
Anyway, we're back on now.
We're back on. Bit of a zony look from Auckland again. Yeah, Canterbury with the disc. Moving it quickly. A lot of give-go movement here. Now holding it for a little longer. Have to look to reset.
Ooh.
That's really well done by Auckland. Stopping that reset and then clamping down when they try to make a shot over the top.
Fast here, looking for a big shot to number 13. Oh, nearly had it. Got a hand to it, but couldn't hold on.
Yeah, good position, good angle on that huck.
Christchurch wants to move it fast, and they turn it over instantly.
Bit of a floaty one. The wind's picked up, like we said. Might be running into some issues. Auckland with the disc near the sideline. Centering it, looks for the break side, not there. Give and go up the line, centers it again to the break side, and quick break side shot for the score.
Canterbury can't be happy with that one. I mean, they got the disc back and then immediately turned it. I mean, this is what we're talking about with having to come back from these rough points, and that was a rough point for Canterbury.
Yeah, pivotal point.
What do we think we'll see from them now? Do we think we'll see, an aggressive offensive look, or just kind of relax and more of the same?
I think potentially that might have shaken them up a little bit. They might be a little more conservative. It'll be interesting to see. I think this will really show where they're at, where their mindset is. You know, if they're a little nervous, if that shook them up a bit, they probably will be a bit more conservative here. Whereas if they just shrug it off, go play how they've been playing, it shows confidence, I would say.
It does. It looks like on that point, Canterbury did not have the same thing that Auckland has when it's playing against the zone, which is a lot of people around the disc, a lot of handle movement, a lot of pops. You know, they were sort of holding the disc pretty statically, looking for shots through the cup, which is possible, but obviously saw there, 4 people and then another person behind the cup. It's often difficult to get those shots through.
Yeah, they looked a bit isolated, I would say.
Yeah. Do you think we'll see Auckland come out with another zone?
I think so. I think the wind's picked up even a little bit more now. And their zone's working.
And here comes the pull. Up.
Huge
big pull. Up wind 2.
Just past the brick mark.
Canterbury with the disc now. And another zone from
Another
Auckland,
zone.
swinging it to the far sideline. Looking back for a swing to the middle, number 15 with the disc now. Possibly a double team from Auckland there, but it doesn't matter. Canterbury slices through.
It's not a double team if you don't call it. That's what I always say. Now it's on the sideline.
Ooh,
Big hut goes up.
Big shot. And it looks like a dime.
Lovely. Did well to recognise the player was open. The player did well to recognise that they could get open and just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, that was what Canterbury had been doing on all those other downward points, you know. Just this time, they really nailed it. You know, sort of the odds came right for them.
Yeah, they looked a little more relaxed at that point, I would say. They were using their easy resets, and then once they had the opportunity, they just put it up once it was on.
So 8-7 now to Canterbury. So it's as if they had started the game on offense. But of course, Auckland will need to score this one to keep that at that deficit. So Auckland needs to score and then break Canterbury's O-line for a point if they want to have a chance of winning this game. Game is to 13.
Be interesting to see what Canterbury does here. Whether they try a zone out again or just stick with match.
Yeah, I think probably match is the best bet. I mean, their zone has not really done all that much for them.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of looks on D with that match D. If I were them, I'd keep running it. But I'm not out there.
True. And it
I'm
can
not
be
the
tough.
coach.
I mean, running match for a whole game, when you have a full tournament ahead of you, you know, I mean, your nervous system just gets tired. You know, you have to think about recovery for other games because there is going to be a lot of running. So, you know, Christchurch will have to remain focused, but perhaps not expend their bodies too much. Pull
Huge
goes up
pull
now.
there from Stephen Leishman. And a big chase. Immediate meters to Whitlock.
Oh,
Huck
and a
goes
huge
up.
shot.
That's the topping.
That's topping. Oh, can she get?
Can't quite get there.
It looked like she was going to get there, but the wind picked up a little bit at the end and carried it a little further out of her reach. But perhaps a pull play there from Auckland. I mean, it looks pretty planned. Perfectly came off. Canterbury moving the disc now quickly. Number 45 is going, but the throw is not really looking. Ooh, that is a massive D, but an immediate call.
Foul call or potentially a strip call from Leishman.
I would suspect a strip there. I mean, it looked as if there wasn't really any foul-y contact, but potentially a strip. I mean, close either way.
It's difficult to tell.
I always like to give it to the defense because, you know, it looked pretty cool.
It looked pretty good. It was a clean bid.
It was a clean bid, safe bid.
And he's retracted the call there.
Retracted call.
Incredibly spirited from Mr. Leishman.
So we're probably going to see Auckland sit up here pretty calmly, possibly look for an isolation play at the front of the end zone. And they go for exactly that. It's hit round, though, to a cutter from the back of the stack. Campbell Jordan with the score. And
that's a hold for Auckland.
Clinical.
Yeah.
But as you say, a hold.
A hold, yeah. So they started that point on offense. So they'll be relieved, but they're still looking to go out on defense and get a point that way.
Can hear Canterbury chanting there. Interestingly, it does look like Canterbury is coping with these these little moments of failure. I mean, they, well, yeah, I mean, they turn it over near your end zone. A little moments. Exactly. I mean, they're bouncing back from those, and it's not always easy to do that. But they cheer themselves up. They get on with it, and they're still in the driver's seat. I mean, Auckland has to break them on an upwind point, which is more difficult, because any time Christchurch is in danger, they can just throw it to the other end of the field. Then Auckland has to work it all the way up against the wind. It's not easy to do. So Auckland will really be looking to get a turnover near Christchurch's end zone and then set up Chile, lock it in.
Pull's gone just outside the field. Canterbury calls a brick. And it looks like Auckland is setting up in another zone defense. This one potentially in Arrowhead.
Sort of a deep arrowhead.
Quick movement from Canterbury. Swing to the other side of the field. They keep moving it. They are getting a bit static once it gets to the sideline, looking to move it downfield there.
It does look like the cup is quite wide, so there may be some opportunities to hit shots through the cup.
But there's nobody behind the cup.
You do need some
for the most part.
receivers in that space. But
Big
as we say,
gainer
there it is.
I'll hold my tongue.
Hitting it back now again. Morgan faking the hammer. Throws it round.
Another
close
swing.
sideline.
Quick movement.
Christchurch is
Faking the
looking
hammer.
really good here against the zone.
On the sideline though now, it looks like they're trying to trap. Unsuccessful.
You can see Auckland is baiting those deep shots. They want Christchurch to be tempted into throwing up a hammer or something.
Christchurch looking content to just move the disc and make little meters. Huge breakthrough.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Now Auckland with the disc, sitting up in a vertical stack. Big deep cut. And a reset from Auckland. Not much happening in the downfield. Big undercut there though. Then a cut up the line. They're finding a little bit more movement. But it's not as much flow as when they were playing vert in the first half, which is interesting.
But it does look like Auckland is pretty confidently moving it up the field here, you know, and they're getting these swings off the sideline. Christchurch is going to have to do something here to really pressure them, perhaps on the resets. But
big upline cut
Lee
from
is
Leo.
just getting free everywhere. The force needs to be on for Christchurch here. They did get the force on, but for Canterbury rather. They did get the force on, but Auckland scores a point.
Scores a point. That was really well done. I do think that Canterbury was bringing a bit more pressure on defense there. Previous points where Auckland has been playing that vertical, they've been getting a lot of really big gainers. Less so that point.
Yeah. Possibly we're seeing, you know, some fatigue coming in from Canterbury. I mean, it's hard to mark all those people running those cuts around, and of course they've had a point of running around playing offense against a zone, and you don't do as much running in a zone defense, so, you know.
Depends where you are.
Depends where you are, I suppose. But Auckland may have been a bit fresher there.
Potentially, they did look good. They did look good. What's your favorite position in a zone defense?
I would say the wing, the high side wing.
Okay.
High side wing is the second layer in a defense generally, and basically it means you get to go attack things when they become floaty, which is it's always very fun. So you know you get to do a lot of aggressive movement, and it's not so prescriptive. You know, you don't have to stay in one spot. You can kind of just roam where you want and try to basically get the D, which is the aim. Interestingly enough, that was Auckland's upwind break there.
Oh goodness!
To take it to 9-8, so they're back on serve.
God, they were so calm about it.
They were calm. I mean, it's taken them the whole game, but they've come back from that 2-0 deficit. You know, it's looking like Auckland's back.
They're looking good
where they're supposed to be. Christchurch now, it's gonna you know, I suppose if they win, that's where they're supposed to be. You know, where they feel they should be. But yeah, I mean Canterbury here is going to have to work it upwind on offense, especially if a big pull comes out here from Auckland, you know, and gets into the back of that end zone. It's going to be really tough for Canterbury, not just technically speaking, but also in terms of just the mental pressure of doing that. What do you think the general strat is? You know, when you have the disc in the back of your end zone, what's going through your head? What are you thinking?
Not good things, generally. Strat, get it out.
Get it out.
Get it out of there.
Get it out. Do you think you know, they should look for a reset early, but if it doesn't come, just huck it. You know, get it away. Or what do you think?
Potentially. I mean, if the stall count is getting high and nothing's on, or, you know, huck for meters. It's an age-old tactic. I think we're going to see a zone defense here from Auckland.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if we didn't. They're going downwind now, which is where you want to play zone defense. But we'll see what they pull.
I think zone as well, probably. And I think we're going to see some big bids, you know.
Might be a bit aggressive.
Canterbury able to move the disc quite quickly up the field, though. Hammer
Big
goes up.
hammer.
Ooh.
Just out of their reach.
Close. I mean, Christchurch had a few of those, like, very close shots. Auckland with the disc now. Probably going to look for a swing immediately, which they do.
Doesn't come off. Big gainer, though. And there's the swing. Diving catch from Leo.
Lots of cuts there from Auckland. Running that reset perfectly and aggressively.
Looks for that break side. Ooh, just too
slightly
far. Really good positioning there, though. Really good cut.
Canterbury now with the disc. Looking middle, looking for that swing. They get it there. But again, they're going to have to work through the zone. And it's a pretty similar zone, you know. Big, wide gaps. But lots of room to come in for some big bids.
Yeah, they'll be banking on the wind, protecting those gaps. You know, the margin for error a little bit higher now. Might put the throwers off making those throws.
Yeah, you know, it's... Ooh, there they go.
Big high shot.
And that's what Auckland wanted.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy with a shot like that in this wind. It's just going to lift. It's going to float.
Yeah.
And then you get a chance to get a D on it. Or, alternatively, it just floats to empty space.
Inside shot here for Auckland. Getting into that break side. Looking back middle now to Leo. Inside shot, beautiful damage forward. Looking downfield again. Lots of cuts coming through. Beautiful by number 8. Back to forward.
Give and go.
Slips a little. Throws it in anyway. Layout grab
Huge
for Auckland.
bid.
And that's 10-8. That's
a
great
big point.
work by Auckland there. I mean, they've just been so clinical, especially on this downwind side and that last third of the field. I mean, they just swing it. You know, they hit the unders. They don't even, I don't think they've once looked for anything, you know, suspicious or tenuous. You know, it's just open options.
Yeah, I think they're happy to reset it. They've got open resets. And then, you know, they'll take a good option if it's there. But they've got those resets as a fallback, so they don't need to push themselves, it seems like.
Yeah. I mean, they just, you know, they know what they can do and they know what they want. You know, they know what their most efficient options are. Canterbury are going to need to really rally back. What do we think we're going to see from this defense? I mean, this is going to be, this is sort of a must-win point for them. So they're going to obviously be looking to get a D. Do we think we see another zone? I mean, the zones haven't worked so well. Or do we think they just put their best match defenders out there and try to...
Am I crazy, or is Canterbury on offense?
Canterbury's on offense.
Just thought I'd clarify really quickly.
No worries. So scratch that.
So
we'll
what
see.
do we think we're going to see on offense?
We're going to see Canterbury trying to score the disc in the end zone.
Hopefully we don't see any defense from Canterbury.
Yeah. Do we think we see another zone from Auckland?
Potentially. It looks... Ooh. Well, it looks like match.
Looks matchy. So they're switching it up. Round break to Morgan up the line. Looking downfield. Looking to swing now.
Looking to reset. That's good. Ooh. He's shaking his defender there. But they're still on the sideline.
Locke versus Morgan on the reset. This is an interesting matchup.
And there's a pick call downfield. Yeah. Morgan striking a bit of a pose. And I think they'll be looking to either Morgan clears out straight away or they hit Morgan straight away.
I think this Locke-Morgan matchup is going to be really interesting. And those
lovely.
round breaks from
Big shot goes up to
Canterbury.
Finn.
Ooh, huge grab.
And a common unsuccessful bid from Leo.
He's known for those. No, I mean that was it's pretty stunning from Canterbury's handlers. Again, those those sort of two main players, they really like to move it around, in that shorter space and those breaks. I mean, Auckland just can't stop the breakthroughs. Locke had Morgan locked up, so to speak, there.
Indeed.
But he ran to the break side. The mark couldn't contain that round backhand break, and then they scored the point.
Yeah, they were in a bit of a pickle, I would say, but they got out.
Yeah. But now, Canterbury's on defense.
Oh.
With a must-win point.
Interesting.
What are we going to see?
I think probably match.
Probably match?
I'd say probably match. I think we're getting into the latter end of the game. Their zone hasn't been particularly successful. Their match comparatively has been. So I don't see why they wouldn't just go out there on hard, try get a D. I think they have the legs. Paul's gone up. That's at the brick mark. Whitlock with the disc. And that is match defense. Big bid there. Huck goes up.
Completely open.
Gorgeous. I'm not sure what happened there. His defender must have been sitting quite far under.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, sometimes when you're in a position like this, you want to get the D. You're so focused on the D that you think, oh, they're going to go under. I really need to stop that under. I can't let them get easy passes. And you just forget to stop the other direction. So perhaps that's what happened there. I'm not too sure. But regardless, Auckland very free in the end zone. Easy throw to make the score 11-9.
And just a reminder, it's a game to 13. So 2 more points for Auckland would be a win for them. And a few more points for Canterbury, win for them. Now, what would Auckland be calling up here on defense? I'd assume some kind of zone.
Yeah, I mean, they tried the match last time. I'd say it worked. I mean, obviously they didn't get the D, but it was fairly effective. But it looks like Locke is not on anymore, and they probably want him marking Morgan most of the time. It seems like they're their main kind of handler defender. So with him off, maybe we'll see a zone again, perhaps more of a zoney line. And the zone has been working very well.
Pull's gone up. That's a big pull. Middle of the field. Huge undercut. And that's looked off by Morgan for no discernible reason.
Now we need to get that force on.
Another big undercut. Doesn't come up. This undercut does.
So interesting, we are seeing a match defense. Again, Canterbury just using Morgan and number 15 there, the two main handlers.
Another big under.
Oh, huge shot.
Oh, huge
just
bid
over the
from
fingertips.
Auckland. Oh, lovely cut there. Incredible spike.
Leishman with the assist.
That was quite an interesting point from Morgan. I'd say he looked off 3-4 open cuts, wide open cuts. I think he was clearly looking for that deep shot. And it did come off, but he's potentially trying to force options.
Yeah, I mean, that shot, I mean, it did come off. Canterbury's going to be happy with that, but didn't look the most clinical. I mean, barely over the fingertips of the Auckland defender, and they were bidding for it. It popped up over them. This is stuff that wasn't accounted for in the throw, I have to assume. And you don't want to be relying on too many of those, because eventually the odds will come true and it'll weigh against you. But close game. 11-10.
I think we'll see probably a match again. From Canterbury.
I don't think they'd risk a zone at this point, Although, as we said, I mean, it is pool games. They absolutely want to win. But, You know, maybe they want to see if they can throw it a zone in a high-pressure moment. Or perhaps they don't want to reveal all their secrets, you know. Maybe they'll play match, not give away too much, because this could be potentially the final matchup as well, you know.
That is true.
There's other teams. Otago particularly look very strong.
AUT is quite good.
Pull goes up. Lands around the brick mark.
Okay, yeah, looks like match here.
Whitlock with disc. Immediate under.
Really nice cut there. Another big undercut, but they're looking for the reset.
Interestingly, it seems like they've moved Whitlock out of that receiver space entirely, and they want her around the disc.
Shot
they want
goes
her
up.
making decisions.
Oh, lovely.
Great grab to bring the game to 12-10.
I would say she's been, that number 8 there from Auckland's probably been their most effective cutter in the downfield.
She's been very good. I would say also number 1 Topping has been very good.
Oh, she has great awareness.
Especially with the inside shots, you know, looking at, like, just hanging out, her and Campbell Jordan hanging out in that inside channel in the middle of the field, you know, waiting for an opportunity, getting the disc, and then also moving it quickly again. I think that's what's great about Auckland is they have great flow, you know.
Yeah.
Interestingly, they're called Flood. The B team is called Flow, but this Flood team, they flow like flow.
Okay.
I mean, like, you know, they just they have the disc, they catch it, and then they immediately look for the next option, you know, and if it's not there, they're looking to get it to a safe space, central position for maximum opportunity. Whereas Canterbury seems to be looking to make more happen with their throws, you know?
Yeah, it is a real stark contrast to Canterbury's previous offensive point with Morgan looking off a lot of those unders and looking for that deep shot. I probably prefer the Auckland style, but evidently they both work. It's a close game. Morgan's shot came off, so we'll see which one comes out on top.
I think it is a really a classic Auckland style as well. You know, a lot of Auckland teams seem to play in this manner. You know, they're very unselfish, very focused on movement, but not so much focused on making the big play with the disc in your hands. But as you say, both styles have their merits, and we're seeing a real battle of them today. Another zone from Auckland, pretty much the same one. You know, kind of arrowhead up front, although Canterbury managing to move very quickly through it this time.
It's a big gainer there through the middle.
But Auckland has their zone back on now.
Big shot goes up. Oh, goodness.
God, that was...
I'm not sure if that was the intended receiver there in the end zone.
Nearly caught, then nearly did, then nearly caught. Again, I mean, that was, you know...
Yeah. It's really interesting, the Canterbury offense in the downfield. There wasn't a whole lot going on in behind that arrowhead, not in the middle of the field. Looked like they were sort of cycling in and out through the wings. And we'll see if they get another crack at it, if they can get a D here. Big undercut. They reset it. Another undercut there. Pick called. Don't think that affected, so I think the disc stays where it is.
A bit of a discussion here, but seems like play will be resuming soon. Yeah, and as you say, disc staying where it is. So we're seeing a, you know, sort of vertical here from Auckland again, but 3 handlers back currently, although they're now clearing to open up some space. Ooh. Very aggressive defense there from Morgan. But a travel called on the throwing play, it looks like, I think.
Interesting.
Looks like Morgan's calling the travel. Lee Yo there with the disc wearing Charlesworth number 68. That's not his name, but that is the shirt he's wearing. Bit of a discussion, directing Morgan to go behind him. So we'll probably see Lee look for the up the line here and then clear out immediately if he doesn't get it. Disc is back in. And a huge grab there by number 53 to keep the play alive. Looking for a swing to Lee Yo again. Morgan playing inspired defense there, but he gets it off that line to number 20. Back to Lee Yo. Fakes the big hug. Looking inside now. And Auckland forced to live by these resets, but they're doing it so far. That's a really nice reset to number 8 there. Again, as you said, one of the best cutters. Number 71 here with the disc on the close sideline. Throws it up. Ooh, somehow completed.
That was a floaty one, but they've still come down with it.
Lee looking for the big
the
shot.
goes up.
Multiple players.
Lovely.
Huge grab there by number 53.
And that's game.
That's game. Wow. What a way to finish it. I mean, and that was Universe as well, right? Or
no, so that the score
yes.
is 13-10.
Oh, yes. Sorry. I felt like Universe. It was as good as Universe. Yeah, what a game. I mean,
hotly contested.
Hotly contested. I think these teams, well, Canterbury will certainly want some revenge if they meet again. And I don't think Auckland would feel comfortable playing them again, you know? Like this was a very close game. They had to fight from 2-0 down. Credit to them for doing so. And no real calls, you know? I'd say the spirit was pretty great.
Yeah.
Leachman, of course, with that, retracted call.
Retracted
on that
call.
huge layout D.
And that layout D as well, very clean, very little contact. There has been some contact, but nothing too major.
Nothing dangerous, I would say. You know, nothing. I suppose there's the one on Hamish Ford, but it was well discussed. You know, talked about.
Just a coming together.
And yeah, I mean, what a game from all. I mean, I think Auckland. Perhaps we didn't give them enough credit, you know, with their receivers. I mean, the athleticism there was immense. You know,
and they were getting free almost at will. It seemed like
yeah.
They were doing really well at setting up quite deep, and then just busting under.
And there was that huge grab there to keep the point alive, coming out from the middle of the stack to pick up that loose forehand. And yeah, those unders, just really working them, and then also very clinical, you know. So, what a game.
What a game.
What more is there to say?
Not a whole lot more.
Not a whole lot more.
I think that might do it for us for today.
Cool. Next game is in 2 minutes, so if you need a break, you know, go get a drink. We'll be back soon. Not us, but a new commentary crew. And that should be an exciting game. I'm not sure which one it is, but they're all exciting.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, who do you think? You know, we're potentially looking at tournament champions here with that game. Who do you think? Who do you think's going to take it?
That's a good question. Well, I have my doubts about Auckland, but they've settled those somewhat. Potentially Otago. They're looking good. Be really interesting to see how the semi-final matchups shape up.
I think Canterbury and Otago would be a really interesting match because those teams seem to have a lot of fiery personalities. You know, ready to bark, ready to fight, and you know, high pressure game. It's going to be some big plays.
Yeah, big plays. All right. Well, I think that just about does it for us. So we'll sign off.
Cool. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
in the city is just so friendly.
It's a big city, it's a big student city. I love that you can walk everywhere and that everything's accessible.
The campus is just pretty much in the heart of the city as well.
What the students offer to the city is something that you don't get too many other places.
That's the great thing about this university, you will find your people.
It feels like a university with a city attached to it.
It's exceeded my expectations in every way. It's unbelievable.
Belief. The emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
Sweet. And welcome back to Game 3 on the live stream field for the 2023 New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championships. My name is Harrison Leach, and I'm here with
Ollie Judd.
And we'll be here to talk our way through this game we have between the University of Canterbury Pythons versus the Victoria University of Wellington Royals.
So, huge pull up there from Jackson to start off the game on defence for Victoria University.
Vic looking like they're coming out in a zone to start off with. Looking like a junk. Quite relaxed, putting 3 handler marks forward. 3 in the middle and then a deep.
Nice defence pressure there.
Ooh,
We've got a foul call.
So as Ultimate is a self-refereed sport, it is up to the players to uphold the rules and implement them when necessary, using the concept of the spirit of the game. As we can see there, the foul was retracted after a good conversation, and the disc is about to be tapped in, and we're all good to go. Ooh.
Jess Cook there with some nice flow offense on the sideline.
Nice though. Ooh, unlucky. Nice break offense from Vic. Unlucky that that disc was just a little bit too out far in front. I think that wind might be playing a bit of a part into it. The wind is currently a crosswind going from the right hand side of the right corner of the field, sort of heading down to that left far corner on the left hand side of the field. Vic again staying with that zone. Python's looking to move the disc. Would like to see them try and get a bit wider with the disc and bring potentially 4 handlers back, as they look like they are struggling with moving that disc around in the handler space. Whoa.
Nice defense.
Oh. Holy moly. That was a fantastic bid from the Vic player. Unlucky not to get a Callahan on that, and amazing work from UC to keep that in.
Got some quick movement now from Vic, heading back into the offense.
Nice throw over there from Jackson and Hazel. Both previously been playing on the under-24 Mangapare team earlier this year.
Looks like there's another call on the field, potentially another foul.
Always an interesting one when the disc goes up in the end zone. There's always a few foul calls going on. It's quite tough to make sure you're avoiding contact and get a good clean bid on that. Conversation there between Kate Edwards
and Sabrina. See Hazel coming over as well to offer her perspective as spirit captain. And a nice quick resolution. Looks like a contested foul. So the disc will go back to the thrower.
So we want it thrown again, right? If we have the the contested resolution, we have to just throw it again and see what happens. The wind here playing quite a big part in these throws. Really, we need to see the players looking to get a little bit lower releases and lots of revolutions on that disc to cut through the wind.
Bit of a turnover there, with Vic sitting up in their zone again. Seems to be working quite nicely for them.
Taylor to pick
a lot
up.
Of pressure on.
Oh, nice defense. Really nice defense. That zone from Vic is getting them a lot of turnovers. Ooh. Jeepers. Be interested to see what the call is from here. Point.
Point is scored.
Point is scored with a lot of contact. Jackson Zhao, number 14 for Victoria University, puts him up 1 break. Score is now 1-0. That was a very effective zone there from Victoria, allowing UC to only have a lot of small passes around the handler set and minimizing any downfield movement, which was really, really effective, causing those short field turnovers, which was really good to see. What would you be saying to the Pythons, Ollie, if you were one of the coaches on the sideline there, in terms of an offensive structure?
I reckon just to extend the field a bit wider maybe, a bit more give and go movements, make sure that you're not trying to jam it up a jam hole, you know?
Absolutely.
Just spread it out a little bit. Take your time with those discs.
Mm.
Yeah, because the wind is there, but it's also not crazy strong. So I reckon some nice around puts would be quite useful for them.
Absolutely. It is a gorgeous day in the capital.
It's quite nice. Hazel there with the huge pull to start off second point of this game.
Nice
And
flow.
Vic there with another zone. Which is quite good. They seem to have a pretty small roster for this tournament. So a zone might hopefully help save some legs here, which might help them.
Ollie Markwell looking to move the disc there to Isaac. Swings to Emily Macaulay-Scott.
Also another player that came off a recent under-24s campaign.
Playing for Carrera, the New Zealand under-24 women's team. Fantastic to see her out and about.
Edwin Rivers there, another emerging player from Wellington.
Oh, that is Edwin, isn't it?
That is Eddie.
Outstanding. Good to see him playing.
Hopefully see some cool plays off of him.
Oh.
That was a nice put from Max there for the second point of the game.
Lovely work from Victoria, using that real quick turnover to get straight into the offense and not mucking around, not giving UC time to set the mark and set their force and get all settled on defense. 2-0 to Victoria.
This is looking like a way better game for Victoria. They had another stream this morning and had an unfortunate loss to Otago's A team. So hopefully this run for them at the start will get them going, and hopefully they have a very good game.
Absolutely. Looking to bounce back. Big time. We got Scott Sider down there, one of the two coaches for the UC Pythons, alongside Mahalia Pilgrim. I wonder what Scott will be saying to his team. A lot of hand gestures there, looking to maybe potentially move the disc quickly and try and get in his team to use the width of the field. Being mindful of that wind in that zone. I will be very interested to see if Victoria will continue with that zone. It looks like it has been extremely effective so far.
Got Hazel here with the pull.
Hazel with her hand raised, still waiting for the Pythons to put their hand up here. Looks like a lot of strat talk is going on the line. Be interested to see what happens on this point and if we're going to see a bit of a change in the offensive structure from UC. Laser. Nice flow. Finn Spod sending into Kate. He throws a forehand, and it's caught the wind, unfortunately. Quite a strong handling core that Vic are using with both Hazel and Jackson. I mean, both already have been built those connections from Mangapare. Nice break. Well, there's a deep cut going. She looks for it. Oh, Edwin Withers grab it again. Unlucky. Nice defense from Taylor Tapuni.
Huge put.
Deep cut from Isaac. Oh, unfortunately, it's just been misread. It's always quite tough with those deep shots, looking to have your cutters going in more of a straight line rather than trying to diagonally cut towards the disc, allowing the thrower then to throw into the space and the cutter to run onto it.
Nice contested grab there by Eddie.
This is fantastic patience from Vic. Just taking that first available option. That is a bomb.
Fortunately doesn't have the receiver down there. But again, great look.
Absolutely.
These long shots are definitely paying off.
Nice to see that they're not afraid to shoot that deep shot as well.
Yeah.
And really just sort of remind Pythons just to be wary that they do have that deep game and are not afraid to use it. Vic sticking with that zone again. Nice look from Finn. Oh, but it's eaten up by Jackson. Great shot from Jackson there to number 21 on Vic.
That is Jess Cook, first year of university, down from Auckland. She's an emerging player herself. It's pretty exciting.
Fantastic.
Through the under-20s campaigns. It's pretty cool.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Fantastic to see that all the new under-20s coming through here. And actually a lot of them are present in this tournament. Yeah, they're going over to Aussie, I believe, for the Trans-Tasman later on this year, which would be quite
just
exciting.
In a couple of weeks, actually.
So that'll be very exciting to see if New Zealand can hold on to that trophy again and retain it.
Surely.
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 Come on, the Kiwis. I believe we're 3-0 now to the Victoria University of Wellington. Pythons looking a little bit better on offense. That last point, I thought, Ollie, looking a little bit more deeper and looking to use more of their downfield players, which was cool to see. Oh, nice grab from Isaac. Passing to Matt. Straight back to Isaac again to centre. Vic again with that zone. Being extremely effective.
UC definitely seeming more comfortable with the disc though now. Getting a bit used to the zone. Getting some good movement off.
Nice work. Oh,
that's an unfortunate turnover there.
That's unfortunate. It was a nice look down the line. Trying to connect there with Anna Miku, who is on the exec actually for the University of Canterbury Ultimate Club. Social media manager, I believe.
Exciting role.
Exciting role. Watch out. UC looks to have come back a bit with a transition zone of their own, actually. Looking to slow down the disc and get a few passes from Vic, who have broken through it. Ooh.
Nice shot up from there.
That's a lovely shot there from Max Tan. Having previously gone through Onslow College, actually. Used to play Frisbee with him back in the day. Good to see that he's still out and about on the Frisbee team and still playing. Coach Rebecca Pickering, lots of knowledge there. Plays with Nexus, which is the Wellington women's team, who are the defending champion. No, sorry, apologies. Touchy subject. Who are one of the top teams in New Zealand for women's ultimate. I'd expect to see this zone again from Vic, seeing how well it has been working for them. Really good for them to be able to conserve a bit of energy and sort of work all together as one, rather than worrying about the match and marking their individual player. Pythons are looking a little bit more confident with the disc now, looking at getting it moving, connecting with that downfield space, which has been really, really cool to see.
With Gus with a huge pull. Score is 4-0 at the moment, meaning that it's a male match-up point with 4 males on the field and 3 females, which is why you may see an alternating gender for the pool.
Absolutely. And it's fantastic that we're now using the new rule of the gender pool.
It's amazing. Very happy that came in.
Absolutely.
To the rules. It's definitely changed the game a bit for a lot of teams, but overall I think it'll develop so much better across the communities.
100%.
So we saw Vic there throw their zone again, and it was very successful. They have the disc back now. Hazel and Rory in the back there, the handling crew.
Ooh. Not a bad look there from Vic, just probably needed a little bit more touch on that disc, just to make it a little bit more leading. As we see a dad backhand.
Trying to get the quick movement in from themselves from UC.
It's good to see that UC are still not afraid to try and get that deep shot going.
Yeah, move before the zone is set.
Mm.
I think that's a good tactic for them to be using.
Nice work from Vic, really grinding these unders. Oh, that is a floaty disc.
Oh, nice grab there from Gus.
Brought it down well. Bit of time,
Oh, and a great bid from Jess.
Fantastic layout there from Jess. Having misread it the first time, allowing, getting enough float on that disc to go in and eat it up at the end, which was really, really good to see. Lovely to see players not afraid to leave their feet.
Yeah. That was a great collection there. Seems very happy. The team is very supportive, which is amazing to see.
Absolutely. And what a better place to do it than on the highlight. On the highlight stream.
On the stream field for the score.
We're going back and watching that, that's for sure. Now, I believe we're now 5-0 to Vic at the start of our first women's point. So meaning that we'll have a lady pull the disc to start us off with. UC still looking to get a hold on the board here.
Definitely think it'll come. I think that they're definitely getting used to the zone that Vic is pulling, and they'll be able to work through it a little bit quicker.
Yeah, they've definitely had a few good looks at it by now. We're definitely be trying to encourage them just to keep working the disc through and just staying patient.
Yeah.
And taking the deep shot if it is on, but also being happy to holster it.
They've definitely got some experience under their belt, so if they start to get a bit flustered again, can definitely turn back to those players that they're comfortable with.
Most definitely, most definitely. Bit of a miscomm there between who was picking up the pull. Send it anyway.
Oh, nice deep fed from Eddie.
Nice work. Great little poach D. Nice look there. Immediately gathers and collects from Hazel. Oh, inside shot. Oh, bit too much of a laser on it, unfortunately, to be picked up.
Some quick movement here from UC, wanting to get it going quite fast. Deep shot is on if he's willing to take it, but it doesn't seem like he will.
It's a tough shot with that wind now coming across.
Seems like we've got a travel call. So the player with the disc will go back to where the original pivot point was.
Absolutely. The idea behind a travel being that the pivot foot must be established and held, especially which is sometimes a little bit difficult to do when you have the disc and you're faking and you're looking for different passes in different directions. It is quite possible that that foot does get sliding. I believe you are allowed to release the disc though if you take 2 or 3 steps after catching it.
Yes.
But if you take more than that, you'll have to go back to your original established pivot. Oh, that is a fantastic layout D there from Max Tan, reading that shot from Isaac.
Great spirit there as well to keep it contact free.
Hazel was a lovely shot from...
2 offense ready there. It's Max Tan with the score.
Nice of Vic to be working as a team for that score there, really making sure they had the 2 offenders there to catch the disc as one.
They also seem to be a very good job of using all the players on their team. We've had some very good mixed ultimate all day today actually, using both genders consistently, which is awesome to see, especially at this level.
Could not agree with you more. It is fantastic to see everyone get involved, and I believe almost everyone has touched the disc in the Victoria team, which is really, really good to see. Victoria have been looking very strong, just taking almost every first available option to them, and not being afraid to keep that disc moving immediately, which has been really cool to see. Vic, I believe, trains at the AstroTurf at the university.
Yeah. Boyd Wilson Fields, very popular here.
Outstanding.
Got a woman point again, so we've got Hazel with the pull. Let's see what UC can bring off this time.
Nice pull there, sitting just past the brick line. Kieran's pick up, throws to Finn. Kate looking to help out, clears through. Nice throw. Oh. Unfortunate throw there from Olivia Mercer. You could see her trying to get down the field to number 48. Number 4.
Immediate long shot from Jackson.
Nice read. Nice read there from Kieran to pick that up. Finspod to take the disc up and get it moving. Nice work from Mitzi. Number 11 there. Finn back with the disc now. Nice find. To number 48, Amanda Kelly. To Kate with a great grab.
Option.
Kieran to get the disc. Will he put it? No, he's respecting Jackson's deep game. Finspod, however, decides to say otherwise. Oh.
It's another unfortunate overthrow there. It was a good option.
It was a great option. That wind, I think, playing another bit of a part in that, putting a little bit too much blade on that forehand.
It's quite subtle, but it's definitely there.
Absolutely. I wonder if potentially the inside-out forehand to the left-hand corner of the end zone would have been a potentially better shot. Although it could have been a little bit more difficult with that mark on. We say from in the commentary booth here, folks.
It was a great effort there by Jess, but a turnover still stands.
Nice forehand there from Mitzi to Taylor to Amanda Kelly.
Great bid there.
Great bid from Kieran to keep the disc alive. Decides to put it up for Kate straight away.
Oh, good defensive pressure there from Jackson. Reading that quite nicely and coming in at the right time. Definitely a good experienced player. Can see that coming.
Absolutely. Jackson being quite an experienced player, not only playing for Mangapare but also playing for Bandits and Hoodie Puppers, I believe, as well.
Hoodie Puppers and now with Big.
Oh,
as is that big bid. Nice one, Max.
Oh, and a big throw there from Jackson. Getting lots of big air.
Oh, unfortunate drop there.
Bugger.
That was a great read of the disc. And also a good option, having two offensive players ready to receive that.
Absolutely. Nice movement there from UC. Number 96, Olivia Mercer again. Nice throw there from Sven, but puts a little bit too much on it.
We see the quick turnover offense.
Great grab and lovely timing there with the feet to make sure catching the disc in the end zone for the score.
That was Paul there with the score.
Now, despite the scoreline here, UC actually looked quite good at that point. I was very impressed with how they were moving the disc. Just a couple of overthrows and a few drops that are letting them down, unfortunately.
Yeah, they seem to be getting some more confidence as the game goes on, which is amazing to see. And I think we might see a bit of a different game in the second half.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we can see a massive, what looks to be a 2-kilogram bag of lollies being passed around the UC Pythons, keeping those sugars up, keeping the energy up, and keeping the vibe going.
The necessities. So the score is currently 7-0, which means that we have reached half-time with a game going to 13 points. And we see the teams here just huddled together, having some team chats, recollecting before starting the second half in a few minutes.
I'd be interested to see if Vic will pursue with this zone look of theirs, or maybe even try a match look as well and give this an opportunity for them to throw a few different defensive looks against Pythons. Quite a small roster for Vic today, with I think one of their players being quite sick, Lakshan.
Lakshan quite sick, Stacey quite sick.
Stacey quite sick.
Shout out to you too.
Yeah, missing you both and the energy that you guys would be bringing to this game. UC, on the other hand, having quite a large squad, I believe, of about 20 to 22 players.
Yeah, it's amazing to see that as their second team that they've brought to Wellington, that they are able to have this many players on both teams. Playing at this level.
Absolutely. It's very good to see. UC was actually close to getting 3 teams organised, unfortunately, just at that awkward stage of having enough for 2 teams, but not quite
really
enough for a 3rd.
Soon, surely.
Soon, exactly. Now, I believe after half we will be seeing, is it Vic coming out on
offense?
at the right-hand side of the field. Oh, right-hand side? Yes.
Yep, right-hand side.
So a bit of a downwind offense for Vic to start off with. I'd be very interested to see how they're going to start off with their offense. Potentially a set play of some sort.
Set play.
I'd be interested to see what Pythons are going to be doing to try and calm down this offense and get a few turnovers of their own. We saw in those last couple of points that there were a few turnovers there from Vic. Through, I believe, a Python. It looked like a bit of a zone going on there.
Yeah, definitely forced by Pythons.
What sort of zones would you be expecting to see from Vic? I know Pythons are predominantly a junk-orientated zone playing team.
Haven't really seen much of the training of Vic, but I reckon a 3-3-1 is pretty common in Wellington, at least.
Absolutely.
So I think a lot of them will be comfortable playing that. So I would probably see that come out again. But again, I would also be excited to see some match.
Absolutely. Give us the full variety of defenses here.
Yeah. Give us a show.
Absolutely.
Can see UC getting hyped up on the sideline before. Hopefully they're ramped and ready to go. Get some good energy for the second half.
We'd also just like to apologise as we are having a few technical issues with the picture being shown up on our live stream. It will be back up in a few minutes, so apologies to anyone that is currently watching. Currently the play has not started yet, so probably a good time for this to be happening.
Yeah. Got some last minute team chats on the line. Both teams are ready to go, with Vic receiving on the right, and we seem to have a male dominated point. Hands up, points are going to start in a minute.
Isaac living with the pool, formerly a Wellington player actually, and now is studying first year down at the University of Canterbury.
Definitely a player to watch out for. Paul landing just out of bounds here. Rory's going to bring it to the brick mark, which is marked by the big cross on the third of the field.
UC looking like they're throwing a bit of a poachy zone there.
Ooh, unfortunate drop there by Aisha. Oh, huge hammer. Oh, what a way to start the second half.
Big score.
Point on the board there for UC. It's amazing hammer from Emily right there.
Fantastic work there from Emily to Sam Wong, number 24. For the score, UC open up their scoring account. What a fantastic option to start off.
Definitely showing Vic that they have more in their bag. All the throws coming out now.
Absolutely. And no hesitation at all from Emily to throw that hammer. You see that experience coming through from her under-24s campaign. And in the wise words of Tom Fraser, an upside-down disc is a happy disc. However, Python's deciding that they don't want to play with that frisbee anymore and will merely take matters into their own hands.
So we can feel here, up in the commentators area, that the wind actually is picking up quite a bit more. So it'll be interesting to feel and see if it changes how the game's working on the field. More of an upwind, downwind wind, going from the right to the left.
Absolutely. Now, with going upwind, downwind, Ollie, what sort of what advice are you giving to your players in terms of throwing the disc, such as throwing, say for example, we're seeing Vic here about to do some upwind offense. What would you be saying to the Vic players in terms of their throwing?
I think just keep them low and confident. I'm not sure really. I think we'll just have to see what they do.
Absolutely. Lovely work from Vic to get the disc moving straight away and eat up some meters going up the field.
UC's got a bit of a zone going on here, which is probably smart in this wind now.
Absolutely. We see that disc floating up a wee bit.
However, Vic seems to be finding it pretty comfortable to work through the middle.
Some nice work from UC, looking to occupy more space rather than the player, and trying to cut down the Vic's movement, forcing them to go backwards, and just be really patient with that frisbee. However, Vic are looking like they're finding the holes in the zone perfectly.
Oh, nice defense there.
Fantastic tip.
By number 82.
Taylor, well done, Taylor. Kieran to pick up. Oh.
Oh, and a nice D straight back.
Unfortunate shot. He was looking to use the wind there and probably put a bit of air bounce on that. As a nice read of that disc from John Luke. Looking to turn that into a deep cut. Great work there from Kate. An experienced Pythons player. I believe this is his second or a third year of playing Pythons, which is awesome to see. Great throw there.
So we do see some match here coming out of Victoria now. The UC finding it quite nice to work around. Got another turn there. D by Mackenzie.
There's been a few turnovers this point here. Not going to be the cleanest hold from Vic if they end up getting through. UC should be proud of how they're playing defense, generating a lot of turns, which is really good to see. Fantastic to see the give-go of Vic working their way up the field here. Jackson dictating where he's wanting his handlers to be going.
Seeing some nice patience as well, not being afraid to go backwards, just as I say that.
As Jackson throws a big sky ball.
Oh, Max comes down with it after a
Max
great
to
pitch.
gather it. Nice work there. Got a person on the ground there. I believe it's Kieran, but he's up and walking, which is good to see.
That's good. No call there.
Fantastic. And the arms raised in celebration and in signal of the point. Vic with not a convincing clean hold, but a hold nonetheless, which is good to see.
A score is a score, which is quite unfortunate for UC, having forced a lot of those turns for themselves and did have multiple offensive chances. So hopefully we can see them do that again, because obviously they do have the capacity.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I don't think UC should be disheartened with what they were doing there. They were finding the right pockets and really moving the disc well, I think. It's just, again, that wind and just a couple of catches not quite going all the way through into the hands there. Vic now with the disc pulling down to Pythons, with Pythons then having to go upwind offense here, which will be interesting to see. I reckon this will be a zone point.
Me too. I can feel it coming.
You can absolutely feel it coming.
Bit of a discussion here about which disc is the game disc. Cena's got it sorted. Hazel with the pull.
Great rip there from Hazel.
Nice pull, landing just in front of the end zone.
Nice
Vic
work
runs
from
down, sitting up in their zone.
lack of a mark there on Isaac, but Vic doing really well just to contain the rest of the downfield to force Isaac just to really chill with the disc there. Emily and Isaac working together there. Looking to use Finn Van Bergen, brother of Josh Van Bergen, local Wellington hero. Nice fakes there.
Nice defensive pressure.
Unfortunate work. Great work there from the defender. An unfortunate miscomm between Emily and Isaac there. Emily potentially faking Isaac out to move him and then putting the disc up while Isaac was in the move. Vic with another quick break.
That was a nice cut, a nice movement there from Faith for that score. She's been playing a very good part of this team. Also quite a late input as she has been sick as well for most of this lead up, so it's amazing to see her out here and running around full strength and having a great impact for this Vic team.
Just in time to bounce back for this tournament.
Yep.
Good timing.
Quite convenient.
Outstanding, outstanding.
current score is 9-1, if you can't see the scoreboard right now.
And what a gorgeous day we have here in the capital. After yesterday's weather, it was blowing a gale, I am very stoked to have a bit of sun and just a little bit, enough wind to really make you question what you're throwing, which is really, really cool to see.
Yeah, definitely a good day for Wellington Frisbee. We don't get this very often.
Absolutely. Now, I'll be looking forward to seeing what happens in this tournament in terms of sort of the top 4 bracket. We had quite an exciting game just before with the University of Canterbury Honey Badgers narrowly losing to Flood 13-11, or 13-10 I believe it was.
It'll definitely be interesting as the tournament goes on. That was an unfortunate drop there.
Quite an unfortunate drop. You can really see that wind making that disc wobble and really turning it over. Really need to see players trying to flick that wrist a little bit harder and really trying to get that spin on it, as we see that just set up so nicely.
Some nice flow there. Jackson threw that belly without even looking downfield. He just knew that Paul was going to be there to receive it, and there he was with a great brid to make sure that was safe in his hands.
Fantastic control there of the body to catch it, collect it, and then roll with it as well. Very easy to be ground stripped in that situation there, and that is where you land on the ground and then drop the frisbee.
You can see Vic as well gaining a lot of confidence from this game. Definitely putting up some more options and taking more risks, which is cool to see. So hopefully we see some of that from UC. They've definitely improved their game over this game. So hopefully we see it even more, get some more points on the board. They've definitely got the fight in them.
They definitely do, and I think it's just breaking past that first initial bit of defense from Vic and just getting into flow. And once they're flowing, they're actually looking really, really good. You can see they've made lots of connections and have been training for a while actually. With the selections for this team occurred, I believe, before August, well before August actually. So this team has been together for a while now, which is really awesome. Yeah,
that's quite nice.
Massive pull there, sitting quite nicely in that wind.
Big pull and big chase.
Great centre there from Emily, centering to Matt Edmonds, looking to throw some fakes and really get that mark moving.
We have 3 handlers back from UC, anticipating this zone.
And that wind is beginning to gust up a little bit more. Really going to make these players ask some questions about some of their throws. Oh, there's a miscomm there from Matt and Emily. Emily looking to strike up line there, Matt looking for just the simple around. Unfortunate there. Is Vic going to break here? Oh, fantastic work from Vic.
Great slice through the middle there. It's Max Tan with the score. And Mackenzie with the assist. Mackenzie is actually a player from America who's come over to study at University in Wellington for a little while.
Fantastic.
So she has joined this team and has played a very impactful role. It's very cool to see her come and join in with the squad while she's down here.
Most definitely, most definitely. And awesome that the university sport gives you that opportunity to play alongside some players that you wouldn't normally get to play against.
Hopefully an experience of a lifetime for her, coming across the world and playing in our lovely weather that we can provide.
Absolutely. You can't beat it, can you?
No, can't be rally on a good day.
Oh dear, we need to be taken out of the for that comment, honestly. Vic again, now up 11 in 2 points, within 2 points of finishing off this game against the University of Canterbury Pythons. Vic putting on a very dominant display here, showing a lot of composure and really nice structure with their offense, which has been really good to see. You can tell that they've been training together for quite some time and had a lot of help, particularly just working through a zone and just staying patient, which is always really, really nice to see from Frisbee.
Yeah.
Oh. So we see 2 of the Vic players looking to help each other out there for that catch. Thankfully, one of them ended up getting it. Off to Max, a few fakes thrown, off to Hazel again. Great grab. And a lovely option, but it's caught the wind. Oh, fantastic defense.
Lots of UC players in that corner there.
Fantastic help defense there from UC to recognise that their disc is up and floaty and they're wanting to get under it and help out. Nice work there from number 52.
UC having to push back into their end zone.
Working very deep in the end zone there as Olivia Mercer shoots down to Kieran, who can't unfortunately hold on to that one. That was a lovely zone there from Vic, really forcing UC back and getting them quite flustered.
Nice isolation there from Max.
Well done again from Max Tan. That's about his 3rd or 4th point I believe he scored in this game.
He's having a very good game. He is a very good player, locally playing with Equilibrium in the mix scene. Well known for his being very speedy and his huge bids. So he's definitely been one to look out for, and he has been playing very well throughout this game.
Outstanding. Good to see. Good to see. I'd be encouraging Pythons to keep their head up here and just keep that disc moving.
Seems to be a timeout call, potentially by UC, just to regather their spirits and have a little chat.
Absolutely. In situations like these, I'd be encouraging my team to sort of play without fear, almost, and just give it a go. Great opportunity to try something new, and yeah, just play with some confidence there. I think we've seen, due to how dominant that Vic zone has been against the Pythons, that some players are now a little bit hesitant to throw those throws through the zone and get moving into it. Which has been a bit unfortunate to see. So hopefully for this point, UC can turn this around and put another one on the board there.
Potentially Vic will be coming out in their zone again, starting on defense. So UC will have another chance at trying to thread it through. Hopefully know a bit more about what's going to hit them so they can move around it.
Fingers crossed. Now, in Ultimate Frisbee, when you call a timeout, you generally have about 1 or so minutes, 1 generous minute.
1 generous minute.
As we like to say, and as we can see, UC there huddling in at sort of halfway down the pitch, whereas Vic has chosen to take their timeout on the line, looking to obviously try and finish up and get this game over with. This is, I think, our 3rd game of pool play.
Yes.
We're looking to get into crossovers starting from tomorrow, which will be exciting.
3rd game, 4th game. Maybe it's the 4th game. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. This is a very good point. So we hear a very loud cheer from the Pythons and a lot of energy from the team as they sprint on there. Vic looking pretty calm and cool and collected, ready to get the job done. As we see Vic on defense communicating that it is a woman's point.
See Coach Reebok there giving some last minute pointers before the hands go up.
I've been very impressed with that Vic zone, especially with the handler marks working around with the person that has the disc, particularly when they're looking back to try and dump and moving around and making that dump really hard, forcing them to then throw forward into the zone again.
I think it's definitely something that they've been working on, is that zone, and especially they have been working on those front 3, so it's nice to see it actually pays out when you work on something.
Absolutely, and definitely have to give some credit to the downfield as well for locking up those options there, because we all know you don't end up looking at your handlers until 2 or 3 seconds after the stall starts.
It's quite common as well to see a team with such a small roster gelling quite well over a whole tournament as they play more points than normal with each other.
Most definitely. As we see Isaac and Emily move the disc there. Oh, unfortunate drop there. Great work to be free in that space though.
I see Jackson slowing down the play here, walking up to the disc, hoping for Vic to score this one for his team.
Emily looking to help out there, poached off. And nice work there. Unfortunately, the disc just put a little bit too far out in front. Vic to continue with the zone here. Ooh, unfortunate. It looked like he was halfway into getting into a bid there and just ended up slipping. Nice work from UC just to keep the disc moving. Emily looks to shoot. Unfortunately, just rolled over and ended up going the other way. Ollie Markwell was the target there. Oh, nice throw there from Jackson. Looking for Max Tan there, but unfortunately just falls over the other side. Isaac to pick up the disc now. Isaac to throw a bomb of his own.
Nice bid there by Emily trying to recollect that disc.
Almost taking the hit off a few of his fellow teammates on the sideline there. We see quite an active mark from Emily. Hazel does well to break. Nice throw there from Max. Oh. A gorgeous wee lefty break off the mark there. Unfortunately, a little bit too much float on it as we see bodies everywhere. Now that is a nicer looking huck there.
Picked off by Jackson. But you do see that UC is getting more comfortable, more free with those longer shots. Having more of a chance just to let them rip, which is quite nice to see.
Absolutely, and it's nice to see that whole plane without fear coming into play again. With the UC still looking to throw up that deep shot, regardless of whoever is sitting in that deep, and just reminding Vic that they do have that game.
Yeah, definitely, and it is spreading the field a lot as well, which is making it quite a lot harder for Vic, as they are having a couple of unfortunate turns themselves.
Most definitely. Another great throw. We see those air bounces sort of coming into play there. Max to get the disc again. Lovely shot out to the right-hand side. Unfortunately, just slightly misread in terms of the catching.
See some quick movement here from UC. Another big put. And Jackson too picked it up again.
Ooh, with a very interesting throw there to get the disc moving again, but Vic are off to the races.
That was some great flow there, but just unfortunately a bit too much going on for the team to catch up.
Nice read there from Finn van Bergen. Isaac, will he notice his free player on the right-hand side? Unfortunately, looks it off in terms of a better option.
Jackson's definitely getting the read on this game. It's about 3 Ds of long shots in a row.
The target man. Well, we see a deep shot here. Deep cut starting to develop. Middle.
Great forehand find.
Lovely find there. Vic, loving the give and goes here from Vic. It's great to see them looking to just try and get the disc moving straight away. Unfortunately, it's also been a bit of their demise sometimes, which has been a bit of a shame.
It's also great to hear the UC sideline going off as well. Definitely getting more hype and lots more cheering going on, which has been amazing.
Most definitely. Some very casual throws here from Jackson, looking to just work around with his handling partner here, Hazel. Knows what he's doing, Jackson. Very experienced in the handler set. Not afraid to keep the disc moving quickly.
Big shot up. Max collects it.
Fantastic box out there from Max. Finn was actually a lot closer to that disc than what it may have had appeared. Max doing really well there to just hold his line, box a wee bit, and then accelerate out to catch that.
That was a very good fight there for UC. That does bring the score to 13-1, which means Victoria has taken the win on this game.
Absolutely, as we see the players walking through. I think UC should still be pretty proud of them. A bit of a shorter roster. I'll be interested to see how the leagues are feeling from tomorrow onwards after 4 games today.
I wish them all the best, that's for sure, as with UC.
Absolutely. Easy. Do we just keep rolling until then? Sweet. So thank you very much for joining us for that game there. That was the Victoria of University Royals versus the University of Canterbury Pythons, the score there being a 13-1 victory to the Victoria University of Wellington Royals. We'd like to thank you all for watching and tuning in, and our next game is at 2:45 with Massey Ultimate Chargers taking on the University of Canterbury Honey Badgers. Until then, I'm Harrison Leach.
And I'm Ollie Judd.
And we thank you so much for tuning in to watch the NZ Tertiary Ultimate Championships 2023.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse.
Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me. And this is my chapter.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals, and experiences,
Join our team!
Join our team.
Join our team. Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
In the city is just so friendly.
It's a big city, it's a big student city. I love that you can walk everywhere and that everything's accessible.
The campus is just pretty much in the heart of the city as well.
What the students offer to the city is something that you don't get too many other places.
That's the great thing about this university, you will find your people.
It feels like a university with a city attached to it.
It's exceeded my expectations in every way. It's unbelievable.
Belief, the emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau. or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me. And this is my chapter.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals, and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team!
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
the city is just so friendly.
It's a big city, it's a big student city. I love that you can walk everywhere and that everything's accessible.
The campus is just pretty much in the heart of the city as well.
What the students offer to the city is something that you don't get too many other places.
That's the great thing about this university, you will find your people.
It feels like a university with a city attached to it.
It's exceeded my expectations in every way. It's unbelievable.
Belief. The emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
Welcome back to the New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championships for 2023. It is currently 2:43, and we are about to start our next game between the University of Canterbury Ultimate Club Honey Badgers versus the Massey Ultimate Chargers. My name is Harrison Leach.
I'm Ollie Judd.
And we will be talking your way through this game here, trying to give a bit of an insider perspective on what's going on, talking about some strategy, etc., and just how Ultimate works, and some general banter as well, I believe, if we can.
Yeah. Well, we've seen University of Canterbury Honey Badgers have a great run so far in the lead up to this game. They have a pretty star-studded roster. Probably around half of them just coming off the World Under-24 Championships and playing incredibly well. So it'll be awesome to see what they can provide to this team. Some awesome plays.
Good to see you.
Do you know much about the Massey lead up to this game?
I can't offer much of a perspective from Massey. I do imagine it's a pretty tight-knit group of people, as it is quite a small roster. I do know that they have a Auckland import in the form of Ronnie Reddings coming in after he studies online in Auckland, but through the Massey University, which is cool. So he'll be able to offer some experience as well, having just come off a World campaign with Kia, the New Zealand men's under-24 team. Now, this wind, Ollie, is pretty much the same as what we had. It's quite gusty. Definitely still going, I believe, an upwind, downwind. going from the right-hand side of our field down to the left. So there's definitely enough around here to play a bit of a part in terms of affecting our players' throws.
Yeah, in the last game we saw a lot of zone being played, and that worked quite in the favour of Victoria University. So we'll see if one of these teams decides to bring that play for themselves as well. Could be useful, could not. Just I suppose it depends on the players, but it is another option with this little bit of wind.
Absolutely. I've had the pleasure of going along to a couple of the University of Canterbury Honey Badgers trainings, and I do know that we could probably expect a few variety of zones looks from them, both being junk or a cup zone, and especially in this one I'll be interested to see what they look to pull out. It looks like we are starting off this game with a male matching point, males being the majority gender of the 7 on the line, and we'll be pulling the disc. University of Canterbury to pull, with Massey starting out on offense in dark on our right hand side of the screen, and the University of Canterbury in light on the left hand side of your screen.
See both teams here with the last little team chat before the hand goes up to start the first point.
Absolutely. Theo McIntosh with the pull to get us underway. Theo coming off a highly successful Worlds campaign with Kia, New Zealand under-24 men's team. He was on the D-line for that, and got turn after turn after turn and scored.
Definitely will be a useful player for this team.
Absolutely. As we see what looks to be a match look from UC.
Funky scuba there from Ronnie to get the game started.
Unfortunate drop there. Nice option.
We see UC picking up here. Looks to see moving quite quickly, which is a good tactic to have.
Noah Wale putting up quite an aerial floaty throw. Nathan Fater with an unfortunate misread. Looked like it bobbled a wee bit as it came down.
It's quite difficult in this wind. There were a few players in that area, both offense and defense. It's a bit of a 50-50 pass going up. So you see Massey coming to start on offense now.
Seeing cuts coming down from both sides of the disc, of the stack. Ronnie with the disc quite deep in his end zone and finds a nice under there.
Got some good flow moving.
Lovely movement there from Massey. Ronnie just controlling the tempo there, looking for some cuts downfield, is now engaged. Theo with a great mark out there. Looks like it's going to going deep.
And a big hut there. High store count.
And Noah Wall.
Nice defense.
Great read there, getting the disc moving to Jess. Off to Sarah Valentine. Finding Theo under. To Noah again. Looks off, Nathan in favour of a better option. Getting some structure going. Harry Jones with a nice cut, turning a slash in. Popping that disc up. Noah to Theo again. Theo with the nice find to Sarah.
There's some great flow there from UC. Definitely see the connections working. Must have been training for quite a while in the lead up to this tournament, and you can definitely see that coming through now.
Absolutely, you can really see those connections that UC has been building upon. Of course, like we mentioned, a lot of them coming from that New Zealand under-24 respective teams, and then just looking to build on that through a variety of trainings. We do know that UC started off the season quite early, getting their selections underway well before August, which was really good to see them do. And so I've had a lot of time under the watchful eyes of Adam Manang and Adam Chung to really build on that.
It's great to see both those coaches here as well, travelling all the way up to Wellington. It's not always common that you get to see a full training squad with all coaches present, so it's amazing that they had the dedication to come out and coach the teams today.
Most definitely. And as we see as well, Massey having their designated coach, Joel Gordon, here. And so he'll be offering a lot of advice and some perspective for Massey.
Second point of this game, we have Ellen Sanders for the pool with a women's matchup. One of the players to come off the past campaign with Mangopare.
Absolutely. Ellen having quite a senior role in this team. I'm excited to see what leadership she is looking to bring as being one of the captains.
Great pull there, just in front of the end zone. And a nice chase down from Stephen Leishman. Put some pressure on those first passes.
Quite a deep stack from Massey. Really looking to utilise that underspace.
Great cut there from Cleo.
High stall count. Throws up a interesting looking hammer, but comes down with it. That is number 72. I just had my list. Sinha. Doing very well there to control that disc. High stall count. Looking to reset. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get that angle with that forehand. Nice centre there from Noah to Ellen.
Nice break throw as well.
Finding Harry on the break side.
It's good to see these teams using both lengths of the field, the width and the length, which can be difficult in this wind. An unfortunate turn there from UC. Gives Massey a chance to come back on offense.
Just not quite looking as settled, UC were, as that previous point. Looking a little bit scared in terms of trying to trust that reset and going through the motions. As we see that disc float up, Ronnie.
Great grab there.
Outstanding. With a throw immediately into Noah Wale, who throws a flick of his own to Stephen Leishman with a great score.
Walks that in for himself, milks that right into the end zone. A great cut from Stephen.
I don't believe Ronnie saw Noah lurking there
No.
right in the channel, because my word, that was a laser beam that got picked off immediately.
Obviously not someone you want to be giving the disc to with that amazing long huck there.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
UC seem to be having a big sideline presence, all coming together as a team at the end of each point to discuss who's going on and what the team line is going to look like.
Absolutely. Fantastic to see all the team coming over and getting a good perspective on what they're going to be doing in terms of defense, what the focus is going to be and how they're going to generate the turns. By having the whole team over, listening to the line call, it allows the sideline to have a bit more of a perspective into what they're doing, and then can offer even more advice on that sideline.
We have Coach Tamara Anderson as well on the Massey side, giving some last-minute pointers. It's great to see a female coach with a mixed team. It's always useful to have a bit of both so that everyone can have someone to rely on, talk to. Also great input to have a bit of a female advice going on.
Most definitely. Most definitely. As we see, we are now with a woman matching majority. With our woman matching majority, we will have a female identifying player pulling the disc, as we see Kelly with a massive rip. Unfortunately, didn't quite keep the head down on that one, as the disc is very nicely caught by
Yeah, it was quite smooth.
Thea McIntosh on the sideline. I'll be interested to see if Massey want to brick this, as they will be losing quite a decent amount of ground here.
Yeah, if you can't tell from the stream, that disc landed about halfway between the brick mark and the halfway point of the field. And it looks like he is going to be taking it from the sideline there. Nice and close to the end zone, hopefully set up a smooth end zone set.
We see a nice early cut coming straight away. UC doing some sort of bracket or poachy zone. Massey doing well to overload that with 2 cuts going. Fantastic mark there. Looked a little bit of contact there, but throws through it.
We have Simon there with the disc. Low pass, unfortunately, couldn't be collected.
As we see Tom Warden picking up the disc with Ty Lawson getting to work. Deep shot coming to Aini Loy to rein it in. Oh, fantastic work there from Aini. Unfortunately, just didn't quite have the legs to get there. Aini also coming off a Worlds campaign with Mangapare, and also recently graduated. So congratulations to Aini for that. Massey again pursuing with that deep stack, getting cuts coming from 5 and 4 both ways, which is really nice to see.
Straight through the hands there. That's an unfortunate turnover.
It was a very nice cut though, and got to give the credit there for that. Tom Warden again working with Ty Lawson, and it is just upline on upline there. Fantastic work from UC with Tom Warden with the fake spike disc.
Oh,
into rocking the
not
baby.
faked anymore.
Into kick spike.
It's a worthy celebration. It was a pretty long point. Takes us to 3-0.
3-0 to UC. Massey doing very well to get some initiating cuts and movement going, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just having a few tough drops, which has quite literally just been the difference, I think, between these two teams so far.
They do also have a relatively smaller roster, so I feel as the game gets on, and as the tournament has gone on already, they have been more comfortable with the connections that they've gained between a lot of them. And we're definitely seeing that come through more, which is awesome to see.
Most definitely. Most definitely. As we see UC clearing the field first, coming out on defense, putting Massey on an upland offensive point. Morgan Ohio with the disc. Another one of the Honey Badgers star-studded under-24 players. Morgan being one of the key handlers for Mangapare. With a massive pull, lots of sit on it. Just nicely rolling over. That's a very hard pull to hit.
That is a very difficult pull, and he did it very well. Right in the back of the end zone there. Massey doing a good job of getting it out in the first pass before the defense can set. And it looks like a timeout has been called.
Cup zone into a timeout. Now, normally what we see with a timeout coming is when there'll be no movement coming from the downfield, or there'll potentially be quite a long stoppage in play, or it's been quite a long point for a timeout. But I can't say I've ever seen a timeout within the first pass of a point.
I think that's pretty new for me as well. It seems to be that maybe they realised that UC was coming down in a zone, and they wanted to chat about how they were going to get around that. So maybe they haven't come across this as much in the tournament so far.
Absolutely, and I think essentially a very good time to quickly go over what they're going to look to do to break through this cup zone and keep the disc moving. UC obviously with the cup zone looking to force Massey with the disc to the far side of the field using the wind there and looking to trap them in that corner.
Calling a timeout where they did, nicely in the middle of the field, however they are very close to their defending end zone, giving them quite a large field to work with. So could potentially be beneficial or detrimental to them. If UC can put on the pressure, it will be a small field for them to work with going the other way.
Most definitely. If I was talking to UC right now, I'd be interested in seeing them get quite aggressive with that mark, trying to really force them up the field into that cup and then into that wind as well. Really trying to bait that shot going forward and to get that turnover.
We see the same lines of 7 returning to the field. So after a timeout in Ultimate, you do have to have the same 7 players as you started with return to the field.
Absolutely. And now, of course, as Ultimate is a self-refereed game, therefore there are certain rules that our players have to abide by in terms of according to the spirit of the game. Massey, as they called the timeout, they will then have to set themselves on offense first, declare themselves set, and then we can see the Badgers now walking towards their respective people they are marking, and then they will declare themselves set, and then we'll get on with the game. Massey looking to have one lone deep player at the moment, or 2 long deep players actually.
And it seems that UC has stepped out of their zone look.
Interesting.
And going into match.
I wonder if that's a sort of double bluff there from UC, throwing the cup straight away and then collapsing straight into that match to sort of mess with that Massey offense. Nice swing there by Ronnie. We're going to keep the disc moving.
Some nice handler defense there. I think Ellen got a tip on that disc.
Unfortunate turnover there. It was a nice look there from Jackie. Ty starting up a deep cut, unfortunately in the same third. Jack Lewis doing well there to move the disc up the line. Oh, Ellen selling her player.
Completely poached up the line there.
Taking her time. They've got a lot of time here, UC, and they can definitely live with this disc. Morgan deciding to bypass not only Ellen, but Ty as well, in favour of Jack Lewis there in the end zone. Jack Lewis being one of the other captains on the University of Canterbury Honey Badgers. And the score is now 4-0 to the University of Canterbury Honey Badgers, with a pretty dominant defensive display there from the Honey Badgers.
Yeah, pretty consistent in getting the turns. Massey has had a couple of opportunities themselves, getting a couple of Ds and forcing a few turnovers and having the opportunity to go on offense, but unfortunately not being able to hold on to those. So it is looking hopeful for Massey. Definitely can see them get a few more turns on defense and score a couple points in this game.
Absolutely.
It's still very early on.
I've got to say, that was some extremely interesting mind games we saw going on there with the timeout call, one pass into the Massey Ultimate offense, and then UC completely disbanding their zone in favour of a match look.
Definitely something I've never seen before. Not sure I want to come up against that myself either, to be honest.
I've never seen that before, and that was fantastic. A nice dominant display here from the University of Canterbury Honey Badgers. Looking to be on defense again with the male matching pool. Finn McKenzie with the pool. Finn being one of a contingent of first-year players coming down into the University of Canterbury.
He is star-studded in his own right, having come through the under-20s programs, playing with some very experienced teams, and he is definitely a player to watch out for. That man can really fly, and it's quite impressive to watch.
Most definitely, and you don't have too many people who are tall and also have the ability to throw themselves around as much as he does.
Yeah, he seems very comfortable in doing so. That was a great grab there by number 70.
Oh, well done to keep that up. Not much spin on that disc as it was passed over. Cleo working well to move the disc there with Ronnie. Ronnie finds a lovely pass downfield to Natalia.
Huge put from Cleo.
Ronnie's got a very hard job of reading that.
And a great play from Ronnie.
Does
what a
so
grab.
well.
Nice little kick spike to end that. That was a well-deserved score from Massey Chargers.
Fantastic read there from Ronnie Reddings. That disc was put up with some snow on it, and Ronnie did very well to read this. Not easy, especially after he turned around twice to read that disc. So awesome to see that.
Quite impressive as well that he went up and then landed full body on the ground, making sure that he has full control of that disc when he does land. So that now leaves us with a score of 4-1, with University of Canterbury still up. However, Massey is making a strong comeback.
Absolutely, and I don't think UC should be too put off with that shot that went through there.
No.
Quite a high arcing shot into the wind, with a lot of float on it as well, allowing UC to have a lot of time to get the players onto it. Got to give credit there to Massey with that fantastic read. And now we will get to see the University of Canterbury come out with their O-line, which is very exciting. On the O-line for University of Canterbury, we have Jack Lewis, Aini Lui, Tom Warden, Callum Turner, Adelia Tan, Kelly Herman, and Farine, sorry. Apologies, Farine. Nice pull there from Massey, sitting just about 10 metres in front of the University of Canterbury's brick mark. And it looks like we have a zone here from Massey. An interesting zone. It looks very much like a 2-1 at the front, looking to push the handlers into that middle pocket there and really force them to go quite wide. So we see Tom and Kath making quite good work of this. Deep shot is on there. Tom Warden does well to holster. Kelly with the disc with a nice swing to Jack there. Finding Kath on the right-hand side. UC doing very well to keep this moving. Tom fakes the hammer.
They seem quite comfortable moving it around their handler players.
Absolutely. As we see that wind putting a bit of flutter on that disc. Definitely need to put some more spin on it. Yeah.
Having a nice mix as well. Definitely a lot of people popping back and handling as well, which is quite cool to see. Using the whole range of their team.
Lots of confidence there from UC. Massey doing well just to contain them though and get UC just moving around.
Great pick up there. I myself didn't even see her standing there, to be honest.
What a grab there from Adelia Tan.
Two UC players standing in that corner, ready for that shot to go. So that was some great movement there from Canterbury against that zone. Definitely see some confidence coming through. They seem pretty comfortable playing in this wind. I don't know, is it very windy down there?
Occasionally.
Probably, yeah.
Occasionally.
This is probably your maximum.
Yeah, this is about as bad as it gets.
So this is probably the weather they're most comfortable playing in.
Absolutely. Fantastic to see from UC that really knowing when to go and then also just to relax with the disc and really survey the downfield and have a look at the options. I enjoyed how they immediately put 4 handlers back to break that messy zone, really forcing them to run around and keep the legs going, which we know that they do not have much of due to the short roster.
Definitely. We'll see if UC comes down in a zone of their own. We have Ellen Sanders with the pull.
Massey with the opportunity here for some downwind offense. They should definitely take some credit for that last point though, forcing UC to be really patient with that disc and throw a lot of passes, which was really good to see.
Nice rolling pull there. Lands about halfway and rolls all the way back down to the brick mark.
Fantastic pull there. Nice pick up there from Massey.
Great break mark throw as well. We have Aaron now with the disc. Very good handler and downfield receiver. Not afraid to put his body on the line as well.
Looks like we're seeing a bit of a cup zone here, but Massey have broken through this quite easily. Gorgeous shot. Unfortunately, couldn't quite stick the landing.
It is showing though that even though there is a little bit of wind, everyone seems quite comfortable putting up some unusual throws. That one though was very beautiful.
Most definitely.
Nice and flat. But we have seen some upside down throws, some blades, and they have come off. That was an unlucky turn, but great pressure there from Ronnie on the defense.
Most definitely. The honey pass goes begging. Unfortunately there, Ty Lawson and Adelia Tan couldn't quite make that connection. Great throw there from Ellen before, and nice help defense there from Ronnie Reddings.
That was a great look as well for that throw to Abigail. Unfortunately just over her head, but that option was there. So much space in that back area. Definitely an option to be hitting those.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Massey are working really well through the zone. You see, have yet to look really threatening on defense, I think. Massey, unfortunately, just having a few drops, etc., which is just letting them down. Ty Lawson with the disc now. Throws a inside-out backhand air bounce to Tom Warden in the deep.
That one looks like it's been written out quite often. Tom seemed to see that coming, and Ty seemed pretty happy to let that one rip. That was quite a nice shot.
I'm unsure if Tom expected it to be coming to him like that. I would have probably liked to have seen a hammer, to be honest. But hey, you go.
Whatever works.
Whatever works. Still scored the point, which is the main thing.
They also seem to be looking pretty calm. UC does. Nice and chill. Everyone coming to the sideline, everyone coming to the line. But good vibes. Very confident team.
Most definitely. The Honey Badgers have had a few scrimmages leading up to this tournament just against the local Christchurch pickup side, Canterbury United, which has really given them a good opportunity to, see how that team dynamic works and have an opportunity against playing at against some higher opposition, which is really cool to see.
I know that Massey had a similar experience recently coming down to Wellington and playing against the Victoria University Club and a couple other mixed clubs around here just last weekend.
Oh, fantastic.
Not sure of the results of that little fun tournament, but it's amazing that they are also able to come down and play as a team, as I'm not very sure how many Frisbee players are in the Palmerston North area where Massey is coming from. But it was great for them to have that experience and learn to play together. Amazing pull there, right into the end zone.
Fantastic pull, allowing UC to set that what looks to be a regulation junk there from UC, with going into a 3-3-1. Unfortunate drop there from Ronnie as we hear the VB calls, which is UC's in the zone play. What we'll be looking to see here is an isolation in the middle with the rest of the players out around the zone. Unfortunately, just slightly overthrown there from Alan to Sarah. Still trying to work on that connection from Mangapare.
Pressuring up Massey in the corner here, resetting the zone.
Massey has a big job ahead of them here. Lots of field to get down there. Currently working still in their own end zone.
Unfortunately, that one not coming back in bounds.
Yeah, good catch though, but unfortunately just wasn't quite aware of where the legs were.
Also a good option by Ronnie. There wasn't many being provided elsewhere on the field. UC was shutting them down quite easily, it seems.
Most definitely. Simon did well there.
Now we have Ellen poached on the side with a huge shot.
Over to Finn McKenzie.
What a dime, and what a trusty receiver. That is a connection I'm sure they've been working on this year.
Most definitely. Having played against Finn a few times before, I can confirm that you'd rather have him on your team than playing against you, as he is just a very tall, great receiver.
I agree. So that brings the score to 7-1, favouring UC. And that is half time, as these games go to 13 points. Hopefully we can see some good team chats come out of this half time. Some more hype from UC and some more drive and grit coming from Massey. I think they definitely have a lot more in the tank than they're providing right now. And I'm excited to see what they can bring out in this next half.
Most definitely. Most definitely. No, we are slowly approaching the end of the day, and still have some really good games of Frisbee going on at the moment. Over from this field, we have AUT versus the University of Auckland. Is that Flash or is that Flow? Flow.
I am not sure.
Flow over there. Then we have the UC Pythons versus the University of Otago Ultimate Club. I believe that's Tora.
Yep. Looks like it. Even though it is nearing the end of the day, however, the sun is still coming out and it is quite warm out here, especially if you're playing. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of shade for these players to be getting some shelter in. So hopefully everyone's keeping hydrated out there, standing in the sun during this half time.
Well, we now are in that spring season now.
Finally.
After a long winter, which has been honestly quite blissful to be wearing shorts.
Yeah. It's quite nice of a change. Hopefully we'll have some more of these nice sunny days as we keep going through till summer. Also got some more tournaments coming up. We have New Zealand Mixed Ultimate Championships, which hopefully we'll see so many of these players representing their cities and their clubs around the country. Split them up a bit and see how they play. Be very exciting.
Absolutely. And I hope a lot of these players will be taking their learnings and awesome experiences that they're having from this tournament and be able to bring them back to their respective clubs and help to continue to further improve the game of Ultimate.
We see some team strats going on with honey badgers right now.
Looks like a few water bottles are being used here. I imagine they're probably going through their zone looks and just trying to touch up and finalize some points for that.
Also see some stretches going on. Can feel it after 4 games already. Must be getting some sore muscles going on. Definitely did a good rollout after this day.
Most definitely. It's nice to see that that wind hasn't picked up too much more than what it has already been. Still a relatively consistent breeze going from the right-hand side of our field to the left-hand side, causing a upwind, downwind situation here for our players. Looking to see from both teams, wind going into the winds, bit of low release, lots of spin on the disc, and trying to keep that nose more or less flat rather than pointing skywards.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a thrower's breeze for those with a bit more confidence. But for those newer players that are just coming in, it can be quite difficult for them to get used to this wind. So it causes a bit more challenge. And as we've seen throughout the variety of teams this weekend already, there are some newer players that are coming up, just picked up the sport, which is amazing to see. And it's great to see as well that the more confident players are able to support them as they play these games, and as well as include them completely in this tournament.
Absolutely. As we can see there, both teams huddling respectively, and then also fantastic to see that the 2 spirit captains from both teams are meeting up there and just having a chat. In Ultimate, obviously we uphold the spirit of Ultimate to allow our players to play under the respective rules of the sport. So generally at halftime, it's good practice of the spirit of the game for both the spirit captains to come over and just have a chat and ask about how the game is going, and if there is anything they wanted to raise with the respective teams, such as watching the contact on the mark or the fast count, etc., or any calls that may have happened previously.
See the teams here finishing up in their half-time, having a few cheers, get the vibes pumping. And we seem to have Massey Chargers starting on the left-hand side of the field on defense, with a male-dominated play, with the pull go and go up. And UC here on the right, going to be going offense downwind. So we'll see what they can bring out with their offensive line.
Absolutely. UC actually having a few new recruits into the team. Nathan Fater, the male identifying player with the tracksuit pants on and the singlet, is actually in his first year of Frisbee. Does plyometrics for fun and can confirm he has a very big jump on him, skying me a fair few times, and Tony Clark if he's watching, at our respective leagues in Christchurch.
He's definitely one to look out for, as he's been playing so good this whole tournament already. It's impressive to see.
Most definitely, and excited to see what he has to offer in this game.
Love to see the newbies coming in. Love to also see the support. We have Zara Bowen, one of the captains for this UC team, unfortunately with a injury, but she's still here on the sidelines, and it's amazing to see. Good support for the team. So that's the starting pool for the second half, just went up. And it seems to be Massey coming down in a bit of a zone.
Noah looking to test out Ronnie Reddings in the deep with Eliza. Fantastic positioning there from Eliza, really forcing Ronnie to go up early for that. Unfortunately, could not pull that down.
That was a great look there by UC, and a great pickup by Aaron.
Nice grab there from Aaron.
Disc, though, seems to be cooling down.
Oh, who's unfortunately, it looks like it goes down. Great spirit there from Aaron to call that down, as I believe quite a few players had said that was up.
Yeah, that was great effort as well, as it seemed that that disc actually wasn't for him. So that was great awareness from him to pick that up. It's a lot of skill to do that.
Absolutely, and great sportsmanship there.
Nice slice through the middle.
Nice work there from Jess Frost to Eliza McIntosh, who is the younger sister of number 45, Thea McIntosh.
It's nice to see as well the female connections that are going on, as this is a big mixed tournament. It's good to see that both genders are getting used fairly throughout the whole tournament, and it's something we've seen through every single team so far, that every player is getting used, and it is incredible to see.
Oh, it is fantastic. Fantastic to see that, you know, using all the players, etc., as that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah. Especially at this level of tertiary championships here in New Zealand.
You see again going with the full team on the line for this defensive point. Coach Manang barking at his troops, doing some last minute substitutions and pulling some people on and off the line.
The current score is 8-1. We hope to see massive charges. We've got both coaches on the line giving some last minute strats as well. So hopefully they'll come out with something exciting for this point. And I'm looking forward to seeing them punch in another score. I reckon they've got it in the bag. A couple more.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
And a great opportunity to do it here with the downwind offense. Would like to see Massey just take their time with their options. They're definitely there, just putting a little bit more love on those passes. And just a little bit more heads up from their downfield, I think, in terms of expecting those passes. No roller pull this time, just a regulation pull straight down the middle from Allen. As we see a lovely deep shot through. But a great D from Adelia. Joshua Cook who threw that. Fantastic throw there, but unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on what team you're going for here, great read from Adelia Tan.
Another nice break throw there from Ellen. UC seem doing such a good job of finding that break space, not being afraid to throw it underneath the defense's positioning.
Absolutely, as we see Charlie working with Ty there to Farine. Oh!
That was an unfortunate pass there.
You could see exactly what she was trying to do with that clap catch. Unfortunately, just clapping a little bit too early there as that disc was coming through. Number 33, Joshua Cook to pick up. Directing his troops there and then just settling for an easy dump back to Ronnie Reddings.
I do see Massey getting pushed back into their end zone a lot more, which makes it quite difficult to get out. But they seem to do a good job of stretching the field.
Lovely grab there from Morgan O'Hara. Unlucky not to get the Callahan there.
But gets the assist instead. That was great defense pressure by UC.
Fantastic work. It looked like he couldn't believe he got it there.
Seems to be as well, like, even though this the wind has kind of died down now, so it makes it a bit tricky to play a zone, but as you can see, they are still getting the turns, and they do have very good positioning. So these Ds are still coming up, even with a minimal wind.
I completely agree, and it's sort of something that sort of plays a little bit on your mental as well, starting a game with the wind being quite dominant, etc. You are still going to stick with a little bit of hesitancy to throw some throws, even despite the wind kind of dying down.
Does make it kind of two separate games.
Most definitely. I'd be excited to see a bit more of a matched focused defense now with that wind just dying out here.
It'll be exciting to see a few of the matchups. I feel like there'll be a lot of good ones coming out of this game. A lot of equally matched individuals.
Most definitely, most definitely. As we see here with a male majority on the line here with Tom Warden with the pull. Having played alongside Tom Warden for a number of years, I'd be expecting to see quite a big inside-out backhand looking to sit, ideally, in the back left corner of this end zone. Lovely focus clap there from UC.
Oh,
backhand roller.
Never seen before by Tom Warden.
No.
Something new for him. That nice roller that leaves just past the brick mark, I'm assuming, and brings Massey in on the sideline where they can trap them in.
Interesting call to be rolling it out on the closer side of the field, especially with the wind going almost the opposite way there. Nice throw there from Aaron. Lovely inside shot there. And it is a Mac central there.
That was a great pickup by number 65. Good heads up awareness.
And Tom Wharton with just a bomb to Ty Lawson, who does very well to read that for the score. Bit of a no-nonsense offense there from UC.
They seem to know what they want to do, and they're going to throw it no matter what, it seems. But it's working for them, and it's pretty cool to see.
Most definitely. Unfortunate turn there for Massey. I don't think it really came with much pressure from that UC zone. It was a nice option that they were looking to take there, and just unfortunately just that execution letting them down.
Got the whole Massey squad coming to the side now to have a quick team chat. The score is currently 10-1 with a game to 13. So probably a last minute, give it your all sort of chat. Get some confidence going.
100%. I'd like to see Massey encourage that deep shot a little bit more, particularly with having the wind behind them.
Yeah, for sure.
And really look to just try and test UC out a little bit more. Playing with a bit more freedom and a bit more confidence in situations like these, and you actually do get to see the team's true colours when that begins to happen, which is really cool. And sort of get to see a lot more of their potential as well when there's no fear to be playing with. There's a massive pull there. Looking like it's sitting down, but unfortunately it has gone out. Brick there signalled. So in Ultimate Frisbee, when our opening pull goes out of bounds, the player who is going to collect the disc can make a decision to brick the disc, allowing them to bring the disc into the centre of their half of the field. Or they can choose to take the disc from where it went out.
So we have Josh Cook bringing this disc back into the brick mark.
Immediate.
Seems to be a match defense with a huge put.
Massive deep cut from Massey. Gorgeous find there. However, a travel is called. Stoppage.
Just discussing the travel call there. Having a bit of discussion, which is always good. Get everyone on the same page.
Absolutely. Jordan Hoffman, the receiver there for the disc, did a great job of reining that in and looking to move it quickly, looking for that downfield option for the score. Disc looks like it is about to be tapped in. With his players going back to where they were when the travel infraction occurred. Few fakes there from Jordan, looking to try and move that mark around, looking for their end zone option, finds it. Great score there from Massey.
Nice patience from number 19 Jordan as well. High stall count at the end, but finding the right player to pass it to in those moments.
Absolutely.
Can be easy to get a bit flustered in those situations, but he did a very good job.
And awesome to see Massey obviously having that strategy talk of let's try out that deep space cut, let's try and see if we can get one going, and developing it immediately off the brick. Great cut there from Jordan.
That deep cut was pretty impressive. We love to see it.
Absolutely. Catching UC napping a little bit there, I think.
They're definitely going to want to try fight back on that one.
Most definitely, and interested to see how UC are going to respond to that one with some downwind offense of their own. Putting out their offensive line. Looks like we have Harry Jones, Noel Wall, Eva Kim, Jack Lewis, Nathan Fater, Jessica Frost, and Eliza McIntosh.
We have a nice pull by Massey, reaching just about the brick mark.
Nice centre there straight away from Jack Lewis and Noah Wale.
Putting up a big shot of their own.
Huge inside out there from Jack Lewis.
And read very well.
Nice read there from Nathan, one of the newer players on the team.
That was basically the same play, just read up by different teams. But as you can see, it does work, and it gets a quick point.
As we see a timeout called, I believe, from Massey. Obviously looking to try and stem that flow of UC, with the end being quite near, and trying to get some strategy talk into what their next offensive play would be. I would love to see them try and get that deep cut set up again.
Yeah, obviously worked for them once, and it's something new that they've been trying, so why not give it another go?
Absolutely. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I think especially as well late in this tournament, late in day one, still got a whole day tomorrow. I think keeping the vibes up as well is very important. And they've been doing such a good job of this. Very good sideline with each other, lots of high fives, lots of positive energy. And they never seem to really get down, which is awesome to see. It can be quite hard if you're getting the Ds and then not being able to convert them yourself. But they're doing such a great job at keeping spirits high.
Most definitely, and I think it's definitely one of the very hard challenges in Ultimate. It is very easy to stay happy when you're up and you're winning, but the real challenge is when you're losing.
Yeah, they have such a good opportunity for a comeback here, get a few more points on the board and put up a good fight. So I'm really excited to see what they bring out after this timeout.
Absolutely, as we see what looks to be 4 males and 3 females walking towards the line, indicating that there is a male matching majority for this point. You see Honey Badgers looking like they are signaling that it is a lady point. Of course, the joys of Ultimate being the self-refereed sport, it is up to both teams themselves to remember the gender, swapping in an A-BBA style, in the sense that it will be 2 points of either male or female matching majority, and then followed by another 2 points of the opposite gender. Looks like that has now been resolved.
And we are playing with a female point this time.
Kelly Herman with the pull. Nice roll there.
Getting some good distance on that pull.
Absolutely. Massey quite happy to let it roll out.
Giving them some chances to set up their offense. Obviously looking for that deep shot again.
Deep shot,
but it doesn't seem to come.
Was definitely what he was looking for, but unfortunately the cut going was just a little bit too slow for his liking there. As we see Ronnie Redding streaking deep there over Jack Lewis. Jack Lewis, oh!
Great grab by Ronnie, great read as well by Jack Lewis. He was right there the whole time. And an awesome shot put up again by number 33. He definitely has a very strong arm on him to let those rip.
Fantastic rip there from 33. You could see in that previous set what he was looking for with that initial deep throw, and doing exceptionally well there to hit that deep option on the second time. Ronnie Redding's bringing that in. Ronnie, having just come off a Worlds campaign with Kia, was marked by Jack Lewis, one of his other teammates from Kia. So I imagine there'll be a few chatter points after this game, and a few bragging rights definitely occurred from that.
For sure. It's also great to see the Massey players getting those confidence now to start putting up a few more of those shots, because it was a great shot, very highly contested. So giving those players an opportunity to have a bit of a show on stream makes it a bit exciting.
Most definitely, and we do love seeing some cool points go on the board. I'm a massive advocate for if it looks cool, you've got to give them some points for it at least.
Me too. It's always very impressive.
Most definitely, most definitely. Great to see Massey get on the board again there, bringing the score to 11-3 with Massey pulling the disc.
Female matching point again with a huge pull. Looks like it's gone out to the sideline on the far side of the field.
No brick signal from UC there, indicating that they're pretty happy to be taking that from the sideline.
It is relatively close to their end zone, just a bit forward of their brick mark. So working with about a third of the field, they seem pretty comfortable, and it looks like Massey is set up in a zone look.
Big
hoping
zone
to
there.
shut them down.
Nice hammer there from Finn McKenzie to get the disc moving. Theo then throws to Aine.
UC seems to have some really nice widening shots, not afraid to bypass that middle person to gain some extra yards sideways and spread the field.
Fantastic work there from Eva, putting the disc around.
You see Sarah free. She was waving ready for that disc, expecting it to come. Definitely one that you don't want to leave unmarked.
Absolutely. I think UC did very well there to spread the disc. Really looking to use the full width of the field there as they went around breaking that zone. I think they ended up zigzagging across that a couple of times.
Made quick work of it too, bringing the score to 12-3.
Absolutely. Game point here for the University of Canterbury Honey Badgers. Massey looking to throw back a offensive hold of their own. Back to their favoured end with those deep shots. I'll be interested to see if they're looking to do that again.
I am excited. I personally hope that they do. I think that it's been working for them. And again, if it's working, why stop?
Most definitely, most definitely. And we can see on the field the designated shooter, Joshua Cook, most definitely trying to instruct his team on where he's wanting them to throw. I'd be interested in seeing quite a few people go deep here.
Yeah, it might end up turning into a bit of a skybox situation, but we'll have to wait and find out. We've got a male matching point to start this one off.
Absolutely, with the UC Honey Badgers coming out on defense. Noah Weil with the pull there. Noah coming through the ranks of the under-20 New Zealand team and having previously played at Shirley Boys alongside Ty Lawson, who's also in this team as well.
Nice IO pull there, making it just past brick mark.
Fantastic work. Quick grab from Joshua Cook to Ronnie Reddings.
And there's that deep
launches
shot.
it. Lots of edge on it, trailing out to the right-hand side.
That was a great read by the Massey off end, but unfortunately the throw was just fading out of bounds just a bit too quickly.
Not quite the right angle there for Ronnie to be shooting that inside-out shot, as we see Noah Weil try and pick out Nathan, who actually
that was a good read on his behalf.
Did exceptionally well to read that.
Sandwiched in between two Massey defenders. It was impressive for him to even get a hand on that, to be honest.
Most definitely.
He's a tall guy on the field. He's a very good target for that long shot to hit.
We see a horizontal stack coming here from Massey, which is quite interesting.
It's set up quite deep as well. Females guessing it long, but unfortunately it's not coming.
Would like to see them really try and finish those cuts with that deep shot going and then coming all the way under, looking to try and rest either in that middle pocket or near the sideline.
Do have some good switching handler defense there.
Oh.
But an unlucky drop by number 13.
That is a very unfortunate job. It was a nice shot and a really nice open under cut, and just couldn't quite hold on to it that time. Tom Warden to pick up here, marked by Ronnie Reddings. Quite a deep stack here from UC. They are miles back. As Nathan looks to use his feet well.
Not quite towed it in.
And throws a hammer to Noah Weil for the score to finish off the game for us.
It's the final score was 13-3 to the UC Honey Badgers. It was a pretty good game.
It was a very good game. I think Massey should still take a lot of credit for what they did. In that game, they were hitting some right pockets and just had a few execution errors. You saw, when they scored those points that they were looking quite dangerous, especially with that deep game. And I really enjoyed this sort of flow from that horizontal stack that they started with.
They definitely started to get some confidence there at the end as well. So hopefully in their next game of today, or if not, if that game is tomorrow, that they bring that out again and keep fighting for those points. And for UC, that was a pretty incredible display of frisbee from them.
Most definitely. Quite a dominant display, and they'll be looking to use that as a bit of momentum towards their next few games. UC will be looking at making the semi-final and then hopefully the final, ideally, depending on who they end up with in their semi-final. Thank you very much to everyone else at home that is watching this and has been listening along and following the NZ Tertiary Ultimate Championships for 2023. My name is Harrison Leach.
My name is Ollie Judd.
And it has been a pleasure talking you through our latest matchup between the UC Honey Badgers versus the Massey Ultimate Chargers.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me. And this is my chapter.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. as you represent your uni. Building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made like some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Food Stuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team!
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
In the city is just so friendly.
It's a big city, it's a big student city. I love that you can walk everywhere and that everything's accessible.
The campus is just pretty much in the heart of the city as well.
What the students offer to the city is something that you don't get too many other places.
That's the great thing about this university, you will find your people.
It feels like a university with a city attached to it.
It's exceeded my expectations in every way. It's unbelievable.
Belief, the emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
Hello? That's still quite loud.
Hello and welcome back to the New Zealand Ultimate Tertiary Championships here in Wellington, New Zealand. My name is Ollie Judd and I'm joined by
Becky Liddell.
And this game we have Victoria University of Wellington versus AUT, Auckland University of Technology from Auckland. This is the last game of today for all these teams and they have had such an amazing run so far. So this game will be quite interesting. They're coming off quite a large break just now, and AUT only just finishing a very close game against another Auckland team, claiming the dub, which is pretty awesome for them, but they may be a bit lacking of legs coming into this game.
We're just waiting for the arrival of AUT right now, hopefully only a couple minutes away.
Yeah, so we can see Vic here getting their warm-up in, getting some double disc, lots of touches on the disc. Quite nice. The wind seems to have died down quite a bit more. Got a bit up there in the middle of the day. And it's nice coming back down. So hopefully we'll see some good matchups. Maybe still some zone. Save some legs for tomorrow. But we'll see.
Vic's been favouring their junk zone for the past half of the day. It's been really good for them.
Yeah.
Definitely seen an increase in play and turns and...
Definitely. They started the game a little bit down. Having a tough loss for the very first game, but they've definitely come back over the course of the day, which is awesome. You can see the captains and the spirit captains in the middle of the field as well, having their little spirit discussions, deciding on who starts on offense and who starts at which end. It'll be awesome to see as well. We have lots of players on both of these teams, having just come off some huge campaigns, a lot of under 24 players that were competing in the UK, and both teams, both AUT and Victoria. So it'll be exciting to see how they match up against each other and how they've gelled as a team within their own.
Victoria University has claimed this as their big their big competition this year. There's been a lot of talk about the AUT game, so I'm sure Vic's feeling very excited and maybe a bit nervous for this one.
Yeah, lots on the line, I've heard. So hopefully it's a nice, fair, spirited game that we'll see from them. I'm sure there'll be some big games and some sneaky little chats going on, I'm pretty sure.
So we're still waiting on AUT.
So this is the last game of pool play. Tomorrow we are starting with the crossovers. I'm unsure exactly where these teams sit on the ratings at the moment, but both teams have won games today, so they should be in a good spot heading into tomorrow. It's nice as well to see Vic warming up, getting in some long shots.
Yeah.
So, as we know, that they do all have the capabilities to put those up, and definitely have the receivers to go get them. So it'll be interesting to see if they use those in the game. And we see AUT over on the other sideline. Having a last little spirit chat, just coming off a game, so just trying to refresh their brains and get focused in on this game. Here we go now, just hearing the AUT chants go up, generally expressing that they're ready to go, as are we. Very excited for this game to go ahead, see how it turns out. Vibes are high, sun's still shining, no wind anymore.
It's beautiful.
It's so nice. Lots of dogs on the sideline.
Always a bonus. Victoria University is in light.
Last minute kit change. And it looks like AUT will be starting on the right hand side of the field, which if the wind does pick up as it has been throughout the day, they will be having a bit of downwind going in this direction.
And there might just be the last bit of light that gets in Vic's eyes.
We have Coach Peter Boardman for the AUT team, giving out some good strats. Very well-known player in the Auckland community and in the New Zealand Ultimate community in general. I'm sure he's giving them some good advice before they start in this game. And Coach Reebok for Victoria University giving out the last sugar boost of lollies. Very good tactic. I rate that myself. Get a bit of sugar in you, get some energy. I know there's probably some tired legs out there right now, especially with Vic have a pretty short roster for this tournament. So it'll be cool for them to get some blood pumping and have some fun out there.
Absolutely.
I'm very excited. AUT ready to go, all on the line. Vic's still heading over there. Looks like it will be a male matchup point where we start with 4 males on the field and 3 females, which means there will be a male puller.
Looks like Jackson's taking that pull for Victoria University, which means that Vic is coming down on defense for this first point and AUT is coming down on offense.
Some last minute coaching there from Reebok. Just making sure that all the team is on the same page before they get started. It's always a good idea to have the team understanding what the plays are going to be and fully on board. So we see AUT signalling that the hand up that they are ready, and Jackson to pull the first pull for this game. Nice IO pull there from Jackson. Just as that pull went up, we have felt a bit more of that breeze come back. So definitely will change the outlook of this game a little bit. We can see Vic coming down in a bit of a zone here.
It's been their favourite all day, a bit of a junk.
It has been, and it has worked out in their favour a lot of the time.
Especially with this short little roster.
That was a very nice find there from Rory.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, there's a bit of a turn, and Victoria has their first chance at a offensive break. We have Jackson walking up for the disc. Mackenzie there with a floaty air bouncy backhand. Nice read by Gus. Kept it in bounds, but unfortunate throwaway there. A little bit too trigger happy, but it was a great bid there from Rory trying to pick that up.
We've got an AUT player here streaking deep a bit. Likely to stretch out the zone a little bit to help them on offense.
AUT giving Vic a good chance to reset their zone with Mackenzie on the mark there.
A lovely over the top.
Josh Howe there with the hammer. Very confident thrower, also a well-known player. Very confident with those overhead throws, so he'll be very happy in these conditions, I'm sure. A nice overhead there to Daniel. Also seems pretty comfortable in this zone. Not sure how windy it gets up in Auckland recently, but it'll definitely be a good chance for them as AUT to figure out how to play against the zone a bit more.
It's a turn for Vic. It's Hazel passes to Jackson. Back to Hazel again.
Vic showing that they're not afraid to put up those long shots.
Ooh.
That was a very contested pass, but very nicely defended. Some good flow there by Vic. But unfortunately, that turn does happen again. And we'll see Vic reset their zone. We see an AUT player sneaking back deep again. Jackson does have an eye on her though. Poaching off, making it seem like not much of a threat. He knows he can get in there and get the Ds.
Allegedly.
I mean, in the last game he did get a few.
Yeah.
Pretty confidently.
Oh, lovely up the line there.
Nice inside from Rory. A nice grab there by number 7, Lindsay Taylor. Nice bid there by Mackenzie, getting very close to getting a piece on that disc. Great bid by Eddie. Coming without the disc though. AUT still in position. They're doing such a great job of popping through the zone. It's very impressive work. Keeping calm, cool, collected. And just using those swings. Taking the right options.
Another
Eddie
great
again.
bid.
Can see that this Vic team is wanting this game so badly. Willing to put all their body on the line for this result.
This is the hungriest I've seen them all day. Huge hammer. Oh,
Great hammer. Great bid by Rory. Seemed to be baiting that one a little bit. But it was a nice look from Rory there. AUT player in the back corner. Hands up. They wanted that disc to come. They are ready for it. They knew that he had the throw. Just that the Vic player was just ready for there. Great cut developing by Aisha. Huge bit by Gus.
Look at that. And a lovely run as well.
Slightly overthrown there by Gus. But it's just showing that the Vic team is just not afraid to let loose on these big throws. They want that to be a threat. And it really is becoming a threat. It's pretty cool to see. This is still the first point of the game, if you are just tuning in. It's been a very long couple of minutes.
Absolutely.
Everyone's grinding out there pretty hard.
They both want it as much as the other.
Both teams at the moment currently having a bit of a quiet sideline. I think both are just
a bit tired.
It's been a long day.
Oh, unlucky.
Great option, but unlucky drop there. That was Kate Charlesworth. Incredible player. Also one not afraid to put her body on the line. She's a really cool one to watch. And we have Vic there for the first score. That is Mackenzie, who actually is from America. She is a player that is over on exchange to Wellington and has joined this team for a bit of New Zealand Ultimate experience. She's fitted into the team quite nicely, bringing her American experience over. And it's been quite cool to see how that has developed as the team has progressed. Definitely one impactful, as you can see, scoring those points and getting very close on a couple of Ds over that point. So we see Hazel now with the disc on the right hand side of the screen. It is going to be a female matched up point, where we have 4 females and 3 males taken to the field from each team. We see Hazel as well, taking on a bit of the coaching role, calling the line there. With Coach Reebok just on the sideline, crouched down, ready to give input, but knows that the team is in capable hands with Hazel.
Got some cute little furry sideline supporters.
Oh my gosh, yes. Vic is ready to go. AUT a bit slower to get off the field after their having a little quick line chat. So I'm sure they're getting lots of good information in.
Here comes the pull from Hazel.
Nice pull. Just lands on the line, which means that Josh Howe is going to brick that pull. This means that he can bring it to the white X located 1/3 of the way up the field and use that as the starting point for the point. quite beneficial for AUT, as it lets them set up in the middle of the field around this Vic zone that they have pulled again. As we've seen, it has been quite good for them. What a bid from Kate. That was so impressive.
Huge put up.
What a find. Nearly looked like a fumble there, but she had that safe and secure.
She's been waiting for that one. She was baiting it before as well.
That was awesome. Straight past Jackson. Looked like a bit sleeping on his feet there. Sorry, mate. But that was an awesome find to that player in the end zone. And that's how you like to do it in a zone. Work your way through, find a nice easy gap, and then just shoot it down. As you can see, that point was definitely a lot quicker than the first. So, it's quite nice. Good on AUT. We see AUT as well, bringing nearly all of their players onto the line so they can all hear what's going on between each points. We also see that there may be a slight bend in the disc, a bit dented. Potentially from Kate's incredible layout grab before. So they're just changing that out so that it flies smoothly and it's a bit easier to play with. Just figuring out the gender as well. Looks like it will be a female matchup point again for the third point of the game. We will have Rebecca O'Leary with the pull. She is such an incredible player. I've played with her before down in Wellington. Now she's up in Auckland for uni. She is an awesome player.
I've got a fair bit of experience on this AUT line here.
Definitely. Lots of NZ reps. Lots of up-and-coming players as well. That was a great pull as well. Making it round the brick mark, pushing Vic to the sideline. We see AUT coming out in a bit of match marking as well. The great read by Max there to pick up that slightly overthrown too high pass. Unfortunately, no one's there to do it again. Great recollection by Max Stevenson as well. I watched him in this last game and he is a great player. Lots of skies, lots of bids, and he can throw. So hopefully we'll look out for him in this game.
Appears to be a pick call.
Pick call. So a pick is when there is a potential for a collision and a player does not want to run through, or it's difficult for them to catch up with their player. And that can stop the play. However, in this case, there was a turnover as a result. And there has been a turnover again. A slight misthrow there, slight fumble, straight to the face. It's quite a hard one to catch, so AUT will have another chance at offence. Huge put up there. Max Stevenson to Elise Matthews. Unfortunately, got a bit lost in the sun, I think, on that one.
We can see that Vic has now switched to a man marking for defence.
It was a great option that he took. Elise and herself a great downfield receiver. And she's been a very big target for them to hit in that area. Very reliable. Slightly overthrown there by Jackson, giving AUT a short field to work with.
Hammer goes up and is caught by Steph in the end zone.
Amazing work. Steph being one of those under 24 representatives that played for Karearea in this past month in July. So she is also going to be a target to hit for AUT downfield.
I'm loving the purple here as well.
Yes, if you can see on the stream, a lot of AUT has dyed their hair or added pink or purple ribbons in their braids, which is looking very sleek and very working together as a team. It looks very awesome. So that should bring the point score to 2-1. AUT has broken back. It's looking to be a very exciting game. Bit of annoying sun. The shade is kind of hanging over parts of the field, and the wind is kind of still there but a bit dying down. So definitely a bit of an evening game. Hopefully everyone's legs will survive. See the full team of AUT as well on the line again. Just heading off now. Max Stevenson with the pull. And it's a big one. Nice IO forehand. Into the wind. Backhand, sorry. Jackson to field and a few nice quick passes to get the disc centered. Great pressure there by Elise. And unfortunately a bit of a missed throw. Maybe moving a bit too quickly.
So now we're moving to a match defense for Vic again. Seems that they've dropped the zone in favour for match.
Great big by Becca O'Leary. That was very close. Awesome to see her putting her body on the line. Great bid there by Mac as well on defense. Incredibly difficult to do. Pop straight back up, and there we go. He was ready for that one. He's a very tall player, which might help. Extra reach on those long arms comes in handy.
Ooh.
Nice take by Mac there. Playing a very integral part of this game, getting almost every second or third touch and putting up those big impactful throws. That one unfortunately not working out in favour of AUT, dropping a bit quickly. But it's great to see that they are taking those big options. Also proving that they can be a threat in those deep areas and not afraid to put those hammer throws and overthrows upside downs up in the air. Huge put by Jackson.
Lovely read by Eddie there.
Eddie's a great receiver.
Yep.
Very safe hands and has got the throws to back it up.
1, 2, 3, straight in the end zone. Lovely score from Vic.
That was a nice way to end that point. That point as well, going on for quite a while. I feel like we've got a very good, tough match on our hands here. Both teams want this so badly and are putting up the fight. That was a nice, smooth way to end it, though. Those long hucks, as they are wanting, are proving to be quite the threat to both of these teams. And it's very impressive to see the plays that are coming off of them. See a bit more coaching by Reebok on the Victoria side, potentially discussing whether they're going to set up a zone again. It has been working for them, but that match also was working, so unsure what they're going to pull out for AUT. But AUT are very zoned in right now, listening to Coach Peter. We have Rory with the pull. Nice pull there. Makes it solidly past the brick mark. Rory descended to Josh. And Vic is throwing their iconic Victoria zone. But AUT is finding it quite easy to work through. Nice bid there by both players on both teams. It was a great defense effort by Max, but also a great recollection try by Kate.
Eddie puts it to Liam. Back to Mackenzie again.
Again, that long shot is proving so beneficial to Victoria.
Huge.
What a grab.
Lovely.
That was a nice put into space, but also very contested by Rory. He made up great space to get right up close with Liam and contest that throw. So it looks like one of the teams has called a timeout, which gives the teams a little bit of a chance to have a chat about what they're going to do, what's going right, what they can fix. Should last about a minute or so. It's probably a good time in the game to call this timeout. Just have take a bit of a breath, recollect, think about what's been working. Hopefully they're mentioning those long puts. And I hope they're congratulating their team on their lays, because I am in awe. The score currently should be 3-2 in favour of Victoria University, if I'm correct. Potentially I am not, but that is what I think it is. So Victoria is up a break, so hopefully they will be thinking about how they can keep this hold and benefit from it as the game goes on. AUT got the whole team together, but a little bit of a heads down, maybe a bit tired, lacking a bit of energy, but hopefully a little bit of oomph. They've got it in them. Got some new players on the line, which is exciting. Got Bree Kroon there, new to this game today. She's been playing for quite a few years now up in Auckland. And we are seeing Hazel with the pool from Victoria University. Potentially. They're just deciding whether it is a male or a female match-up point. Coming to the conclusion that it is female. So yes, Hazel with the pool. She is one of the few that have been to the under-24s this past July as well. Incredible handler, great pulls, very solid and confident in that space. So she is definitely a key player for this Victoria University team and works well with Jackson, who she got to play with a lot. So their connection is already there, and it's amazing to see how that's grown over that tournament and also this tournament. Huge ball just in front of the end zone line. AUT very good at that centering pass, always to Josh Howe in the middle there. Kate now with a good fake and a pass back.
They're really breaking down that zone there.
Nice hammer over the top there to Josh Howe. Lots of hands going up in the end zone wanting this point to be over. It's quite nice to see AUT very comfortable in the back of the zone, just swinging it calmly, making good popping passes.
It's a lovely pass into space there.
Ashton Reid with that nice centering pass back to the middle. Josh considering his options. And a nice take from AUT.
Lovely.
What a put. She wanted that. She was so ready. That's number 7, Lindsay Taylor. incredible player. We have seen her thrive over this weekend. She loves that little back spot in the end zone. Has everyone looking for her for a cheeky hammer or a nice pass like that. She's very safe hands. Beneficial for this team for sure.
So that point brings the score to 3-all to both AUT and Victoria University.
Hazel doing a bit of coaching for Vic, and Peter and the rest of his crew doing some coaching for AUT. It's great to see that the coaches have the dedication and willingness to come down to these tournaments, travelling with the team even though they can't play themselves. It's amazing commitment from them, and I'm sure everyone on all the teams is grateful that these coaches step up and help out with these tournaments. We have Rebecca O'Leary with the pool as a female matchup point is going on with 4 females. Nice and floaty. Mackenzie in a good position there in the middle of the field. Great up the line cut there. Oh, I thought she was going to throw that. Looking a bit lost for options.
It's a lovely cut up the line by Jackson, followed by one. And it's a point from Paul.
That was some nice flow down the far sideline there.
Love to see it.
Good to see those handlers working, nice strike cuts. And nice mixed ultimate being played as well. That was beautiful.
So the score is now 4-3 to Victoria University. It's a very close game for the last game of the day. I'm sure teams are a little bit tired right now.
Very close, very intense. We do also have 3 other games going on at the moment to decide who will be playing in the crossovers tomorrow. And we've had some amazing games being played today. It's so cool what we can see at this level with Tertiary Ultimate. It's definitely grown a lot over the past couple years. We can definitely see some new teams stepping up, gaining some more confidence, getting some more experience, and hopefully this year having a tighter battle for first place. Be interesting to see, hopefully, if one of these 2 teams could make the semis, make the finals. Have a bit of a mix-up in that scene further along in the tournament.
It's Jackson with the pool again. Looks like this one is a male point, so it's 4 males, 3 females. Huge pull. Straight into the other end zone.
That was a very nice pull, comfortably collected by Josh and centered outside of the end zone quickly, which was a very smart decision. And Vic seems to be coming back down into that zone. But AUT seems to know what's coming. They seem to be quite comfortable in moving it around, getting out of that area. Nice grab there by number 19, Ashton Reed. Doing a good job for this team. Oh. Great bid there by Jackson, but Pre-Groom comes up with it. Incredible grab. Ending up in a bit of a layout herself there for the score. Very impressive. That was some great flow from AUT. Getting it down that far sideline and breaking through that zone. I honestly thought it was going to come back this way because Lindsay Taylor was wanting it again in this corner. But they had eyes for Bree this time and it worked out in their favour. That was some awesome movement.
Love to see their cool, calm collectedness with the disc.
It's amazing. We love it. This hopefully will give us some confidence as well. We are still tightly matched in this game, 4 each, and both teams seem to want this so badly. So it'll be interesting to see who makes the first break and gets away first. Gets a bit of a lead on the scoreboard.
So we'll have Vic coming down on offense this point.
Be interesting to see what AUT decides to throw on defense. Will it zone? Is it match? Who knows? Is it something else entirely? That would be quite exciting. Both these teams comfortably taking their time between each of these points. Having a good long chat with their coaches.
Good old yarn.
Good old yarn.
Big pull.
That is huge. Almost out the
And
back.
the float too.
A safe centering pass, getting it out of the end zone. You can see AUT coming down in a bit of a zone here.
Oh, nice through the gap by Eddie there.
Great bid by Liam. Bit of a backup there, as a bit of a miss throw. Seems to have not caught it in time, and it is a turnover. Great effort there. That was very impressive.
And good spirit too.
Big put up there by Mac.
Fading a little bit.
Eddie read that one very well.
It's Eddie to Rory.
We'll see AUT put their zone back into play. Oh, nice hammer there from Hazel, using the overtops. I mean, if the option's there, you got to use it, right?
Oh, bit of an overthrow by Max there.
It's an unfortunate turnover from Vic. They were doing very well in moving it through that zone. Max Stevenson, though, that deep space, he is the big threat in there. You don't really want to put it up when he's on that zone. And he did a good job of getting the D on that pass.
Appears that Vic is doing match defense once again.
Huge deep cut from Stephanie Franson. Had a
And
good
she
read on that.
reads that beautifully.
That was a great score there by Claire. Nice quick 4-point pass. These quicker points seem to be working in favour to both these teams. I wonder if they'll keep using them. Can see some hands over the eyes on the AUT line. Looks like the sun is getting to be quite annoying. Just at that very inconvenient height. Shining straight in the eyes. So I'm sure those high shots are going to be quite difficult to catch. So big props to Steph for catching that last one. As I'm sure that was a bit of a blind hand up there to try get position. She did a great job of bringing that down. Nice rolling pull from Becca O'Leary.
It's Mackenzie to Hazel there. Hazel to Sabrina.
Nice jig there from Jackson. Getting very free, unfortunately not having an option downfield. got some great movement here from the handlers of Vic. But also some very tight defense. AUT is doing such a good job of shutting down the first option and doing well on the mark to keep the force.
Huge from Jackson. Oh. Unfortunately, Max isn't quite able to catch that one in the end zone.
That was a very brave look by Jackson. Props to him. That was a pretty exciting pass.
Yeah.
We love to see it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Makes for great commentary.
It does. Again, like if you have the throw and if you have the option, why not take it? That was a massive bit there by Max Stevenson.
And it's going to be Jackson collecting it again. Maybe we'll see another huge.
Oh, I'm ready. Do it again. No, don't do it again. Set a great pass up the sideline with an awesome bid by Gus. But again, could not be brought down.
Maybe slightly more sensible than the last one, but unfortunately, again, not quite able to score.
It's made a quick turnover for AUT to benefit off of. Having another chance to get offense. Nice swing pass around. Some would say this is Callahan territory.
It's quite a scary place to be on.
It is.
Way to keep their cool and work it out of the end zone there.
Very cool. That is Ben Simpkin that received that disc, commonly known as Big Ben.
And Big Ben streaks long. What a run. And a score too.
What a great score by Ben. Picked up some speed there. Absolutely killed it. Nice jump into the little slide. Should be a long jump player.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Competitor?
Yeah. The nice skid there to make sure he was happily in bounds for that score. Very impressive.
I don't think Vic will be very happy about that last point. They had 2 opportunities to score, but unfortunately we're unable to use them.
Unfortunately. It is good though to see that both teams still have legs. Some big long sprints down the field. Some awesome plays. Getting everyone off the ground, which is so cool, especially at this point of the tournament. Seems to be another timeout has been called. The score is currently 4-6. So the teams will now... 4-6 in favour to AUT. So AUT is probably having a bit of chat of how they can calm down, keep composed, keep doing what they're doing, because they're doing such cool things. And Vic just wants to get there, have a little bit of talk about what more grit they could bring to this game. Because they've definitely got the opportunities and the throws. Just slight miscoms or slight mistakes that aren't being completed. This is becoming a very exciting game though. As we said at the start, very highly contested. Both teams want this from past Uninats games where both teams also wanted to win, as you do in a tournament, but more so. So now it's they both want it so bad. Some could say revenge, but maybe
we wouldn't call it that.
No.
We're unbiased. This has probably been Vic's biggest competition of the day.
Yeah, both very evenly matched teams.
Yeah.
Both with some very good experienced players, and some with some newer players. But you can see that everyone on the teams are getting a lot of touches, which is really cool to see. Both teams using their full rosters, which is awesome. See some cheers out of AUT and Vic to get this game back and rolling. This is a game to 13, so potentially this could be the last point before halftime. We shall see. Maybe Victoria will bring something out of the bag. Getting a bit cooler here in Wellington. We're in upper height of Wellington, so some would say the nicer weather part, but it is in late afternoon, so hopefully all these competitors are running around keeping warm.
Unlike Ollie.
But yes, it's very important that we are only just out of winter, so we don't need any more sicknesses coming around.
No.
So keep these muscles warm. We also don't want any injuries. I'm touching wood just because I don't want to jinx it. But we do hope that everyone keeps warm and safe and hydrated for these last games of the day, as it is a tough 2-day tournament with about 7 or 8 games across the 2 days. Great pull there from Rebecca O'Leary.
That's lovely.
Goes just in front of the end zone line, which is an incredible pull. And there's a pit called on the field. Disc will go back to Mackenzie as the original thrower. Looks like AUT has come down in match defense, which will be a bit of exciting. See how these matchups work out between the two teams. Great defensive pressure there by Kate and by Rory. He read that like a book.
Again, it looks like Vic is favouring a man mark.
Nice
and it
run
pays
through
off.
D by
Lovely by
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie there. Mackenzie looking for a swing off the sideline to Hazel, then to Rory.
Great handler movement going on here.
Maybe struggling to connect it to the downfield, but there we go.
He got me, faked me out. I was ready for that deep shot to come. Edward Rivers definitely has the throws to do that, but opting to take the safer options. Oh, and a great defensive bid by Max Stevenson there. Wanting the option of a deep shot.
And she
Kate
shoots
getting
it. So that's Hazel and Steph
That was a
catches
great
the
pass there
disc.
by Kate.
Elise streaking down the field after her. Rebecca to score.
That was a nice female to female to female connection. I love that.
Absolutely love it.
And that does bring the game to half time. AUT taking half over Victoria University. Welcome back to the second half of the New Zealand Ultimate Tertiary Championships here in Wellington. We have AUT, who just took half 7-4 over Victoria University of Wellington. It has been a great game so far. Very highly contested, lots of big plays, lots of awesome hucks and puts. We hope to see more of this as the game progresses.
Got Ollie just finishing a lolly.
Okay, it looks like we have AUT starting on defence with Max Stevens into the pool. They are starting on the left-hand side of the field, probably of your screen as well. And Vic is on the right-hand side, starting on offence. We have seen some zones and some match defence being played throughout this game, so it'll be interesting to what these teams decide to do in the second half, as the wind has seemed to die down just a little bit, so a zone might not be as preferable. But also, it is the last game of the day with tired legs. Who knows what could happen. So a great pull coming up there. Nicely collected by Jackson.
We've got the Jackson-Hazel connection.
What a connection.
Got some lovely handling movement from those two. Hazel straight through the middle there.
Augustus with the disc now. What a great player. Very speedy. Very new to the sport, but has such good dedication.
Yep, great attitude.
And he's become a very good player, very good downfielder.
Jackson with a bit of a dodgy one thrown up there. Unfortunately, it is not quite read by the Victoria player.
Great bid though, putting his body on the line to
Absolutely.
try to keep that disc alive. Steve Branson with a bid for herself. That was incredible. Nice pick up by her. Bit of a miss throw.
Huge put up.
What a look. There we have
for
Elise
Elise.
Matthews.
Yeah, she's hungry. She wants it.
That is a strong target that they like to hit. She was very free there in the end zone. She wanted that cut from the start, and they knew it was coming. What a great look from AUT. Got good spirits, lots of high fives. It's great to see in the second half. Keep the energy going. Got some good chants as well. They're definitely very hyped up about this, wanting to keep their lead.
As teams get colder and it gets a bit darker and chillier, hope that everyone keeps their energy and their fire for this game.
Yeah. Nice fire would be nice quite now.
Yeah.
Keep you warm. Got Josh Howe with the pull. Wonder what we'll see from this one. It's been quite interesting to see the different teams and how all the different plays that they've pulled out of the hats. Lots of teams coming up with different zones and different offensive plays, different set plays. It's been quite exciting over the course of the day to see what each team can bring. We've seen quite a few stream games of Vic today. I'm sure all our supporters are very pleased for that. Also pleased to see some of the other teams from around the country get a bit of a show.
Another huge pull down to the other end zone, just in front of. And it's Jackson to Jess in the handler space. They just do a little 1-2.
Huge.
Jackson sends it to Paul. Go on, Paul.
Paul a bit unexpected of that throw, I think.
Yeah, it's
had
a
already
lovely
come
D.
to cut under, but that was a great D by AUT. They read that very nicely. AUT now with a chance to break again. Nice grab by Lindsay Taylor there.
Oh, lovely D by Paul.
Victoria showing that fire coming out again. They really want this. And they're showing that with their defensive pressure. Nice poach off there by Kate.
Oh, a huge hammer by Jackson. Received by Paul the end zone.
It's a great read by both players there. Paul probably having just the right amount of height over their player to bring that one down. But it was impressive bid by both of them.
Yeah. What a point for Vic.
What a hammer. I did not expect that one to come up.
But here we are.
But here we are. It's a good job. A score is a score, as we keep saying.
A point is a point.
Yeah. It's good to see as well, after a couple turns, just nicely threading them through some 1 or 2 pass points, which has been quite beneficial for both of these teams.
Appears that Hazel will be taking the pull again for Victoria University while they come down on defence.
AUT as well, thriving a bit with having a bit more of a team, a player pool, as they are able to have more of a sideline on while the point is going on. They're able to hype each other up a lot, and seen by some, unfortunately you might have missed that, some acrobatics by AUT players. There we go again. Just getting the spirits up, keeping the energy, just bringing some hype for the players that are on the field. Got a nice floaty pull there by Hazel, making it decently past the brick mark.
Intercepted by Eddie there.
He knew that was
what
coming.
A machine, up to Gus. Just in front of the end zone line there. And it's Gus to Eddie for a score.
Some bookends for Eddie.
Yeah.
That's a great score by Victoria University.
What a machine.
Just being able to read that play from AUT quite well, and then using the fast momentum. 2 more passes. Boom.
Score.
Solid score. This is great.
That's been a couple quite fast points for Vic there.
I wonder what we'll see from AUT, bringing it back the other way. It's the first time in a while we've seen them starting on offense, so maybe they have a pull play, set play that they're going to have come out. Obviously depending on what Vic pulls out as well. Maybe it's zone, maybe it's match. I have no idea. Looks to see some other games on the day as well finishing up right now. So hopefully we'll have a bit more of a sideline presence for these teams as they finish off this game. Very important game for both of them. I think that they both have to win to have an easier game, first game tomorrow. So they're both wanting this extremely much. It's a difficult game with dead legs tomorrow. It's not going to be as nice. Hazel again with the pull.
That's a lovely
They're getting
pull.
better and better every time. Oh, I love that. Nice centered to Josh Howe. Looks like it's match defense from Victoria University. And a huge put to Kate Charlesworth.
Mackenzie right there behind her, but Kate's able to bring that down.
I think that deep shot was something that they had talked about previously.
Yeah.
They knew that it was what was wanted, and it was what came.
Oh.
Exciting look there by Josh, threading that underneath the defense, straight through the middle.
The pivot of a lifetime.
Unfortunately, the other AUT players were not quite as expecting, although it was a great bid by Kate to try recollect that disc. You see Victoria University now with a chance at offense. Extending cut from Max.
Oh, and Max shoots long.
Great bid by Max. Unfortunately, couldn't keep it in his hands. Maybe a bit ground strip there. But it was an awesome put and a great bid.
So now the disc returns to AUT as they set up in what appears to be a horror.
And the long shot goes up to Kate again. Such a trustworthy downfield player. Why not just shoot for her? For the score too.
What a point from AUT.
Oh, no.
Hold on.
Sorry about that. May not be quite in just yet. It was, however, an amazing throw and a great grab by Kate. She's very good at collecting those above the head shots. The team's just having a bit of discussion here of whether her first point of contact landed in the end zone or outside of it. And the conclusion was outside. However, a quick pass to Brie Kroon, and they AUT have that score. That was a very exciting point. Quite a few turns, but very quick offenses and some amazing plays. Wow. That does bring the score to 10-6 in favour of AUT, who have got quite a bit of a break now, bit of a gap in the scoreline. Never to be taken too seriously though. That can still have such a comeback. Seen it happen before. So, yeah, AUT needs to keep up their current grind, and Vic just need to keep pushing that a little bit more. They've definitely got it in them. Just, we'll see who has the most fight at the end of the day.
So we've got AUT coming with the pull again, and Vic will be receiving it on offense.
We have Max Stevenson with the pull. Gonna be another big one. Out the back of the end zone, I reckon.
Bet.
Yeah. I have faith. Oh, maybe I should. Jackson's gonna collect this disc.
A
Max
huge
cutting
throw.
deep. What a cut from Max. And
And
what a
Max
box.
collects it in the end zone.
That was an incredible
What
box by
a
Max
read
Tan.
and a run.
Great put too by Jackson. That might have been a set play, but he's always got eyes for the end zone. Great defense pressure by the AUT player as well. Couldn't quite see who it was, but he was right there on Max's shoulder the whole time and was able to make that throw just a little bit more difficult. But awesome for Victoria to come back in the game. My mistake as well. I think the score is actually 9-7. Still to AUT, but it was not quite as high as I thought it was.
Vic will be coming down on defense again. Well, yes. It looks like potentially Gus with a pull. That could be subject to change. Vic's been favouring a bit of those longish puts. They've got their classic receivers, but it would be nice to see maybe a couple other members of the team included in the play.
It would be. It would also be quite interesting to see what AUT does once they've realised that this is a set play that Victoria likes to use. Are they going to have someone poach off the back or help out at the back there, expecting that shot to come up? But we do have Vic starting on defence, so we'll see what they provide as defensive pressure, trying to get that offense point back for themselves. Hands up by AUT, and the disc is up. Nice IO pull there. Safely letting that one drop to the ground. Vic sitting up in a bit of a zone. Nice put
Straight
from Josh.
over the zone. Not quite a point.
Great read though with two offensive players.
And a huge hammer.
And back
right
to Josh.
the corner.
Josh to Mac to Josh. Incredible. Both of those were very long passes, expanding the width of the field really nicely. It's quite impressive.
Fortunately, it looks like Vic's lost a bit of their legs and momentum as they've become a bit more tired. That was a lovely break by AUT there. Hold.
Yeah, I do believe though Vic does still have a lot of oomph left in them. The day's not over just yet, even though the sun's disappeared. I think they'll want to keep fighting this one through and through. And I'm very excited to see what other great plays come out of this game. There's been so many amazing bids, hucks, long, high jumps, lots of skies.
Lots of bodies on the ground.
Yeah. It's quite exciting to see what everyone can bring out.
And it's a roller.
We have Eddie picking up, taking a handler position for this point. Looks like AUT is throwing a zone, mixing it up a bit.
Vic's looking a little static from the zone here.
Oh, unfortunate drop there. Great spacing though, great option taking. Looked like AUT was hanging off a bit on those front handlers and making it a bit difficult to reach past them. We see Max Stevenson coming up for this disc.
Hard no break force.
And a big put to Steph Franson, unfortunately fades out the side of the end zone.
And it's Hazel picking up the disc. Appears that the zone is still straight over the top to Liam there.
Great D by
And a
Elise.
lovely D by Elise.
She knew that was coming. She was so ready for that throw. Got some nice handler movement coming on here. There we go, that same throw again.
Ooh.
Great bid by Steph, but there's a bit of talk about whether she had kept that in bounds. Unfortunately not. Great job though at attempting to toe the line. She did manage to catch that, which is impressive in itself. So props to her. We have Hazel picking up again. Sold
nice.
me on that hammer.
That's nice. Like to see the handlers attacking the zone a bit more on the Vic side. Hazel to Eddie. Eddie to Gus.
Oh, Elise spitting on that one again. She wants it. And she is there every single time.
Some lovely fast play by Vic here. Eddie's running. Ooh.
Great defensive pressure by Mac there. Hopefully they are okay, having ended up on the ground.
Eddie calling for an injury.
Unfortunate loss there for Vic with Eddie coming off. Seems to be walking okay, so hopefully it's nothing too bad. But he is a very,
very valuable receiver.
Very valuable player for this team. See Max subbing in for him there. With looks like Vic is playing match defense. Rebecca O'Leary picking up the disc. Wonder if we'll see some more nice long hucks coming up. We have some very good downfield receivers on this line of AUT players.
Elise is working hard in that little undercut.
Steph with some amazing separation, but unfortunately gets locked off there. Handlers just happy to work it between themselves.
Vic working hard on that man defense. But we see Steph with some separation here.
We see Ben with the under. AUT having some nice flow here. Seemingly pretty calm, pretty confident. Looking for that deep shot. Great cut there by number 16.
And a lovely intercept by Mackenzie there. Beautiful read of the play.
Mackenzie poached there in the deep space.
Anisha's just sitting in that pocket of space there, but
taking the time, being patient. Nice shot by Hazel, but a great bid from Steph there on defence. That is Vic with the score. What a shot. What pressure. That was really nice patience from Vic to keep their calm after that long deep shot. Mackenzie was poached there for quite a while, and she kept it nice and calm, which is impressive to see, especially in such a high stake situation in the game. Calmly swinging it back to your handler, who then made an awesome straight throw, into the end zone. We see the teams discussing again whether it's male or female matchup point. This is something that is oftenly distributed at the start of each point and happens regularly throughout the games. But it does make a big difference, especially with the new rules of female pullers as well. So when there is 4 female on the field, the puller must be a female, and if there is 4 male on the field, then the puller has to be a male or male matchup player. So here we see Hazel with a nice low pull, going to give the chance for Vic to set up. And there's the deep shot again.
Kate streaking long.
Unfortunately, that just floating just out of bounds on the far sideline. Kate was there, chased it enough. We have some layout demonstrations on the far side of the field. But I think Kate had the right minds that the disc was going a bit too far. Safer not to have a bit on that one.
So we have Hazel picking it up on the end zone line. She swings it to Eddie there, who's back on the field. It's a nice
Great
cut
grab
from
there by Faith.
just overthrow.
That was some great movement there from Victoria.
A bit more connection with the downfield, which we love to see.
Yeah.
And now they switch to match defense, while AUT plays offense.
Wonder if we'll see that deep shot. There we
There
go.
we go.
Fortunately not being able to be reeled in again. However, that connection seems to be pretty strong. They seem pretty trustworthy with it. Josh Howe shooting to Kate Charlesworth. I mean, I would take that shot if that was me. I trust her. She's pretty good. Rory getting started with the deep cuts.
It's a lovely undercut from Rory there. And he puts it to Faith going up the line.
Unfortunately not able to pick it up herself. Great cut though. You can see the grind in every person out on this field right now. This is a very long point for the end of the day. Great
Jackson.
defensive mark there by Jackson. And by Hazel getting right on that. Unfortunate turnover there.
I think Kate was looking for that classic long throw. Wasn't quite expecting that little one.
Eddie looking for the quick go off the turn. Oh no. Eddie injured again. Looks like he may have got stood on a bit, maybe rolled his ankle over. We have Gus subbing in for Eddie. Get some fresh legs out there. We also have Max Stevenson subbing in for Daniel Shen. Also giving AUT some fresh legs. Jackson giving a nice reset option.
Some lovely movement there between Jackson and Rory.
Deep shot does not come off.
Looking at Jackson again for the reset.
Vic seemed to be taking some of the safer options. Nice find there from Hazel, nice breakthrow.
Vic just have to remain calm and patient.
Jackson looking for that deep strike. Being very impactful in this point.
And a lovely score from Victoria University.
Gus making his mark, having subbed in from Eddie. Get a huge layout from Mac as well. Maybe feeling a bit injured, a bit winded after that one. But it was a very impressive play. Awesome work by Vic to get that one in the bag. Another very long point. Jackson as well, making very good plays in that, getting nearly every second touch. He's a very solid handler for this Victoria team. Very confident, has really good experience. The others seem to work off him very well as well. So it seems there has been another timeout called, this time by AUT. Maybe they're feeling a little bit threatened by Vic's scoring run. The score currently seems to be 10-9. Still in favour of AUT, but Victoria University definitely catching up there. We've just been notified as well that it is 5 minutes till soft cap, which means the game is almost over. I'm quite sad, really. I'd like to see this one keep going.
Not like a blanket, though.
Yes. But hopefully the team's going to bring enough fire that it warms me up.
Exactly.
Yeah. Come out of this timeout, pumping, ready to go. Bring some new energy for the last couple points of the game. The last 4 points maximum. Maybe my maths is wrong. But there's not very many points left in this game. Hopefully we see some more exciting plays. Lots more awesome bids, deep shots, skies again. Why not, I say.
Yeah.
Leave it all out there.
Exactly. You know, when at uni nets, gotta play your hardest.
Oh yeah. This also seems to be the toughest game, competitive-wise, closest matched game for this time slot, as every other game so far seems to have ended. Unfortunately, cannot give you the results, but proud of all the teams. I'm sure they've all done very well. Must be nice to finally be done after a very hard first day at Tertiary Championships here in Upper Hutt, Wellington. Royals there with their chant to get this timeout over. They seem to be roaring and ready to get back on. AUT with a bit of a quiet chant seem to have their heads in the game. They want this very badly, and you can tell. Luckily we can see Eddie here on the sideline. He's walking around now, less hopping, which is very nice. Nice to see. Hopefully injury does not stick around. Looks like we have Hazel with the pool with a female matchup point. Might come down in a match defense, which will be exciting. The wind has basically completely died down now, so the people should be more comfortable maybe putting up some trickier shots, long throws, and hopefully getting some of the newer players more involved, having them more comfortable without the wind being an extra defender.
We see two pretty strong competitive lines coming out here for this point. A huge point up to Elise.
That must have been a set play.
Look at Elise go.
She was
and
ready.
She gets it.
What a score.
On a little high five. That's sweet.
They knew that was coming from the very second the pull went up. She sprinted from that end zone line straight to the other end zone line, and Josh knew that was coming. What a great put too. An inside out backhand over the stack. That's pretty impressive. And a great read by Elise as well. Floated a bit, and there was a defender right there from Victoria, but Elise was able to bring it in comfortably. Get that in both hands.
Looks as though it might be a second female point.
It's very impressive as well to see that AUT is still getting every single one of their players onto the field to have a little team chat. It's so good to have your team on board with everything that's going on with the point, so you can give necessary advice whilst the game is going on. Big pole, but unfortunately it fades out towards this close sideline. Victoria University opting to take it from the sideline there, as it is about halfway up the field. It looks like AUT is coming down a match.
Hazel with a
put by
huge
Hazel.
put to Liam, and he catches it.
What a score. Amazing work by Vic Uni.
A lovely put by Hazel.
Why not just copy what AUT just did? One pass throws, one pass scores.
You can do it. We can do it too.
That was a great cut by Liam. Unfortunately, the defense just wasn't quite there. Maybe didn't expect to see that sort of shot coming from Victoria. But we do know that Hazel has those in the bag. She has some amazing throws, both forehand and backhand. So it's great that she's getting to use those in today's game. The score is now 11-10. Very, very close game. Game is to 13, with potentially a soft cap going off very, very shortly, which could change that just slightly. We see Victoria, we're ready to go. Last 2-second chat from Hazel. Some quick keeping warm on the line as well. Very important. AUT taking the time a little bit more. Probably a bit concerned, a bit worried about Vic's drive to win. Jackson here with the pull. Nice IO shot there.
It's a huge pull.
Ali's looking to go again, but Vic is now prepared for that shot. Looks to be a bit of a zone maybe. Oh no, my bad. Match defense.
Slightly poachy on the handlers
Slightly
there.
poachy. They were ready for that long shot as their first look and wanted to shut that down. Good match defense though. Huge put by Josh. Looking for Mac.
He
Who
grabs
goes up.
it.
What a grab and a great spike as well. An amazing celebration from AUT. What an option. Something that I did not expect to see go up. But
no.
I mean, again, if it works, it works. And it did look cool. Mac is a tall man in the end zone, and he obviously can jump very high. It does look like that is game. Soft cap must have gone in the last game, in the last point. So the final score of this game was 12-10. That brings us to the end of day one of New Zealand Ultimate Tertiary Championships. This game between Victoria University and AUT was the last game of the day.
And what a game it was.
What a game. Very happy to have got to witness that game. Very, very tightly contested. And I'm sure both teams will have a very good rest tonight and be on for tomorrow. So we will tune back into you tomorrow and hopefully have some good games to watch. Their first game tomorrow is at 8:30 if you'd like to tune in. We would recommend it. There'll be some amazing games heading into crossovers, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then the big finals for this year. So thank you for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow.
Sleep well.